Well, good morning, everyone. We're just starting up the CCA's virtual conference. We're just letting everyone start to log in here and get settled in, and we'll be starting shortly with an update on CCA. Hopefully, we'll have a great crowd also joining us on YouTube as we go live on the Canadian Celiac Association channel. If you've got friends and family who weren't able to register, they can certainly join us following along on YouTube. There is a little bit of a delay, so just so that everybody knows. We've got over 1,500 people registered today, and so we'll just give everybody a bit of a chance to sign on before we get going officially in about 3 minutes' time. Thank you for registering and joining us today. Hi, everyone. We're just getting people logged in, and thank you for joining us for CCA's second annual virtual conference. This is the second in a two that we've carried this year in lieu of our in-person national conference. We're just letting people sign on right now. We're getting things channeled up on YouTube, which is just under a 20-second delay. And we'll be starting in about 2 minutes the official program with an update from CCA, and then our first speaker of the day, Dr. Dan Leffler, will join us just after noon time. I think we've got one of our first questions on through the chat box. We will be asking people to use the Q&A, but from a logistics point of view, yes, we're live streaming on YouTube, and it will be there on our channel for people to watch afterward. We'll also be recording as well once we get going on our official program. So happy to get that shared out to family and friends and colleagues who couldn't make it with us today. We're going to be starting live in about 1 minute's time. Looks like people are getting settled in. Good morning to Montreal. Glad to have Sherry joining us from there. Well, good day, everyone. I want to say good day because it's afternoon in the Toronto Central Ontario area, and it's still morning out on the West Coast. So thank you for joining us for the Canadian Celiac Association's second virtual national conference this year. I'm Melissa Secor, the National Executive Director for the Canadian Celiac Association, and I'm pleased to be joined by Janet Bolton. And Janet is CCA's national president, and she'll be just joining me now to do an update on the CCA. Hi, Janet. Do we have you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just great.
Great.
So, Janet, do you want to take us through a little bit about the CCA and the recent strategic plan that the board has put together?
Sure. Well, first, I just want to thank you, Melissa, and also Mark, for all your work organizing today's conference. This is a huge undertaking. Also, thank you to the conference committee and all of our speakers. I'm privileged to be the president and the board chair for CCA. Our board members are all volunteers, and we collectively set the vision and the strategy for CCA. So I'm happy to provide a quick update. And I'll just start by saying it's been almost 50 years since CCA was founded by two women in Kitchener, Ontario, and we're looking forward to our 50th in 2022. So earlier this year, the board met, and this was pre-COVID, so we met to update our strategic plan. And we started by restating and refining our mission. You can see it up on your screens, but the mission is to empower Canadians with celiac disease and gluten disorders to live their best lives. The plan that we've developed behind this mission seeks to support it, and I'm proud to say we're already making some progress on our strategic priorities, notwithstanding COVID. One priority is advancing awareness and education. And this conference is a great example, as is the day-to-day support that we provide through our Facebook group, monthly GF 101 webinars, and 101 phone support. We're also working on an innovative awareness campaign for next year, May 2021 Celiac Awareness Month, with a focus on increasing diagnosis of celiac disease. Another CCA strat priority is to strengthen standards, and this is why, notwithstanding COVID, we continue to advocate for OHIP funding of the TTG blood test in Ontario. And we also have an ongoing dialogue with the federal government about labeling issues such as precautionary labeling, the may contain statements that we're all familiar with. The board wants CCA to represent all Canadians with celiac disease and gluten disorders, and we know that we have work to be done in this area in order to understand the needs of and to reach diverse communities. Finally, we work with our chapters across Canada to reach individuals at the community level through peer support and local events. We are a small charity. We're run by a very small staff who often run heroics. Many volunteers nationally and locally. We're very happy to bring you the latest evidence-based information about celiac disease and the gluten-free diet, but we need your support. For those who already donate to us, thank you. For those who haven't donated yet, we hope you will enjoy today's webinar and consider donating to CCA to support our work. Now back to you, Melissa.
Thanks, Janet. And thank you very much for your leadership and for dedicating so much time, as well as the other national board members, to advancing celiac disease in Canada. You've covered a few things, and I'm just going to do a quick overview again and just touch on a few points that we're continually working on strengthening standards like food labeling, production, access to safe food, and food security. We are one of the stakeholders working on improving labeling of self-care products such as natural health and over-the-counter medications. We are actively working on surveys and research as we speak with Health Canada officials to help improve precautionary labeling. We know that's a hot button for everyone and a point of frustration. We are very proud of the world-class gluten-free certification program that carries our mark to let people know that food has been produced in an independently verified gluten-free facility. We also promote evidence-based solutions. And thanks to our Canadian Celiac Association volunteer-based and internationally recognized professional advisory council who guides us on our evidence-based work. You'll now find several of a growing list of position statements on our website, now under the Health Professionals tab and position statements, to allow people to know exactly where CCA stands on a variety of increasing important topics. We're also very pleased that the CCA James A. Campbell Fund, which is supported by individual donors like you, help us invest in Canadian research that helps us gain a better understanding of the disease itself and improve the quality of life for people living with celiac disease and dermatitis herpetiformis. Also, CCA during this COVID crisis, we've been able to be assisted by our PAC in partnering with groups like McMaster University to have a greater understanding of COVID with celiac disease, and it led to the development of information related to COVID-19, and we still continue to provide resources and help people navigate during this time. We, in terms of blood testing, Janet's indicated that, while we can't be down at Queen's Park like we've been the last few years, we still continue to weigh in where we can. And we're right now developing evidence and resources behind the scenes to get Ontario to join the rest of the country. Awareness and education is certainly something that we continue to work on every day. We're thankful for partners like Udi's Gluten-Free for helping us create resources like the Growing Celiac Workbook, which is now available in English and French and has been sent across the country to various hospital gastroenterology clinics to help families with children who are newly diagnosed. Every month, we host a webinar, GF 101, Navigating the Gluten-Free Diet. And thanks to our friends at SHAR, they're helping us support these free webinars, and one's coming up next weekend. So check it out if you'd like to learn more about how to navigate that diet. It's led by 2 dietitians and a long-term volunteer. Again, Janet mentioned our peer support. We're here for you. So when the phone rings or the email pings, we like to say, we want to be here for you if you have any questions about celiac disease. And our peer support and client support desk is backed by a registered dietitian. Again, thanks to donor support. We would like to this fall during our festive campaign raise money to hire a full-time dietitian to help support our work and support the PAC and yourselves. So please, we hope you can support the campaign. Our Facebook group is another source of peer support right now. It's a burgeoning and wonderful 14,000 people who seek online peer support. It's our best way to connect with the community. There's polls and surveys. We sometimes have Facebook Live sessions, the moderated group by the CCA. And again, thanks to donor support, we have a part-time staff member who's a budding dietitian who is moderating that group. And it's also backed by the Professional Advisory Council. And sometimes we have some giveaways. So join us on Facebook. We're also pleased if you sign up with CCA that you'll get 3 times a year our Canadian Celiac magazine. We just released the latest one at the beginning of November. And then we have a monthly Better Living Gluten-Free that showcases a particular topic on gluten-free living and giving you advice and information. We are also always trying to strengthen the community, and our recent Scotiabank run that you may have heard about was a great way to bring the community together virtually this year to help raise funds for the CCA. So we do hope that this festive season, we know that many of you did donate, and thank you very much as you came on to this webinar today. You'll be seeing our active outreach this festive season. So we hope that you'll continue to help us help empower families this holiday season, and we'll hope you donate and support our efforts to bring on our full-time dietitian for the coming years, and as well as support a lot of our extra resources, including our annual holiday guide. So watch for that coming out soon on December 10th with tips and information and resources and recipes for your family, sponsored by NARES. So now it's my time to step back and let our great MC and volunteer, Mark Johnson, take over the helm. And Mark has been a longstanding volunteer and an amazing volunteer for us. And I want to personally thank him. This event wouldn't have been able to take place if it wasn't for Mark's amazing volunteerism. For the past 14 years, Mark has been there for CCA. He's co-chaired several national conferences. He writes newsletters for a number of the CCA chapters. He serves as the past president of the Ottawa chapter and served on the national board from 2011 to 2018. Mark, I'll let you take it away.
Thanks, Melissa. That was very kind of you. Happy Sunday, everyone. I hope you and your friends and family are safe and healthy through this very difficult many months we've endured. As Melissa indicated, my name is Mark Johnson. I'll be your MC for today. We're really excited about our star-studded lineup, and I hope you are as well. The pandemic, of course, it continues to drag on and on with case numbers rising in much of the country. And as we're continuing to spend more time at home, and that'll continue into the holiday season, I'm happy we're able to deliver this informative and educational session to you. So please enjoy it, hopefully from the comfort of your own home. I'll warn you in advance, just to start, that I may have a cat or 2 or 3 appear with me on video at various times. There they are on screen. Say hello to my step kitties. From left to right, there's Killian, Guinness, and Murphy. All are named by my wife, and yes, all are named after gluten-containing beers, but I don't hold that against her. Despite the beer, I assure you they are all sweet, affectionate cats. So welcome to them, and welcome to all human and feline and canine and other viewers who might be with us today. So if you see me looking off the screen, off to the side randomly with strange expressions on my face, it's probably because the cats are wrestling. So to start, just some logistics. Because we had over 1,500 people register, and there's going to be a lot more watching on our YouTube channel as well. We've had to take some measures to keep things under control and on track. You first might have noticed that you were muted when you joined. You're on mute, so you we don't hear you if you speak. With so many people, we can't risk having background noise interrupting speakers and such. So you don't have to worry if you have dogs barking or anything in the background. We won't hear it. You'll be muted the whole time. For that reason as well, we won't be able to allow verbal questions. If you want to ask a question, please move your mouse. It should be on the bottom of your screen. You see one of the options for those of you who are on Zoom and not on by phone. If you go to the bottom of your screen, you should see Q&A. Or if you're on a smartphone, there should be somewhere on your screen you see Q&A. If you have the video component for Zoom, you click in there and you can ask your question. So we'll be reviewing those questions throughout the day and passing them on to our speakers. So you put your question in there, we'll pick it up, and then I will put the questions to the speaker. That'll help us with organization, avoiding duplication, that kind of thing. So please be sure to put your question in the Q&A box, not the chat box. And the hand raising feature won't get you anywhere either, because everyone's going to be on mute the whole time. If there's something you need to, if you want to ask a question of our speaker, you can put it in the Q&A box. More general, if there's any other general comments, you can use the chat, but due to the volume, we may not be able to keep up there. So you can put your questions in anytime the speaker is going. You don't have to wait till the end. In fact, I encourage you to not wait until the end, because chances are there's going to be questions coming in throughout, and we may wind up with too many questions for the amount of time we have. That's something I expect probably will happen a few times. So if you want to get your question in, please put it into the box as soon as you think of it. Please be understanding if we can't get to your question. It's going to be we want to make sure that we keep on schedule as much as we can to respect your time and to respect our speakers' schedules as well. So we'll be focusing on the questions that we feel would apply to the broadest reach of people. I'm of course hoping our speakers stick to their times so we can get lots of questions in, but I will be trying very hard to stay on time. So as we go along, again, logistics, if you see your question disappear from the Q&A box, I see there's a couple in there already. If it disappears, it means that it's been added to our list. It means that we saw it and clicked like dismissed, or else we answered it on the fly if we have the answer right away, if it's off topic, for example. Now, for some of our speakers today, you might see them while they present. For example, Dr. Leffler is on camera. For others, you may see their PowerPoint while they're presenting. They may turn their video on during the questions. They may not. We left that up to the speakers. If you do see their video, I know people who are, especially those who are newer to Zoom, have trouble with like they say the video is blocking the PowerPoint. You can move around the speaker's image to make sure it's off in the corner. Make sure it doesn't block something you want to see. To help you follow along throughout the day, we prepared a PDF conference program that outlines the speakers, what they're going to talk about, their biographical information, and other key information about the day. It was emailed out to all registered attendees this week. If you don't have it, you can download it. One of our helpers will paste the link into the chat box. And we're also getting some severe winds in our area today. Just in case the power goes out and we lose you, I should be able to log in again using the same link. But I think we'll be okay. I think all the hosts would have to lose power simultaneously in order for that to happen. So I think we're going to be fine. We're going to be giving away prizes throughout the event, so be sure to stay tuned. If you're on Twitter, please follow us. It's at CCA Celiac. We'll be live tweeting throughout the day, and you can join the conversation using the hashtag. It's there on your screen, hashtag CCA CONF 2020 for CCA Conf 2020. And I'd like to express the Canadian Celiac Association's sincere thanks to our partners who really made this conference possible. Thanks so much to Provention Bio and Takeda, our lead partners. I'd also like to thank Dr. Scher, our education partner, as well as Queen Street Bakery and Day of Foods, who are our break sponsors today. Now, we're going to be conducting some fun polls throughout the conference. For those of you who are on a telephone, like who called in, you probably won't be able to, but if you're on the Zoom app through a smartphone or on your computer, you should have a poll that pops up on your screen and you can vote. This is asking where you are located, just so we can get an idea of our viewers, and you will be able to see the results. So the poll, okay, that's the wrong poll. We'll go to this one instead. What's the main reason why you are here today? So choose which of these scenarios applies to you. Are you celiac? Are you here because one of your children is? Are you a health professional? And so on. So we got lots of votes coming in. No, it's okay. We'll get there.
We're gonna have some little glitches still.
Yeah, this is still a very interesting. Okay, so
we've got a good chunk. Should we call it there, or do you want to let it go for a little bit more?
Oh, I'll talk it through as it keeps coming. We have over 80% of you who have voted, so thank you very much for your participation. I see a solid majority of you, 65%, are diagnosed yourself with celiac disease, so you are definitely in the right place. Almost 20% are here because their children or someone they care for has celiac disease. And some who 7% celiac or gluten sensitive suspected, but not officially diagnosed. We have all been in that window as well. And then 16% are here because they are health professionals seeking to learn more about celiac. So again, thank you very much for all of you out there who are health professionals who took the time to attend today. It's to all of our benefit for you to be listening to these seminars and asking questions. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for taking time on your Sunday for attending here. All right, thanks for that. If the poll is still up on your screen, you should be able to close it on your own. Now, without further ado, I'm going to jump into our first speaker. He'll be talking to us about the latest in the world of research on celiac disease and gluten sensitivity. He last spoke at the Canadian Celiac Association's State of Celiac event as a guest panelist last year. This presentation is brought to you by Takeda Pharmaceuticals. Like I mentioned just a few minutes ago, Takeda stepped up as a lead partner for this conference, and we thank them very much for their support. Dr. Daniel Leffler is a practicing gastroenterologist caring for patients with celiac disease and other gastrointestinal disorders, and he's also a founding member of the Celiac Center at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. He's an associate professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, and he continues to see patients with gluten-related disorders. Dr. Leffler has been the recipient of multiple National Institute of Health Foundation and industry-sponsored grants for the advancement of digestive health. Dr. Leffler joined Takeda Pharmaceuticals in 2016 as a medical director, and he's the global clinical lead for celiac disease in the gastrointestinal therapeutic area. I'm very pleased to turn it over to Dr. Daniel Leffler. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mark, and everyone. Let me share my screen.
You're a little quiet, Dr. Leffler.
How's that? Is that better?
A little bit better.
Okay, I'll try to speak up. It's saying I can't share my screen while the other participant is sharing. Do you need to stop sharing? Sorry, everyone. Well, while we figure this out, that looks better.
You can now?
Yep, that is good.
Okay.
So it's a pleasure to be here again with the CCA. As always, they're putting on a great programs for everyone, and I can tell you from south of the border that the impact of the CCA is really felt very far beyond the Canadian borders, whether it's through sponsoring research or educational events or working through new government policies. The CCA has really is such a wonderful partner in celiac disease, and you're very lucky to have them. So I was tasked with talking a little bit about celiac disease research, where we are and where we are going. And that's a tall ask for this amount of time, but I'm going to try to take you through it. First of all, my disclosures, which were already mentioned for the most part. But I wanted to start with some history, right? You'll never know where you're going unless you know where you've been. And so I wanted to put up what we used to know about celiac disease. And again, all of this, hopefully you recognize, is now proven to be false. But this is what a lot of us learned in medical school not too long ago. There was a rare condition. It was an allergic disease. You'd only ever see it in white kids, usually of Irish or Italian descent. It was always a pediatric disease. It was always gastrointestinal symptoms. And the gluten-free diet was a perfect solution that works for everyone. And so I want to take you through in the first couple of minutes of how we've gone beyond this understanding to where we are today. So there's been a number of milestones in celiac disease to get us here. And the first one being obviously the discovery of the gluten-free diet. Celiac disease has been around for probably forever, thousands of years at least. But it wasn't until the 1940s that the gluten-free diet was described by a Dutch physician who wrote his medical school thesis actually on the investigation of harmful effects of certain cereals on patients with celiac disease. And so this gave us our two things: our first treatment of celiac disease, the gluten-free diet, and the only one we have currently, but also gave us our first understanding of how celiac disease works, that gluten is eaten and it damages the intestine. And I've lumped those two things together, although William Dickey didn't actually do biopsies of the intestine. They followed shortly thereafter. The initial biopsies were actually, a description was actually from Argentina, using a modified bicycle gear housing, for those of you who like celiac factoids and trivia. So we learned that gluten affects the gut and causes damage in celiac disease. So that we knew since the 1950s, but we didn't know a lot else about celiac disease. Certainly we didn't have good tests to diagnose it, and we didn't really understand how this happened. And this is why we thought it was an allergic disorder. In the 1970s, the next breakthrough came, and this was the link, the major genetic link in celiac disease. This is HLA-DQ2. Which was associated with celiac disease and dermatitis herpetiformis. This did a couple of things. First of all, it pieced together another big part of how celiac disease works, and I'll show you that in a second. But it also opened our eyes to something we didn't really expect. These HLA genes are very common, so it started to not really make sense that celiac disease should only be found in Ireland and Italy. But also they were associated with other disorders that we already knew, like type 1 diabetes and thyroid disease. And so it started to be a little bit theorized that celiac disease was maybe not an allergic disorder and not a rare disorder, but it could actually be a lot more common, and that it might be an autoimmune disorder. And so with that discovery, we added a whole new piece to our understanding of celiac disease. So we had gluten getting in and still damaging the intestine, but we knew there was this HLA-based, genetically based immune activation, which then would trigger the intestinal damage. We also started around that time to get our first antibody test to gliadin, anti-gliadin antibodies, which we don't really use anymore, but they were the first step and were very helpful at the time. And so we were piecing together more and more of our understanding of celiac disease. We also started to understand around that time that cytokines, these are inflammatory proteins that are released when the body is injured or attacked, play a big role in celiac disease as well. And then the last major breakthrough, and this was a little while ago now, came in '97, where the role of tissue transcontaminase in celiac disease was identified. So most of us have heard of tissue transcontaminase. We've heard of it as the blood test, antibodies to tissue transcontaminase, IgA, TTG, is really the hallmark test for screening for celiac disease, for assessing if you're at risk of celiac disease based on clinical symptoms. And this did a couple of things. First of all, it pieced together the last major part of our understanding of the pathophysiology of celiac disease. And I'm going to walk you through this because I think it's really important, and it'll come back again in the later on in my slide presentation. But with this last discovery, again in the late 90s, we could have this full path of celiac disease. We had gluten exposure, gluten getting into the intestine and passing through the intestinal lining. Gluten then gets changed, it gets altered by tissue transcontaminase, the self-enzyme. And in that altered form, it binds to your immune cells, causes inflammation, damages the intestine, creates antibodies, such as antibodies to tissue transcontaminase, or antibodies to gliadin, or antibodies to deaminated gliadin, just to name the three common ones we use today. And together, this is the full spectrum of celiac disease. The only part of that that is really new that we didn't have back then is really up here at the top, this gut microbiome. And this I have to pay homage to because a lot of this groundbreaking research is actually coming out of McMaster University, Elena Verdu's lab, which the CCA I know has worked closely with, showing how your own microbiome can influence your risk of getting celiac disease and the way that you respond to a gluten-free diet. So we actually understand a great deal about celiac disease from all these discoveries. The other major thing, though, that tissue transcontaminase did is because we got this really good blood test for celiac disease, IgA-TTG, we were able to do much better studies of who has celiac disease across the world. And it's been very interesting to see the evolution of celiac disease epidemiology since the 60s. In the 60s and 70s, as I mentioned, celiac disease was still felt to be very rare. A few isolated pediatric populations in Europe is really the only people known to have celiac disease. In the 1980s, big studies in Europe using endomysial antibody, the precursor to TTG, started to show that actually there's lots of people in Europe who have it, who have celiac disease. But it wasn't until the 2000s with these new TTG antibodies that really big studies were done in the United States and Canada, showing that perhaps not surprisingly, the rates of celiac disease in North America were basically the same as they were in Europe. But the epidemiology of celiac disease has continued to evolve and be a very interesting field. In the 2010s, using this blood test, celiac disease was found to be common in India, with, again, the prevalence is very similar to what we're seeing in the United States and Europe. And really the new frontier is the rest of Asia. Some really interesting work coming out of China and other countries showing that there's probably going to be celiac disease too there. Whether it's to the same extent we see in Canada and the United States and Europe remains to be seen. But celiac disease truly is a global disease, and it's these blood tests that have allowed us to find celiac disease and understand it in this way. So what do we know now about celiac disease? In very great contrast to that slide I showed at the beginning is about what we used to know, is that celiac disease is actually common in many ethnic backgrounds. It's an autoimmune disease. It's not an allergic disease. It's not a pediatric disorder, as many of you probably know who are out there. Most people get diagnosed as adults. But there can be onset at any age where there's exposure to gluten. So as early as infancy and as late as people in their 80s have developed celiac disease. We know that it's not just a condition of GI symptoms. It's a highly diverse presentation. People can have skin rashes, neurologic manifestations, fatigue, anemia, bone disease, all sorts of problems, all related to celiac disease, and all of that we're able to tie back to our understanding of how celiac disease works. But we also know that celiac disease, while the gluten-free diet is a really good treatment, it does have limitations, and I'm going to talk about those in a little bit. But again, this is something that until recently was controversial, but I think now is beginning to have general acceptance in most communities. So I want to transition now to where we're going in celiac disease by talking a little bit about what I think we really still need to know. What's really important that we don't know about celiac disease? And while I think we know a lot of the fundamentals, I think there's some really basic clinical questions that are surprising that we don't know the answer to today. So some of them. So what are the benefits of achieving mucosal healing? Everyone wants their intestinal lining to be healed, but what does that contribute to long-term health? And actually, what do we mean when we say mucosal healing? What does it mean to have a healed intestine with celiac disease? Does it look 100% like somebody without celiac disease, or can it have still a little bit of ongoing damage, but still give you enough benefits to consider yourself totally healed? Is serologic remission important? We follow blood tests in celiac disease like IgA, tissue transcontaminase, TTG antibodies. Is it important that those go away? Is it okay if your intestine is healed, but you still have elevated blood tests? We really don't know the answer to that question. Some other things that are more sort of how people live their lives with celiac disease. What's the symptomatic and quality of life burden of treated celiac disease? And how does that vary in different parts of the world? And what are patterns of healthcare utilization and work and school performance, both before and after diagnosis? We're learning more about this, and there's some interesting data suggesting that celiac patients, especially before they get diagnosed, actually can use a lot of healthcare resources bouncing around the system trying to get a diagnosis before that is actually made. School and work performance, I think it's an interesting mixed bag from what we're seeing, but we still don't know a lot about the improvements you see post-diagnosis, but also the ongoing limitations. We also don't know how many patients never start or stop the gluten-free diet and what happens to them. I know that especially for an audience like this, it might seem sort of hard to believe, but we know people are out there who give up the gluten-free diet after some time, but we really know very little about their long-term health. There's also other questions that I think are related, but are really more related to how we want to improve quality of care for people living with celiac disease. So these are questions like, what predicts remission or time to remission? And when remission, we can use that broadly. Is it remission of symptoms going away? Is it blood tests? Is it biopsy? What is the distribution risk factors for gluten exposure? We know, and I'll give you a little bit of data on this, we know that gluten-free doesn't mean gluten-free. Everyone gets exposed to gluten. It's just about how much and how often. What are the rates and predictors of other sort of quality metrics? How many people get a bone density out there? That's a standard test that everyone with celiac disease should have, as a bone mineral density test to look for low bone density. How many people, I'd be curious, how many people out there have had one? How often are people going to see a dietitian, the cornerstone of therapy? How many people have had vaccinations for flu and pneumonia, which are generally recommended for people with celiac disease? What are the other barriers to effective celiac disease treatment? And what treatments in addition to a gluten-free diet might be beneficial? So I think there's a lot of basic questions that we as experts just don't know. And so we can't talk and educate people about the best way to treat celiac disease. So one of the problems and one of the reasons we don't know this is what I call the missing celiac disease population. So everything we know in celiac disease is based on two populations: the health conscious well, and these are the people, and I'm sure there's many people like that out on the call today, who know they know they have celiac disease, they know it's an important condition, they're invested in their care, and even when they're feeling well, they realize that this is a lifelong autoimmune disorder and they should have follow-up. So they go to doctors who know about celiac disease, they go to academic centers and make sure they're seeing people with good knowledge of celiac disease so they can be followed appropriately. There's also people with celiac disease who are complicated and unwell, so they're so sick they can't really avoid being seen, and often in academic centers. And so we publish a lot based on these patients who we see in clinic either because they're really invested or because they're really unwell. But there's a big population in the middle who we don't know much about because they don't come back to academic centers. They're not showing up in papers that we publish and databases that we have. And you could be very much understandable to think that maybe there's nothing to worry about with this silent majority. If they're not coming to the doctor, they must be doing okay, right? And I think a lot of us as clinicians can fall into that trap of thinking that. So we don't really know. Again, we know very little about this population, but some of the things we do know about them actually suggest that maybe we shouldn't be so confident that these people with celiac disease out there that we don't know are doing fine. And I think one of my favorite pieces of data to document this came from Sweden. They have a very large and advanced celiac disease database there. And a study done by Jonathan Ludvigsen and my friend Ben Liebois up at Columbia looked at patients. They had tens of thousands of patients with celiac disease in this database, followed for decades, showed that having ongoing intestinal damage was not a predictor of mortality, of increased death rate. So that sounds pretty good at first. The people seem to be doing fine, even if they don't have ongoing intestinal damage, although this was a risk factor for other things that you don't want, but it wasn't a risk factor for mortality. But interestingly, mortality was associated with not having a follow-up biopsy. So there was something about the people who didn't get follow-up, even in a place with sophisticated celiac disease understanding and medical care like Sweden, where if you weren't followed up, you didn't do as well. And we don't really understand this, but I think it's enough reason for me as a clinician to be a little nervous that we're missing something important in the celiac disease community. And this is a little bit of foreshadowing toward the end, but I'll say it at the beginning just because it's important. It's a plea for the general celiac community to become more involved in research so we can understand better the outcomes associated with celiac disease. So I've taken you through some of the big discoveries in the past of celiac disease that have gotten us to where we are today. And if you follow the timelines, we have the 1940s with the gluten-free diet, the 1970s with genes, the 1990s with new blood tests. So you seem to get a good breakthrough in celiac disease about every 25 to 30 years. So if you're following it along, you'll realize that we're about due for something in celiac disease. And the question is, what might it be? And so think about it a little bit. I'm going to give you my thought about what's coming in celiac disease and what that next breakthrough will be in the coming years. I'm hopeful. But before we do, let's move on to a related topic about therapy of celiac disease. So let thy food be thy medicine. That's a quote from Hippocrates, 400 AD. So obviously, we all know this, the strict gluten-free diet is the only accepted treatment for celiac disease. And this has worked great. And the outcomes for celiac disease compared to how they were before the gluten-free diet are night and day. Celiac disease was a fatal condition for kids with celiac disease before the gluten-free diet was established. But we know that there are very few diseases out there that are treated solely with diet. There's lots of diseases, however, that diet is an important part of therapy. Fatty liver disease, eosinophilic esophagitis, migraine headaches, type 2 diabetes. For all of these, diet is a really important cornerstone of therapy. But it's not the only therapy. And we have data now suggesting that maybe we should think of the gluten-free diet as the only therapy made for celiac disease as well. And here's some data that suggests that might be the truth. This is a study from David Sanders out of the UK, a very large study looking at how satisfied people were in the UK with celiac disease. And UK, especially when the study was done, was everyone on the gluten-free diet actually got a stipend to help pay for the gluten-free diet, showing that even there in the UK, the most common response to how satisfied they were with the gluten-free diet was poor. And although gluten-free diet foods have really improved in the last decade, there isn't really good data that this has changed a lot. This is a study that came out of my group at Harvard, where we asked patients with lots of different medical conditions about how difficult their therapy was. Higher rates are more difficult and lower rates are less difficult. And surprisingly, perhaps, or maybe not surprisingly, depending on how you fall on this, celiac disease was actually the second most burdensome therapy rated compared to all these other diseases. The only thing that was worse was end-stage kidney disease with people on hemodialysis. Every other therapy, whether it was type 1 diabetes, whether it was inflammatory bowel disease, reflux, everyone else rated their therapy as easier than the gluten-free diet. So we do think that based at least on patient satisfaction, there's some room to improve. But yet despite this, the gluten-free diet is the only available treatment we have regardless of patient status. And in an era when we talk a lot about individualized health and personalized medicine, I think celiac disease is sort of the opposite of that right now. If you look at these patient types, and I think they should be familiar to a lot of you out there. We have patient 1, a 37-year-old female with celiac disease. She's got gene positive for DQ2 and DQ8. She's been well controlled on a gluten-free diet for 10 years. We say, continue on a gluten-free diet. We have an 18-year-old male who is just DQ2 positive, recently diagnosed with anemia, no GI symptoms. We tell him, go on a gluten-free diet. We have a 64-year-old woman with celiac disease, but she's got persistent abdominal pain, diarrhea, and weight loss. We tell her to try harder at the gluten-free diet, right? Stop eating out so much. And then we have a 2-year-old girl who was just found to have a blood test positive for celiac disease and a gene test based on family history, no symptoms, no clinical issues. And we tell her, well, I guess it's time to go on a gluten-free diet. And this, to me, I think does not feel very very individualized care. It's also not, I think it turns people away both from getting diagnosed, but also from actually caring for celiac disease because it just is not very satisfying. And to add to that, we also know that response to diet is incomplete. We know that for people with celiac disease who have ongoing symptoms, the most common reason, whether it's an adult or children, is gluten exposure. Although this is a workup and really needs a thoughtful evaluation. If you do have ongoing celiac disease, I would urge you to go see your physician and talk about this because there's a lot of different possibilities beyond just gluten exposure that can cause ongoing symptoms. And most interestingly, we have a new technology that's just come out in the last few years that you may or may not be familiar with. This is called gluten immunogenic peptide. So this is a really clever idea that gluten is not well digested. And if it's not well digested, you should be able to find it in stool and urine and then have an objective test to say whether somebody's gotten exposed to gluten or not. And so we've never been able to do this, but in the last couple of years, these tests have been available. You can look at gluten, both the stool and urine, so little bits of gluten, 50 milligrams or more a day. So that's about the size of a small crouton maybe, or a teeny pasta. So anything significant that you got exposed to accidentally should show up on these tests. And this is a study that was using that came out of Spain. Again, these were all patients who had seen a dietitian. They were on the gluten-free diet for more than a year, and thought they were following a strict gluten-free diet. And what they saw was that everyone was getting exposed to gluten. You just had to follow them for long enough. So this was a short study. It only looked at people over a short period of time. But what you see is in even very small kids, 0 to 3 years old, you had about 10 or 15% of infants getting exposed to gluten who are supposed to be on a gluten-free diet. This rose to about 30% in 4 to 12-year-olds. And in adults, especially in men, adults and adolescents, 60% over a short 2-week window were getting exposed to gluten, about 30% of women. So women doing a better job than the men out there, but still a really unacceptably high rate of gluten exposure in a European country which has a pretty evolved gluten-free diet in patients who had all been followed by physicians and dietitians. So this really sort of bringing home the point that even people doing their best on a gluten-free diet are getting exposed to gluten. So keep those numbers in mind for just a second for the next slide. So 10, 15% in young kids, 30% in older kids, and 30 to 60% in adults. And I want to map this out on a different study. This is another study that came out of that Swedish database, looking at your chances of having intestinal healing on a gluten-free diet. And as you see, so persistent villus atrophy, so 10%. So moving on up that slope, the older you are, the less likely you are to have full healing of your intestine. But the numbers actually look remarkably similar to what I just showed you. 10 to 15% in young kids, 20 to 30% in older kids, and then 50% or more in adults and older and onward, suggesting that really that not only do adults have a harder time healing, but this increased gluten exposure is probably translating into a failure to be able to heal people's
Sorry,
intestines.
Dr. Leffler, you're very quiet now, suddenly.
Sorry about that.
Lean in.
Is that any better?
Still quite quiet.
Let me see.
It suddenly dropped in volume by like half.
Really? Okay.
There is an option for you to phone in if necessary.
I think that might be what I would do that. Sorry, everyone out there. What's going on? But let me switch my connection.
Under the mute sign, there's a way you can you can switch to phone if necessary.
I'm trying to do that as we speak. Not letting me. 1 second. Let me try one more thing. I think I got it.
That sounds a bit better.
Yeah, is that better?
Yes.
Yes, better.
Okay. Great. All right. Sorry about that, everyone. Let me then, and I'm still sharing my screen, right?
It's still quiet, but it's better.
All right. Am I still sharing my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So again, intestinal damage is ongoing. Gluten exposure is common. So where does that leave us, and what do I think is coming next? And maybe you've guessed this already. Hopefully, if you've been able to hear me.
It's back to being faint again, I'm afraid.
I'm having trouble. I can't seem to get the button to.
Maybe if everybody can turn up their own volumes on their own side, that might help. You can call in by using your phone as well.
I will try to do that 1 second. Sorry about this, everyone. I'm gonna call in.
People are saying when they turn up their volume, they can hear you a bit better. So.
Not okay. 301. 715.
Just make sure you mute your computer audio. Yeah, just as long as you switch the kind of audio.
Echo.
A lot of people are saying they're just turning up their volumes and headset. We're getting lots of great technical advice on the chat line. Thanks for your patience, everyone. We knew we were going to have a technical difficulty. We're going to see. Yeah, Mark, you have any quick jokes for us?
Oh, those are coming. At least it seems the majority of people seem to be all right. And I think he's already dialing in.
All right.
Oh, just make sure you mute your.
Sorry, when I tried to dial in, it wouldn't let me unmute. So hopefully I'll yell okay. And hopefully people can do their best. Sorry about that, everyone.
Hear you great now.
Yep, you're okay now.
All right, well, let's cross our fingers. All right, so after that, you've had lots of time to sort of see this slide, I guess. So what I believe will be the next big therapy, next big breakthrough in celiac disease is effective non-dietary therapy. So not just though because of the limitations of the gluten-free diet that I went through. So first of all, let's just go back to this pathophysiology slide, which I warned you was coming back. So we know a lot about celiac disease, and so this allows us to really make really targeted approaches for how to try to treat celiac disease or augment the gluten-free diet. And there's ways looking at all of these pathways. I'm not going to go through these, that's not the point of this talk, but whether it's breaking down gluten, preventing gluten from getting in, stopping tissue transcontaminase or promoting immune tolerance, blocking the cytokines or affecting our microbiome, I think all of these are interesting pathways to affect celiac disease. And so maybe in the future, the gluten-free diet may be one of a number of options, allowing us to really individualize care. So going back to those 4 patients I talked about before, for patient 1, our 37-year-old woman with celiac disease who's been on a gluten-free diet for 10 years, maybe we'll give her a glutenase or a tight junction regulator to help reduce the burden of a gluten-free diet. Maybe for the 18-year-old male with no symptoms, but has anemia and just got diagnosed, maybe we'll try tolerance induction for him and he won't need a gluten-free diet. For the 64-year-old woman with refractory celiac disease, maybe for her we'll do cytokine inhibition also with a gluten-free diet. And for the 2-year-old girl who was just diagnosed with a blood test, maybe we'll be able to alter her microbiome and make dietary recommendations that prevent her from ever getting celiac disease. And so this is really the hope for the future, but it's going to take a little bit to get there. So, but even more than just treating those 4 types of patients, I want to go really what's going to seem a little off in left field, but bear with me for a second, and I hope it'll make sense. But I think celiac disease non-dietary therapies will be transformative in a much larger way than just for people who take these medications. And the case study I want to give from medicine is erectile dysfunction. I know, very weird, very different to be hearing about at a celiac conference. But I think it is as a helpful lesson from medical history for a couple of reasons. So prior to the 1980s, to give you some history, erectile dysfunction was considered an uncommon psychological disorder. And this was actually in a textbook. All sexual dysfunction is caused by a single factor, anxiety. And that I think is very analogous to celiac disease, where right now there is a feeling among many things, and you'll find this in papers and textbooks, that the only reason that people don't do well in celiac disease on a gluten-free diet is if they're cheating. So I think this is the analogy to erectile dysfunction. In the 1980s, however, the first surgical and injectable treatments were approved. And suddenly this was a ground shift. It went from everything's anxiety to 80% of erectile dysfunction comes from physical problems. It also signaled the emergence of the urologist as a primary care coordinator for patients. So these were not great therapies, these initial therapies, but what they did is open up people's minds in the medical community and the patient community that it wasn't a psychological disease, it was real biologic disease. And actually research and care in this field exploded. So you see on the left, visits per 100,000, suddenly increasing because it was a new therapy. You also saw publications increasing in the same way, right from that initial understanding. And it opened up our minds for how to treat vascular conditions well beyond this. Really, we had a new understanding of how peripheral vascular disease works. And even people without this condition have benefited greatly from the science that came out of this initial new therapeutic understanding. And I think it's going to be very similar for celiac disease, where the first therapies, they may not be the best therapies, but they're going to open up the doors for a really new understanding of how to treat immune-mediated and food-related diseases. That's going to have wide-ranging effects. So we have a bright future ahead of us, I think, in this. I want to come back, and this is courtesy of Francisco Leon, who gave me the slide to adapt. If you look back 10 years ago, there was only a couple of small companies working in celiac disease, and they were all working on just a few different parts of the pathway. Some of these are around, some of these are not. But look at us today. There are so many companies, there's so many types of approaches affecting every little bit of the celiac pathway that we understand. And this gives me confidence that not only will we have great successes, we'll have great options so that different types of people, different types of patients will have different choices about what is right for them, if anything is helpful on top of a gluten-free diet. So we need more participation. And this is really, again, one of my key messages. I think we're on the verge of this next breakthrough in celiac disease, but we can't do it without all of you. And there are many types of celiac research. If you want to get involved, it's not just about a clinical trial of a new medicine. There are registries, there are behavioral interventions, there's non-therapeutic, all sorts of interventions. So I would ask you to keep in touch with the CCA. They have great information on their website. Keep in touch with your local academic group across Canada and see what they're doing in celiac disease. And to this end, I want to give them a little bit of help here by talking about gluten in research. And this is something that no one really likes to talk about because we spend all our time as clinicians telling people to avoid gluten. But then in research, we often ask them to start taking a little bit of gluten in under a monitored circumstance. And this field can feel very strange and paradoxical. So I want to just give you some facts about gluten exposure in research because it is important. We would not be here where we are today if it was not for gluten challenge and not for people's willingness to, under carefully controlled circumstances, to eat gluten and understand us and help us understand better what happens in the body. So first, acute damage does not equal chronic damage. Chronic damage is a very different thing that happens with untreated celiac disease. It's very different how the body sees it with acute gluten exposure. An analogy for this is, sunburns, right? If we get chronic sun injury, we know that's a risk for skin cancer. But if you get a burn on your stove, which all of us do from time to time, that doesn't cause skin cancer. It's the acute damage is very different than the chronic damage. So long-term risks that we talk about with poorly controlled celiac disease do not apply to gluten challenge because this is acute exposure, not chronic. Gluten exposure, again, one of the most important research tools we have in celiac disease. And in a carefully monitored study, it should be considered safe. It can cause symptoms, GI and non-GI, elevated blood tests, small intestinal inflammation, but it won't cause increased risks of long-term complications, permanent damage to the small intestine, or ongoing symptoms after the study is complete. Most people get back to normal within a few days. But there are people for whom gluten challenge is not recommended. So if you're pregnant or planning pregnancy in the near future, not a great time to think about this. Or if you have severe celiac-related neurologic conditions, such as gluten ataxia. But that being said, I think the vast majority of people can tolerate it and can be incredibly helpful. So I want to highlight a couple of celiac disease research opportunities that I found either through awareness or looking online at the CCA website or on clinicaltrials.gov, and I'll give you those sites at the next slide. So there's the proactive study, anti-IL-15 for gluten-free diet and non-responsive celiac disease, sponsored Prevention Bio, one of the sponsors of this conference. We have two celiac disease studies coming up that are sponsored by Takeda, one of TAC-101. This is a nanoparticle to induce tolerance, and the other one is TAC-062, a glutenase to break down gluten. And then there's another one that's ongoing in AGY-101, which is an egg yolk-derived antigliadin antibody. So there's 4 either ongoing or upcoming Canadian celiac disease therapeutic trial opportunities. Oh, and there's the website information. As usual, the CCA gives you great information, but there's also clinicaltrials.gov, which is a great place to look for celiac disease research-related information. So just to conclude, celiac disease present in virtually every population, but gluten exposure is ongoing despite our best efforts. We know that people aren't achieving the type of outcomes we really like, and we have more room to improve, both in the way we monitor, but also the type of treatments we have. And as I mentioned, I think novel therapeutics will really alter all aspects of celiac disease care, increasing diagnosis, encouraging monitoring, and improving outcomes. And really key, and I'll leave this up while we answer some questions in whatever time is left. But really, this is an incredibly exciting time in celiac disease. I think we have the ability to change the future, but we need participation. And so participate in research and be a part of history. So apologies again for the technical issues, but thanks everyone for your time and attention. And Mark, whatever time we have left, happy to try to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your patience as well. It was inspiring seeing all those all the companies that are working on treatments, therapies, cures, hopefully for celiac disease. Very, very different from when I was diagnosed 15 years ago. So just before we get into questions, numerous people have asked about these slides being available and others. We are going to, like some of the presenter slides can be shared, others cannot because of unpublished data and that kind of thing. So the CCA will be sending out to all who registered information on the slide content that can be shared probably in the next week or two. So stay tuned for that. And thanks for all the questions. We have a lot of questions. I will not be able to get to all of them, but some of your questions were very specific to Canada, or they were more about for a dietitian than for Dr. Leffler. Just if your question doesn't get asked, it doesn't mean we ignored it. We'll be asking some of those questions for other speakers if they were more appropriate for them. Before we get to Q&A, I'm just going to announce some prize winners. We'll be giving out prizes in between the speakers and the Q's and A's. These 2 prizes are kindly donated by MS Prebiotic. So they provide healthy nutritional supplements, a flavorless powder that acts as a superfood, and it helps the healthy bacteria in your gut. It's a great way to help increase the health of your digestive system. They have a patented natural prebiotic that comes from potatoes, and it's grown, processed, and packaged in Canada. MS Prebiotic is also certified with the gluten-free certification program. And each of these prize packs is an $85 value. So the winners are Carol Claire Dalton of Toronto, Ontario, and Deborah Barrett of Brandon, Manitoba. Congratulations, and stay tuned for many more prizes to be awarded today. So we've got a lot of questions in the hopper. Again, don't raise your hand. That doesn't accomplish anything because everyone's muted. And please put your questions in the Q&A box, not in the chat box. And I mentioned earlier about power issues. My power just flickered, but hopefully we'll be all right. So Dr. Leffler, yeah, like I mentioned, a lot of questions here. I'm going to try to cover the questions that would apply to the broadest audience of people, maybe not so much the ones that are highly specific. So we had a lot of questions about how can I participate in research. So thank you for covering those in your in the last couple of slides. And the CCA will be sure to share information about what trials and that sort of thing that Canadians can participate in, because I know I got ruled out for one being a Canadian. I know the feeling. So a little bit about follow-up biopsies. You mean getting an endoscopy after a celiac diagnosis, after someone's been eating gluten-free? Is that supported by the general medical community? We've had some people who say, my gastroenterologist said that's not needed. Is there a time frame? Like, when do you recommend we get one after going gluten-free? And then maybe a little bit on the applicability of biopsies for children too.
Yeah, so that is a great and controversial area that we have no clear answer for. But, in the guidelines, and I think it is clear that everyone should consider it. It should be part of the conversation you have with your doctor. Should I have a follow-up endoscopy? The best time to do this is probably a year or two out from diagnosis, when you've been on the gluten-free diet for a while. Too soon, and it's not very informative. 10 years later, you may have missed a window to improve things if you haven't. So usually a year or two out, I think it's worth having that conversation. And so, I think it's a place where an individualized approach really does make sense. In my practice, I would say about half of people have a follow-up biopsy, and it really depends on how they're doing, how their symptoms are, how their blood tests are, if they have other risk factors, how confident I am that their disease is well controlled based on non-invasive methodology. So it is something to discuss, and that is very clear in the guidelines, but not everyone needs it. And it's the same in adults and kids, and I think there's some groups where everyone gets a follow-up biopsy, and I think that's also within the guidelines, but it's not my personal approach.
Thank you. Melissa, I'll warn you, my power is flickering repeatedly. I'm going to try to turn on my Wi-Fi hotspot if I do lose power here, so hopefully I'll be back momentarily if I do drop.
Okay, and I do have the script, so just in case.
Yep. Can you speak, Dr. Leffler, what the main impacts to the microbiome that might increase the risk for celiac disease, and what do you think about probiotics and how that could help stave this off?
Yeah. So I think it's becoming accepted, and again, a lot of that work comes out of McMaster, but there's other work from Mass General and others showing that the type of things we're exposed to in our infancy can change our microbiome and either increase or decrease our risk of developing celiac disease and other autoimmune diseases. I mean, some of the classic data on this looks at C-section and breastfeeding, all of which we know change our microbiome. So we know that there are changes that occur and they can precede actual development of celiac disease. What we're not sure is how to change that and what to do. So as of this point, I think we could say that the microbiome is a really important reason why some people develop celiac disease and some people don't. But we're just starting to figure out what changes occur and what we can actually prevent and fix, or so to speak, so to reduce the risk. So I don't think there's anything we can recommend today that says, if you're at risk, take this, or if you have celiac disease, you should take that. But I do think this is an area that in the future, I'm hoping we'll be able to have real recommendations about that will improve celiac disease control and maybe even reduce its frequency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, especially for people having children or thinking like, what is every precaution I can take to prevent them from getting celiac disease? And it's the research is still ongoing is usually the answer, and we give them could you speak a bit about gluten ataxia? Not everyone knows what it is. If you might define it, and and also for infants and young children, how to spot it, and how quickly could you expect improvement after going on the gluten-free diet for kids and adults?
Right, so a lot of questions in that. So gluten ataxia is one of a spectrum of celiac-related neurologic issues. So celiac disease can affect the nervous system, we know that, and it can do many different things. The more common are things like headaches or peripheral neuropathy, when your fingers and hands are sort of numb and tingly. That can be caused by celiac disease. It can be related to epilepsy, but that's usually for when celiac disease is very young. Gluten ataxia is a condition that affects your brain and makes it hard to balance. Is a way of thinking of ataxia. That usually only happens to older adults who have had celiac disease, untreated celiac disease for a long, long time. So it's not something that's generally seen in kids. Most of the other gluten-related neurologic issues will reverse, although it can take a long time, a year or two to reverse. Gluten ataxia will typically stabilize, but not necessarily improve after going gluten-free, which is why we don't like to do a gluten challenge, because then it can worsen again and you may not be improved back to your baseline. But it is a very rare but severe condition. And if you're having balance difficulties and have celiac disease, that's certainly something to talk to your doctor about.
And you meant, just speaking of severe conditions, someone asked what RCD stood for in your slides. I believe that was refractory celiac disease.
Yeah, refractory celiac disease. So that is in about 1% of people with celiac disease, a very small number. The gluten-free diet is no longer enough to get control of celiac disease, and they have ongoing severe intestinal damage despite going gluten-free. And so we term these people refractory celiac disease, and they require other medications and treatments other than the gluten-free diet to try to get adequate disease control.
You touched on the gluten challenge. I know the research on that's been evolving a bit as well. Like if people go gluten-free and then they want to get tested for celiac, for how long do they need to be eating gluten to ensure accurate blood test or endoscopy results?
Yeah, so this is something that is evolving. It used to be that we'd say months and months of gluten before we'd retest people. In general, now based on what we can do today, I would recommend 4 to 6 weeks of a serving a day of gluten, so 2 slices of bread or something like that, to really to try to get accurate results. If you can't tolerate that, oftentimes we can get results within 2 weeks. But the longer you go, the better of a test it'll be. I am hopeful, though, there's a number of emerging technologies that should allow us with good confidence to have a single dose gluten challenge. So one dose of gluten, get some follow-up blood testing a couple hours later, and have a pretty good idea of whether you have celiac disease or not. That is not quite ready for prime time, but I'm very optimistic about that in the coming years.
Sounds fabulous. I know it was a solid 6 weeks when I did the challenge back in 05. You mentioned pneumonia briefly, I believe. Some people asking, especially in the era of COVID, getting the recommendations on getting the flu and pneumonia vaccine. Is there any concerns with celiac disease patients getting it? Is it fully effective, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so we know that people with celiac disease have a higher risk of some types of infections. Fortunately, COVID does not appear to be one of them. The data that we have so far suggests that the risks are about average. And so it's really, age and other comorbidities, not celiac disease, that drives complications of COVID. But for other infections like pneumonia, that we know that celiac disease outcomes can be worse. And so in general, although this is not widely done, I do recommend a flu shot every year and a pneumonia vaccine for people with celiac disease. And the evidence we have suggests that especially if the celiac disease is well controlled, they're just as effective in people with celiac disease as people without celiac disease.
And in terms of ingesting gluten, some people say, I don't get any symptoms, so I guess I wasn't gluten. People have varying symptoms, widely varying symptoms in there, but I just want to confirm the damage that's done internally to someone is the same, no matter whether they have symptoms or not after eating gluten.
Yeah, so that is correct. The damage in your intestine does not correlate very well with the type of symptoms. And some people can have very little symptoms and people can have a lot. And that doesn't necessarily correlate with more or less intestinal damage. The other part of that, though, is not everyone has the same sensitivity to gluten. Some people can tolerate a little bit, and this is why it takes some people 6 weeks to have a gluten challenge to see damage. Other people within a week will have severe damage. So we know that even not just symptoms, but the way your intestine responds to gluten can be different between people too. But we just don't have great ways of monitoring that. So everyone should be strict for that reason.
Certainly. And on genetic testing, I know a lot of folks do genetic testing, especially for children, as a way to possibly rule out celiac disease. But looking forward, do you think that some of the studies going on with regard to the human genome could lead to the genes responsible for celiac being suppressed?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I think that at this point, there's been a number of large studies looking for other genes in a cell, in addition to the HLA, DQ2 and DQ8, which are the ones that people will test for today to sort of rule in or rule out celiac disease if they're negative, or understand risk of kids having celiac disease if they're at risk due to a family history. There seem to be a lot of other genes that have a little bit of a role, but no other big genes that really point in one direction or another. So based on what we know today, I actually think that it's unlikely that further genetic tests beyond HLA are going to be really helpful in clinical care.
And this might need to be a last one. So someone's mentioning about going out to restaurants and getting gluten by accident. They took the enzyme DPP4 for mitigating the trace effects of trace amounts of gluten. And are these kind of things helpful? We see products in pharmacies and that claiming to gluten cutter and that sort of thing. Can you speak on the efficacy of those as well as these enzymes?
Sure. So that's an area that I really wish there was better testing and a better standardization for how to test those. The very few ones that have been tested at the over-the-counter, and been studying it here a couple of years ago, show that they were not, the ones they tested were not very effective. And so I think I would be very skeptical, and I caution my patients against using them just because I don't know if they work, and I don't want them to be falsely reassured and take risks that they would if thinking that they will be protected when they may not be. So I think this is an area that the celiac community really does need to push for, because all of these things can be tested and should be tested to see if they really do work. So for now, I remain deeply concerned that these are not protected in the way they are labeled.
Yeah, no, we certainly echo those concerns. Generally, don't waste your money on the the gluten cutters and that you see in the pharmacy if you have celiac disease or gluten sensitivity. I might throw one more in just because this impacts a lot of people about ongoing chronic fatigue, even when you've treated with the gluten-free diet. Any suggestions on people who are at their wits' end?
Yeah, fatigue is a really, really tough one because it can be caused by so many things. But I think you really do need to look at a couple of different aspects if you have ongoing fatigue. One is the state disease really controlled as well as you think it is? And these are some of the times that we do the repeat biopsy just to say, listen, I don't know, maybe the fatigue is related to ongoing inflammation, but I'm not going to know unless I do a biopsy. Could be related to nutritional deficiencies. And we know that even the gluten-free diet, something that was actually done by Shelley Case, so the gluten-free diet has its own nutritional deficiencies. So are you deficient in something you haven't been tested for? Or is this an unrelated thing? Sleep problems are common, right? Or other autoimmune diseases are tracked with celiac disease. Should you be looking at thyroid or other things? So it really does need to be a thoughtful, sort of comprehensive evaluation if you are having ongoing significant fatigue.
Yeah, I know the association between celiac disease and other autoimmune disorders is something that everyone needs to be aware of, especially things like thyroid disease and others that can also cause fatigue, and anemia certainly is something many of us have struggled with too. All right, I think we'll cut it off there. Thanks so much, Dr. Loeffler, and thanks for your patience through the technical challenges. We really appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
So, folks, again, for those whose questions we didn't get to, we will still ask some of them to later speakers. We had probably twice the number of questions for which we had time. So, thanks for your patience. I know we're trying to choose the ones that impact the biggest amount of people. So, at the conference that we did in May, for those of you who were on, you might remember me torturing you with my sense of humor. So why would this event be any different, right? I was thinking of how I can most make you snicker or face palm, as millennials will say. But this time I'm going to give you some imagery instead of just using my voice. So I'm going to treat you to my personal gluten-free meme collection. For any of those who have read newsletters of the CCA that had a hand in, I like to throw memes in there. Yes, again, I'm a millennial. We use memes. That's how we communicate. So after each speaker, you're going to get 3 of them, my top picks. And remember, it's our sense of humor that keeps us united as celiacs. So we're going to put on our first one. Melissa, the screen is not shared right now. Oh, it's coming. Okay. So yeah, for those of you who are active on social media, you've probably seen endless memes about if 2020 was XYZ. Here's one for us. Obviously an exaggeration. Like if 2020 was a bread, I don't think I'd want to touch it at all. But I say that even having been married this year. But hopefully no one has encountered any bread like this. But we've come close. Still on our bread theme, take a look at these scary people. I think Vladimir Gluten, I think, is my personal favorite. And I give credit to my wife for sharing that one with me. And some Ziggy for you. This kind of gives a whole new meaning to gluten-free toaster. Why is my toaster broken? So let's make those smiles bigger with some prizes. Now these are big ones. Daiya Foods is a Canada-based dairy alternative food company. They produce dairy-free cheeses, pizzas, cheesecake, that's very good, burritos, sauces, and more. From the ooey gooey goodness of a grilled cheese to the rich and creamy taste of fruit-kissed yogurt, all their products taste great and are free from gluten, soy, dairy, eggs, peanuts, fish, and shellfish. So this grand prize includes 50 free product coupons for Daiya products. This is a $300 value. And congratulations to our winner, Debbie Nofts of Bedford, Nova Scotia. Now, okay, let's do some more for Daiya. We have they gave us generously gave us another free 50 free product coupons that we're going to give away. So the Debbie got 50 free product coupons, a $300 value. These are going to be runner-up prizes. We'll give each winner will get 25 free product coupons worth $150 for each winner, and those winners are both from where I'm from, Ottawa, Ontario, Jane Buckingham from Ottawa, and Annette Charon of Ottawa. Congratulations. And we're going to move now into our first commercial break. This is also sponsored by Day of Foods. Thanks again to them for their support of the CCA. So we'll be on break till a quarter past the hour. Quarter to the hour if you're in Newfoundland and Labrador, and we'll see you then for our next speaker. So we're going to be having a video, some videos playing during the commercial break, compliments of Dea.
Okay, team. Did we get that bug fixed we talked about in last week's meeting? Steph?
Got it covered.
Ooh, did you bring enough nachos for everyone?
Oh, yeah, of course. Coming in hot.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Ben.
All right.
Hey Ben, you forgetting anyone? Hook me up.
I didn't hear.
The nachos.
I think your mic is probably busted.
Dea, enjoy the unexpected.
Daddy about to eat. Yes, he is. Mmm. Mmm. You want nacho? Yes.
Hey, Missy, can I get a baby nachos?
No.
Don't listen to her.
Dea, enjoy the unexpected.
Alexa, play classical music. Right.
Dea, enjoy the unexpected.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you're able to get a coffee or tea or use the washroom. We're going to dive now into our second presentation. Let me just close this window here. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Adriana Moudry, the recipient of the 2019 Dr. J.A. Campbell Young Investigator Award from the Canadian Celiac Association. The overall goal of Adriana's research program is to contribute and expand knowledge in the area of nutritional epidemiology, and she has a specific interest in dietary intakes, food consumption patterns, and the impact of target foods and fortification policies on diet quality and health. Adriana is currently a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Manitoba in the Department of Food and Human Nutritional Sciences. Dr. Moudry, thanks for joining us. The floor is all yours.
Great. Oh, it says I can't share screen while other participants are sharing.
Just stand by. Can you try now? I think Melissa just had to unshare, but you should be able to now. There we go.
Perfect.
We see it. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. So as Mark mentioned, I was the fortunate recipient of last year's J.A. Campbell Young Investigator Award from the Canadian Celiac Association. And I'm really pleased to present some of my results from that project that was entitled Against the Grain, Characterizing Dietary Gluten Avoidance in the Canadian Pediatric and Adult Population. So Mark, I'm also a millennial. I come also with memes. As I'm sure many of you watching know, gluten has been a major buzzword, not only in the field of food and nutrition over the past few years, but it's also become part of our everyday cultural lexicon and launched, many memes. This is just a small handful that I found in a quick Google search. And again, I understand I'm speaking to many of you who are members of the CCA, and in the poll earlier, I think it was something like 65% of you have celiac disease, that I'm positive could tell me the exact definition of gluten. But just to start off today's presentation on a lighter note, it seems that really isn't the case with everybody.
All right, for me, how it affects my body.
But what is gluten?
This is pretty sad because I don't know. Gluten's in bread. It's a flour derivative wheat.
It's a flour derivative?
It's like bread. It's like that pastries.
It's in those things?
Yeah, it's in those things.
But what is it exactly?
Gluten is it's like a grain, right?
So if you hadn't seen it, that clip was part of a skit from Jimmy Kimmel back in 2013, kind of when the gluten-free craze was picking up steam, especially among people who didn't necessarily have a reason to exclude it from their diet. People, as we saw those two gentlemen, who didn't even know what it was that they weren't eating. Maybe that's changed over the past 7 years. But if you do have the chance, I'd recommend going to YouTube and watching the whole thing. It's pretty funny, and I think with 2020, we could all use some humor in our lives right now. Oh, so very briefly, gluten is formed by two proteins, gliadin and glutenin, when they interact to form a matrix. Here in Canada, common foods in our food supply that contain gluten are primarily wheat-based foods, so things like breads, pastas, other baked goods. But it can also be present in things that people might not expect, so things like ketchup, soy sauce, candy, even non-food items like medications and cosmetics. So according to data from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, gluten-free is the fastest growing food intolerance category in our country. Our neighbors to the south, according to an American research firm, 30% of American adults were interested in avoiding or in cutting down on gluten in their diets. I've certainly noticed an explosion of gluten-free items when I go grocery shopping, and it's estimated that the gluten-free food market is now a multi-billion-dollar industry. However, the increase in the interest of gluten-free foods and the gluten-free diet doesn't correspond with an increase in prevalence of celiac disease, which is estimated to affect about 1% of North Americans, including, I'm sure, many of you watching from home. So almost 1/3 of Canadians, or 10 million of us, are looking for gluten-free products. So this includes about 2.5 million Canadians who require gluten-free products for medical reasons. But the vast majority, more than 7 million, perceive gluten-free products to potentially be a healthier choice for them. So research from the CCA and Ipsos Reid showed that an estimated 10% of Canadians indicated that they were making a special effort to find gluten-free food when buying food for themselves or food for their household. Over the past few years, interest in gluten-free and wheat-free items in Canadian restaurants has been growing steadily. Menu items have reflected this. Since 2013, menu items have increased about 137%, which I'm sure many of you use the little green symbols on menus to navigate what you order. So as Dr. Leffler presented some interesting findings and clinical trials that are ongoing, but to date, the only treatment for celiac disease, non-celiac gluten sensitivity, or wheat allergy is a total and complete dietary avoidance that's known as the gluten-free diet. That's essential for managing signs and symptoms of celiac disease, as well as other conditions associated with ingesting gluten. But we know this can be a difficult task. Certainly the literature in our interactions with members of the Manitoba chapter of the CCA, people have concerns and worries. So things like cross-contamination is a real concern. Although the availability of gluten-free foods has definitely improved with the popularity and public awareness of the gluten-free diet, expense remains a major barrier. So I came across a price comparison study from 2008, and it found that in Canada, on average, gluten-free products were 242% more expensive than regular products. It is getting better as interest in gluten-free items increases and mainstream companies jump on the gluten-free bandwagon, but in 2013, the price difference was still about 162% more expensive. So it is getting better, still not on par. In particular, people who follow a gluten-free diet from lower socioeconomic groups might be recognized to have a higher treatment burden, and higher food costs certainly may impact this. Here in Canada, the Canadian Revenue Agency allows a tax deduction with the purchase of gluten-free products, but it does require a medical note of diagnosis of celiac disease. There's also some evidence that I came across that suggests that people who follow a gluten-free diet may be at risk for lowered intake of certain nutrients. An analysis of the nutrient composition of packaged food products labeled gluten-free and compared to gluten-containing products in a variety of Canadian urban centers found that things like fiber, iron, and folate were significantly lower than the regular items that contain gluten. Fiber, of course, being important for digestive health, and iron and folate being integral to healthy blood cell formation. So certainly there has been an increase in the incidence of celiac disease over the past 25 years. Experts aren't really sure whether this is due to changes in gut microbiome, better diagnostics, better awareness, but gluten-free also seems to be an emerging trendy dietary choice. So the number of people who have gone gluten-free far surpasses the number of people who have celiac disease, wheat allergy, or non-celiac gluten sensitivity. And this trend has been fed by the fad factors, so consumer advice books, social media, celebrity endorsements. Many people in the general public perceive gluten-free products to be healthier, or even to be used as a tool to drive weight loss, even though there's no data that supports health benefits of a gluten-free diet in individuals who don't have a medical reason to do so. So with all of this in mind, and with 10 million Canadians and counting interested in gluten-free products, we thought it was important and pertinent to know who in Canada is eating a gluten-free diet. So we wanted to know what they look like, things like demographics, age, gender, region, and how many of them are there. We wanted to also analyze the location of food preparation and food consumption in individuals who follow this diet. We sought to describe dietary gluten avoidance in relation to other avoidances, so things like dairy, fish, meat. And we also wanted to look at their dietary intakes in terms of nutrients compared to those who didn't avoid gluten. So in order to do this, we got access to a data set called the Canadian Community Health Survey Nutrition. It's a national health survey that collected information from Canadians about their eating habits, use of nutritional supplements, and other health factors by way of a 24-hour dietary recall, as well as a health questionnaire. So what this meant was every single respondent was asked what they ate from midnight to midnight in terms of foods, amounts, occasion, and location, using a 5-step multiple pass method that was developed by the US Department of Agriculture. So the 2015 CCHS, it was fairly recently released by Statistics Canada, It's the newest data set we have that has population level dietary data. The target population in 2015, it covered those 1 year of age or older living in the 10 provinces. So unfortunately, excluded from the survey's coverage were the territories, Indigenous people living on reserve or other remote areas or settlements, full-time members of the Canadian Forces, and the institutionalized population. But in total, the 2015 CCHS had approximately 20,000 respondents, and it represented about 98% of our population. So one of the questions on the health questionnaire portion of the CCHS was about dietary avoidances. So respondents self-reported and answered the following question. Do you completely exclude any of the following foods from your diet? By completely exclude, we mean you never eat it on its own or as part of a prepared dish. So yeah, as you could see, the responses included meat, poultry, fish and shellfish, eggs, dairy products, and gluten. And respondents were able to choose as many answers as applied to them. So unfortunately, there were no follow-ups to these questions. So the CCHS did not ask whether or not respondents had a medical reason for exclusion or if they had celiac disease. So ostensibly, the sample that we'll be reporting on in the next few slides will include people with celiac disease, non-celiac gluten sensitivity, wheat allergies, as well as individuals who adhere to a gluten-free diet for any other reasons. As well, the 2004, which is the earlier version of the CCHS, it didn't ask the same question. So unfortunately, we can't compare the difference in gluten avoidance between 2004 and 2015 in Canada, which are certainly limitations of this study. We're hopeful that if there's a nutrition cycle in the future, that they'll continue to include this question and ask more details about it so that we can see what's happening if the number is getting larger or not. But our main objective, as mentioned, was firstly to answer the question, how many Canadians are avoiding dietary gluten and who isn't eating dietary gluten in Canada? So specifically, according to age group, pediatric or adult, sex, ethnicity, region, education, and household income adequacy. Secondly, we compared location of food consumption and food preparation among Canadians who followed a gluten-free diet and those who did not follow a gluten-free diet. So we wanted to characterize how following this specific diet impacted location of where food is made and where food is eaten by people who avoid gluten compared to Canadians who had other dietary restrictions or Canadians who self-reported having no other restrictions. So CCHS respondents were asked where the food they ate during their dietary recall had been prepared and where it was consumed. And we wanted to differentiate between these two. So options for consumption included home, whether it was respondents or someone else's home, as well as restaurants. So that included things like fast food, restaurants with wait staff, bars, taverns, lounges, school, non-school cafeterias, work, etc. Options for preparation was grouped as home. So if it was home recipe or homemade, restaurant, again, which included things like fast food and takeout, if there was no preparation required, and others. So that included things like dry mix, commercially prepared, or frozen food. And so what we did was we calculated the total calories consumed that were attributed to each location of preparation and consumption between the groups. So our final two objectives were to determine how dietary gluten avoidance coexisted with any other dietary avoidance. So if you hearken back to my previous slide, meat, poultry, fish or shellfish, eggs, and dairy products. And finally, we sought to compare key nutrient intakes between Canadians who avoided dietary gluten and those who had no dietary avoidances based on what we saw suggested in literature, talking with our team, and listening to people's lived experiences. We also wanted to look at their overall diet quality, and we did this by calculating what's called the Healthy Eating Index. So all analyses were completed by myself at the secure location of the Stats Canada Research Data Centre that's located at the University of Manitoba. Research here is conducted is consistent with Research Ethics Board's requirements. Output and results were first reviewed by a Statistics Canada employee to ensure disclosure avoidance prior to release, as well as ensure the confidentiality and anonymity of the CCHS respondents. So moving on to our results and what we found We found that about 2% of Canadians reported avoiding dietary gluten. Canadian females were twice as likely to report dietary gluten avoidance. And this is consistent with research that suggests that celiac disease, at least, is a slightly female predominant disease with a female to male ratio of 2 to 1 or 3 to 1. I've also seen that clinical manifestations of celiac disease may also vary, such that female patients tend to present with more serious side effects and at earlier stages of disease. When we looked at age, Canadians 18 to 49 were more likely to avoid dietary gluten compared with older or younger cohorts. Although some literature suggested that there was a connection between socioeconomic status and celiac disease, we didn't find any difference when we looked at gluten avoidance in relation to household income adequacy. It is possible, especially in patients that don't present with classical symptoms of celiac disease, to have lower diagnosis rates. It's possible that celiac disease may also be under-recognized in this population due to other factors, such as lower rates of health-seeking behavior or access to health care. We also didn't find any differences when we looked at ethnicity, so we grouped respondents by their self-reported answers as Caucasian and non-Caucasian. Also, no differences found in household education levels. So as I mentioned previously, unfortunately, we don't have data on the territories. So people living in Yukon, Northwest Territories, or Nunavut. But looking to the provinces, our results found the highest number of Canadians were located on both coasts. So the highest numbers of dietary gluten avoidance were observed in the Atlantic provinces, followed by British Columbia. Here in the prairies, 2.4% of Canadians avoided dietary gluten, and in both Ontario and Quebec, 1.5% were avoiders. So looking at food preparation and food consumption, overall, most Canadians consume the majority of their meals at home. However, respondents who avoided dietary gluten consumed significantly more calories at home and significantly fewer calories from other locations when compared to respondents who reported any other dietary avoidance, as well as those who had no dietary exclusions. Regarding location of food preparation, the percent calories that were consumed from home prepared foods did not differ significantly among the three groups, while the percent daily energy intake or caloric intake from foods prepared at restaurants was significantly lower among Canadians who avoid dietary gluten compared with those that had other avoidances or those who had no avoidances. And I think what this suggests is that the majority of Canadians who avoid dietary gluten are being quite vigilant in their avoidance. The caloric difference indicates the degree of caution required, particularly potentially stemming from worries about cross-contamination, lack of control and trust over the preparation process. And this certainly has impacts on social life. So looking at dietary avoidances and how they coexisted, over 1/5 of Canadians, or about 23%, who reported avoiding gluten also reported dairy avoidance. And we were somewhat expecting this, especially as some people with celiac disease may also have secondary lactose intolerance during the early stages of treatment due to a loss of lactase, which is the enzyme necessary, caused by gut damage. Canadians who avoided dietary gluten also reported other food avoidances at a proportion higher than the general Canadian population. So about 17% of Canadians who avoided gluten also reported excluding fish and shellfish from their diet. Similar numbers for exclusion of eggs. About 13% of Canadians who avoided dietary gluten also reported avoiding meat, and about 12% also avoided poultry. So as I mentioned before, few gluten-free products are enriched with the vitamins and minerals that gluten-containing grains are, and they're usually lower in things like fiber and some B vitamins. As we just saw, secondary lactose intolerance and dairy avoidance may also affect intakes of things like calcium and vitamin D. So with this in mind, we compared intakes of these nutrients among Canadians based on gluten avoidance, and we compared them to something called the dietary reference intakes, or the DRIs. And the DRIs are a comprehensive set of nutrient reference values for a healthy population. So the closer to 100 is optimal. We also looked at overall diet quality. So as I briefly mentioned before, we calculated something called the Healthy Eating Index that scores diets from 0 to 100 based on how close what the respondent ate aligned with recommendations put forth by Canada's Food Guide to healthy eating. And again, closer to 100 suggests a more healthful or optimal diet. So for time's sake, I just have a few shown in the table today. So if you look at the top of the slide, there was no difference in several nutrients listed, things like thiamine, riboflavin, which are B vitamins, iron, fiber, zinc, or sodium, or in terms of the HEI, the Healthy Eating Index. But we did notice a difference in vitamin D, in calcium, and in folate. So they were significantly lower among Canadians who avoided gluten. So as I mentioned, while individuals avoiding gluten are more likely to also avoid dairy compared to the general Canadian population, we took the analysis a step further. So we took the gluten avoiders and we further divided them into gluten and dairy and just gluten, and we reran the analyses. And when we did that, there was no difference found in calcium and vitamin D intake. So what this suggests is that the lower intakes of vitamin D and calcium among those avoiding gluten, they're not necessarily attributable to, dairy avoidance. And this is definitely something that we should continue to observe. It's also worth noting that all groups had intakes well below the established DRIs for both calcium and vitamin D. The lower intake of folate among Canadians avoiding gluten probably related to the nutrient profile of gluten-free cereal products. So here in Canada, federal law requires manufacturers to add folic acid, which is the synthetic form of folate, to wheat-based breads, flours, and cereals to prevent neural tube defects. So gluten-free foods don't contain wheat, and they're not required to be fortified with folic acid. And this is especially important for women of childbearing age to prevent things like spina bifida and anencephaly. Something interesting that we added to our analyses, I presented last year's December's Manitoba chapter meeting, and we looked at supplement intake after conversations with members of the Manitoba branch. And we did find that significantly more Canadians who did avoid gluten also reported taking a vitamin or mineral supplement in the month prior to the recall. So before I wrap up this afternoon, just to conclude that this study represents the first opportunity to characterize dietary gluten avoidance using a nationally representative sample of Canadians, and provided us with a comprehensive description of Canadians who follow a gluten-free diet. We saw that some individuals who avoid gluten may be at risk for nutritional deficiencies, and this may be further exacerbated by additional dietary avoidances. And as Dr. Leffler also said earlier, it's important that all healthcare providers, be it registered dietitians, gastroenterologists, or primary care physicians, provide guidance to ensure that individuals who don't eat gluten meet their nutritional goals. We know that literature suggests barriers to eating outside the home while adhering to a gluten-free diet, but the extent to which this impacts Canadians hadn't really been quantified. And as I just mentioned, avoiding gluten does impact the location of food consumption and food preparation as well. So results from my project hopefully may inform advocacy efforts related to things like social barriers in accessing gluten-free foods. This study will also be a model for future applications using hopefully forthcoming cycles of the CCHS in order to monitor changes in dietary gluten avoidance in Canada over time and provide us an opportunity for foundational descriptions of gluten avoidance in order to further examine the implications of following a gluten-free diet. So before I close, I would just like to acknowledge a few people and organizations, my supervisor, Dr. Natalie Riediger, as well as my lab members, Ann Waugh and Kelsey Mann, Dr. Joyce Slater, Dr. Don Dirksen, who's presenting later today, Dr. Charles Bernstein. They all helped me with the application for this study for the Canadian Celiac Association's Young Investigator Award. I'd also like to thank MyTax Accelerate, and lastly but not least, say thank you to the Canadian Celiac Association for funding the study, for allowing me the opportunity to share my results, and to all of you for attending this afternoon. Thank you, stay safe, stay healthy, and I welcome your questions.
Thanks, Adriana. And I understand your research was just accepted for publication in the British Journal of Nutrition too. So congratulations
yes,
for that.
we have one more on the go, so fingers crossed that. Yeah.
Okay, good luck. Congratulations again. Before we go to Q&A, we'll give away a couple more prizes. So Canmar produces flaxseed and hemp seed products, which are clean to perfection, roasted for a delicious toasted taste, and milled for us. Their products can be added to yogurt, cereals, pancakes, or baking to get a health benefit punch. Your prize pack has an $80 value. Congratulations to our winner, Ramola Bojwani of Oakville, Ontario. Stella's gluten-free pierogies are made in Lacombe, Alberta, and are wheat-free, gluten-free, sulfite-free, soy-free, and GMO-free. They're also available in dairy, lactose, and casein-free options. Since we can't easily mail frozen pierogies, your prize contains 12 free product coupons, which can be used across Canada. It's a $150 value. And the winner is Judy Smith of Regina, Saskatchewan. So congrats to our winners. And so Adriana, lots of questions for you. One that numerous people had. Can you suggest, you touched on this a bit, but vitamins or supplements that should be taken to substitute for what we would get with gluten-containing foods, like any specific ones that people, for children versus adults, should be on to supplement their diet? Any specific recommendations?
I would probably say vitamin D and calcium. Those kind of were the ones that stood out. And I know there's a presentation later today about osteoporosis, and I think Dr. Leffler also mentioned about bone scans and things like that. In terms of children or adults, I would say, like a multivitamin for the most part would have enough, or even if you're not able to consume dairy, a dairy substitute would help get your intake to where it's at. I'm not a registered dietitian, but I would definitely also suggest, meeting with one if you feel that maybe your diet isn't where it should be. Yeah.
Right. In your study, did you ask any questions on gluten-free versus grain-free? Did you do any distinctions there?
No, unfortunately, that's the kind of one of the major limitations is the question was kind of vague, and like I said, there was no follow-up, so we don't know to what extent, even if someone said that they avoided gluten, did they actually eat something that contained gluten in that 24-hour dietary recall? We're not sure. Yeah.
Okay. Was there any breakdown on folks who are eating low FODMAP? Like some people who are gluten sensitive go on the low FODMAP diet, and any general thoughts on those who have to avoid gluten going on the low FODMAP diet or plant-based diet?
That came up a lot actually in my lit review about FODMAPs, and then a few of my colleagues actually follow it. We didn't really. It'll be interesting to kind of see, because I know with the new Canada's Food Guide to Healthy Eating and pushing kind of more a plant-based approach, if they do have another CCHI cycle, to kind of see how that changes in terms of who isn't eating gluten, but also what if there's more plant-based things that people are eating.
Right, and you mentioned so your lit review. Did you find any come across any data suggest so people who are on a gluten-free diet sometimes suffer psychological disorders, anxiety, depression, so because of the difficulty, costs, loss of social options? Have you seen anything on that?
In the literature, I have. Unfortunately, there wasn't kind of any questions about that again on this survey. I think future research that kind of focuses more on that, and maybe even has biomarkers. I think biomarkers would be important in terms of looking at deficiency and assessing that. But the CCHS didn't have that, but I would definitely think that's important for future research to look into that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on the people who are avoiding dairy, I got a number of questions on this. Like I've been lactose intolerant since I was diagnosed, and I know I still am when I try dairy. But for those who have avoided dairy for many years and are celiac, do you find that they get better with digesting dairy after a few years?
I think what I've come across is that as the gut kind of repairs itself as they're avoiding gluten, that sometimes they're able to digest and dairy again, and the lactase enzyme kind of bounces back. But as you mentioned, that's certainly not the case for everyone.
Mm-hmm. And males versus females, it's been many years have heard about how more women are diagnosed with celiac. That doesn't necessarily mean more women have celiac. Like, do you think there's anything to do with the fact that women are more likely, generally speaking, to go seek medical care, especially for women who are giving birth, for example? Like, any thoughts on that? And is it also the case that it's more women than men are celiac when we're talking about those under 18 years of age?
I don't recall if the sex differences are still present in the pediatric population, but I definitely think that on the whole, women are more likely to see a doctor. So that probably does explain partially some of those numbers, if it's 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 ratio of who has celiac disease. And I think it's kind of similar when I was looking at numbers for non-celiac gluten sensitivity as well, that it's a bit more female predominant.
All right, thanks. And I think this will be our last question. Did you notice any, so breaking down the data on those who are gluten-free, the highest number of users, I think you might have covered this, but I forget, was it British Columbia or Atlantic Canada? And did you notice any higher risks, more likely to be eaten gluten-free, for example, with certain ethnic groups compared to others? I know it was Caucasian versus non-Caucasian, but anything more granular?
Yeah, unfortunately, so another limitation of the CCHS, because there was quite a low number of people overall who didn't eat gluten. If the numbers get too small, you're not allowed to release them from the Stats Canada Research Data Center. I know that I was coming up with things in the literature that suggested, Welsh, Scottish, and actually Sikh population. I think in India there's high numbers of celiac disease and gluten avoidance, but we weren't able to get past kind of Caucasian or non-Caucasian because the numbers were getting too small.
Okay. Yeah, definitely lots of opportunities for future research too.
For
and
sure.
Again, good luck on the publication of your research.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Adriana. So everyone, we're going to, just before we move along, I'm just going to mention that the CCA's annual holiday guide is going to be coming out December 10th. It'll be filled with recipes, tips, advice on helping you thrive through this different festive season. So on celiac.ca, if you aren't, you probably are signed up for our list if you got the conference information, but just in case, you can sign up there to receive our bulletins and to have this delivered in your inbox, again, December 10th. So make sure you're registered for our list. We're going to do our second poll now. If Melissa could run it, this might be the one of where you're from, just so we can get a better idea of who's on the line. I'll give Melissa a second to. That's the first poll again. We might want to cancel that one. That's the same poll. Here we go. Okay, please enter your province or territory or country. If you aren't joining us, I know we had a number of people join us from the United States, so welcome to everyone. So, okay, 3/4 of you have voted already. So Ontario, definitely the most represented province here. Welcome everyone, and okay, we must have been short on polling options. So apologies for the Alberta and NWT being grouped in that, but heavy attendance from Western Canada as well, and greetings to the 21 who are joining us from outside of Canada.
So Mark, we were limited on how many we could have, and because we have so many amazing provinces, we had to do some grouping. So I tried to do it by time zone. So
oh, okay.
Didn't want to offend.
That makes sense. Yeah, I figured there was a limited number of options there. Okay, thanks everyone. So, okay, it's meme time again, and I liked Adriana's memes. I definitely it's going to be a theme through the day. Let's see. So this is one that she actually showed already, but it is worth repeating. The look you give to the waiter at a restaurant when. Well, it might be better than a carrot. You may at least get a salad with no dressing. I've had that recently at a restaurant. That was all they could offer me. Not even olive oil was available. This one, hopefully you haven't been in a situation where you've had to ask yourself this question. You wake up the next morning and you're feeling terrible. Was it the booze? Did I have too much, or was it gluten? It must be gluten, right? That's the easy excuse. And for those who like at restaurants or at social events, just have a little bit. Don't be so dramatic. It's going to be fine. A little bit won't hurt you. Let's don't put some laxative in their coffee and see if that hurts them. Even a little bit counts, a tiny bit. Before we go to break, let's do some more prizes as well. Nairns are a delicious and healthy option for celiacs using the goodness and nutrition of gluten-free oats. Their gluten-free product line has crackers, cookies, and flatbreads. The prize pack includes a box of each of their gluten-free products, and we're going to be giving away 3 of these prize packs, each with a value of $30. The winners are Jay Nelson of Calgary, Alberta, Colleen Lavigne of Chelsea, Quebec, and Terry Sarrazin of Nepean, Ontario. Now we're going to move into our second break. This one's sponsored by Queen Street Bakery. They make gluten-free breads, buns, and pizza. You'll always feel good eating. Every slice gives you almost a quarter of your daily fiber needs. It has plant-based protein and contains no unnecessary sugar. Queen Street Bakery is proud to use chia and beans as their main ingredients, and they bake all their breads in their own dedicated gluten, nut, and dairy-free bakery just outside of Toronto. They've graciously donated a prize of gluten-free bread for a year with monthly shipments direct to your home. And the winner of this prize is Ryan Turner of Calgary, Alberta. Congratulations. Now we're going to start our break off with a video from Queen Street Bakery. So if you want to play the video, it will have some more after that. Enjoy your break. We'll be back at 2, top of the hour.
Hey, it's LJ.
Hey, LJ.
Hey, I'm here to ask you 27 questions about Queen Street Bakery.
Come on in.
First off, how do you pronounce your full name?
The Italian way or the way Canadians say it?
Let's do Canadian first, then Italian.
Canadians would say Giovanni, but Italians say Giovanni Angelucci.
What's your favorite thing about being Canadian?
The people, great reputation, super caring of one another.
What's your favorite thing about being Italian?
The food.
How did you decide to start an allergen-free bakery?
My mom, she needed a gluten-free bread, couldn't find a good one, so we made one for her.
You talk about making functional foods. What does that mean and why is that important?
Functional foods are all about putting the right ingredients back into the foods that we love. That's what we've done.
What's your favorite Queen Street Bakery product?
Probably the chia. It's low carb, but I love the cinnamon raisin too.
Toast. Is that a morning thing or afternoon thing?
Oh, morning.
Avocado or peanut butter?
Avo.
What's the first gluten-free product that you ever tasted?
I think it was another gluten-free bread.
And your thoughts?
Yeah.
How many versions of your first product did you go through before you nailed it?
Over 100.
Are all of your customers gluten-free?
Many are. Some are even celiac, but a lot of people just want to eat good food.
Favorite way to use Queen Street Bakery?
In a sandwich.
Do you cook?
I do, but my wife's stuff is better.
What's the next product you plan to launch and why?
Oh, that's our secret.
If you could change one thing about the gluten-free industry, what would it be?
I think the stigma. Most people hear gluten-free and they assume it's terrible, but a lot of gluten-free products now are really good.
What's a secret talent of yours? Can we see?
Multitasking.
What's the toughest thing about running a business in 2020?
Keeping everybody optimistic. 2020 has been a dark year, but there's brighter days ahead.
If you could do a collaboration with one other brand, who would it be?
Let's go with Blaze Pizza. Shout out LeBron.
Who inspires you personally?
My parents.
How about professionally?
Somebody like Elon Musk.
What's your favorite meal?
Pasta.
What's your hardest part about making functional products?
Putting the ingredients together that are good for you, but also making it taste good and a finished good product.
Tell us the time that you believe Queen Street Bakery failed.
You go through a lot of ups and downs early on, but we knew we had a really good product. So we had not the right people early on, but we did later, and that's what got us where we are today.
What's your long-term vision and hope for Queen Street Bakery?
I think we want to make functional foods out of a whole lot of categories. We have people eating bread again. Now we want them to eat a bunch of other foods that they usually love. We're turning guilty pleasures into pleasures again.
How much of success is luck versus hard work?
There you go.
Thank you.
I think you got to work hard to be lucky, and if you work hard, you'll get the right turns in your life.
Awesome. Cheers. Thanks so much.
Enjoy. Thanks for coming.
Okay, so that for those of us who are still sticking around on the break, hope you enjoyed that video. I'm getting an echo. Hopefully you are not, but I'm going to speak through it. I'm pleased to introduce now Mark Harvey of Queen Street Bakery. Mark, welcome to the broadcast.
Yeah, thanks very much. Mark, is it echo on my end?
Yeah, I think perhaps Mark, Arve, you maybe need to mute your computer or sound. We're getting a feedback loop, I think, on your end.
What about now?
We're good now.
Okay. Thanks for the intro, Mark, and thanks everyone for listening. In case that wasn't clear, that's the founder of Queen Street Bakery there, Giovanni. And as I'm sure you can hear by my accent, I'm also not originally Canadian, so we're a very multicultural team, which I guess is fitting for a Canadian bakery. I just wanted to share a couple of words here about our business, try to put a couple of faces to the name, if any of you've heard of us before. We're a very, very small team, so we love to get in front of our customers and hopefully prospective customers as well. We do have some very loyal customers from the CCA, and so we love working with everyone here. I just wanted to share, as you can see on the screen, that we are trying to get our name out there as much as possible. We're a small team in Toronto, and we've just hit the goal of being stocked in 1,000 grocery stores across Canada, which is a huge milestone for us. Like I said, 4-person team, so it's happening, and we have a big team of bakers, of course, as well. And what we wanted to do to celebrate was to give everyone a chance to try any one of our products from any one of these stores. You can see all the logos at the bottom for free, no obligation trial. And so what I've done is I've just posted a link in the Zoom webinar chat. You can scroll up and we will mail it to you. You don't even have to print it at home, and you can use it at any one of those stores. I think Mark's actually just reshared it, so you can't miss it. And yeah, I just wanted to say a big thanks to everyone. It was funny, Adriana mentioned nutrition just before our break, and even mentioned fiber. As Mark said, beyond just making a product that is tasty and free from gluten and other allergens, the real point for us was, well, how do we make a product that's even going to make people who eat regular bread envious? And so that's what we aim for, a product that you can get a quarter of your daily fiber in one slice. You eat a sandwich, you get half of it, protein, and like we said, no unnecessary sugar ever, which is a bit of a something that seems to fly into a lot of gluten-free products. So we hope that you manage to go out and try one of our products. If you ever want to chat about anything, have any questions, Facebook, Instagram, our numbers on Google, we will always pick up the phone. So we'd love to hear from you. And thanks very much for taking the time to listen to us.
Thank you, Mark, for joining us. All right, for everyone who's listening, I have about another 3 minutes left of our break, so we'll get started then. All right, welcome back, everyone. For those of you who skipped out during the break, Queen Street Bakery has generously offered coupons for everybody. So if you look into the chat box, you'll see that we've posted a link a couple of times that you can use to get a coupon for any product from Queen Street Bakery. All right, we're also pleased to let you know we have one last webinar coming up this year for the Canadian Celiac Association on December 8th, featuring a dermatologist speaking about dermatitis herpetiformis. Someone did ask in the Q&A box if there was going to be a presenter on that today, not specifically on DH, but dermatitis herpetiformis, you definitely know it if you have it, a very severe itchy skin rash that affects about 10% of people with celiac disease. So we recommend everyone is welcome to attend, whether you suffer from DH or not, our webinar on December 8th. It's another free event sponsored by our 2020 Silver partner, Dr. Scher. You can register for this webinar on the CCA's website under News and Events. So there's been a lot of, I just want to mention there's been a lot of chatter in the chat box. As much as possible, try to keep the discussion in the chat box to technical problems only, just because it flashes a notification every time someone chats. And a reminder that questions that you want to put to our speakers should go in the Q&A, not in the chat, because in the chat they will probably be missed. And with that, we'll get to our next speaker. Tricia Thompson is an internationally recognized expert on celiac disease and the gluten-free diet. Tricia is the founder of Gluten-Free Watchdog, a consumer advocacy group dedicated to ensuring accuracy in gluten-free labeling. Tricia is a nutrition researcher and writer and has authored numerous publications for both scientific and popular publications, including articles published in the Journal of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, the European Journal of Clinical Nutrition, Journal of Human Nutrition and Dietetics, and the New England Journal of Medicine. Tricia is the author of a variety of books and book chapters on the gluten-free diet, including the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics booklet, Celiac Disease Nutrition Guide, and the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics Pocket Guide to Gluten-Free Strategies for clients with multiple diet restrictions. Tricia has a Master of Science degree in nutrition from Tufts University in Boston, Massachusetts, and a BA in English Literature from Middlebury College in Vermont. And I'll add, I've been pursuing Tricia as a speaker for us for at least a couple of years, and I'm very excited she's able to join us today. Welcome, Tricia, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone. Give me a couple seconds to share my screen. Yay.
Looks good.
Oh, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Thank you to the Canadian Celiac Association for inviting me to present to you today. I'm going to be speaking about labeled gluten-free foods, including what we are seeing in terms of gluten levels, cross-contact, and facial misbranding. I have one disclosure. I am the founder and owner of Gluten-Free Watchdog. The focus of today's presentation will be lessons learned from 16 years of testing food for gluten. The positive news is that the vast majority of the hundreds of foods tested through Gluten-Free Watchdog have tested below 20 parts per million of gluten. There have been a few unwelcome surprises over the years, including the level of cross-contact in lentils and the number of products impacted by facial misbranding. We've also learned through direct experience that testing for gluten is far from straightforward. So as we go through all of these issues in detail, gluten levels, cross-contact, facial misbranding, and testing, please don't get discouraged. Please remember that most manufacturers of gluten-free foods are doing it right. So looking first at gluten levels in gluten-free foods, when I say the vast majority of manufacturers of labeled gluten-free foods are doing it right, what exactly do I mean? We have tested hundreds of foods labeled gluten-free. The last time we crunched the numbers, 87% tested below 5 parts per million of gluten, and 96% tested below 20 parts per million of gluten. This means that only 4% of foods tested at or above 20 parts per million of gluten. Now you may be thinking to yourself, well, that's still too high. And of course we should strive for 100% compliance, but 96% compliance is pretty darn good. When products do test out of compliance, they tend to be grain foods. This finding is not all that surprising, given that this category of food is susceptible to gluten cross-contact. When we look at the foods testing at or above 20 parts per million of gluten, a whopping 79% of them are grain foods. Remember, though, that only 4% of all foods tested through Gluten-Free Watchdog are out of compliance. The vast majority of foods, including grain foods, test below 20 parts per million of gluten. The photo on the slide is millet, and the darker grains in the photo are barley. This photo was taken during a study assessing grains for gluten cross-contact. We were getting results above 20 parts per million on this particular sample of millet, and we were curious about the source of cross-contact. After removing the millet from product packaging, it was relatively easy to spot the foreign grain. Of the grain-based foods testing out of compliance, 45% of them are oat products. This finding also is not surprising given the likelihood of gluten cross-contact in oats specifically. But again, remember that only 4% of foods are testing out of compliance. Of that small percentage, the vast majority are grain foods, and of these grain foods, about half are oats. So what should you do about grains and your gluten-free diet? It is highly recommended that you buy naturally gluten-free grains and flours that are labeled gluten-free. This is important because unintentional cross-contact with gluten-containing grain can occur anywhere along the production line, including while being grown, harvested, stored, transported, processed, and packaged. What are the recommendations for oats specifically? Eat only those oat products that are labeled gluten-free. This is an exceedingly important recommendation to follow. Standard oats are highly likely to contain errant wheat or barley grain, as you can see from the table. The oats tested were standard oats. Levels of gluten varied widely between brands and within brands, with levels ranging from below the limit of detection to almost 1,900 parts per million. These test results are in keeping with what we know about oats and cross-contact. It is very, very spotty. While this study was done 16 years ago, which is hard to believe, it is unlikely that much has changed in terms of foreign grain in standard oats. This study was done around the same time that farmers in Canada and the US were developing a gluten-free purity protocol for oats to, quote, solve the oat problem. And I just want to give a quick acknowledgement to Tracy Perry and the beloved late Beth Armour, who owned and operated Cream Hill Estates. They were one of the first companies to put purity protocol oats on the map, and we owe them a tremendous debt of gratitude. At Gluten-Free Watchdog, we remain supportive of the use of purity protocol oats by folks with celiac disease and other gluten-related disorders. Generally speaking, we are not supportive of the use of sorted oats, those oats that undergo a sorting process to remove errant grain at the back end of production. When the data was last reviewed, 14% of oat products labeled gluten-free and tested through Gluten-Free Watchdog contained a level of gluten at or above 20 parts per million. Based on conversations with manufacturers of these products, either standard oats or sorted oats were being used. In other words, these manufacturers were not using purity protocol oats at the time of original testing. So turning our attention now to lentils, one of the unwelcome surprises we've had over the years is the level of gluten cross-contact we've encountered in lentils. We have received numerous consumer complaints about many brands, including labeled gluten-free and certified gluten-free varieties. Gluten-Free Watchdog has filed complaints with FDA, and fortunately, the latest complaint resulted in a recall. We also received the occasional complaint about foreign grain in other legumes, but nothing compares to the number of complaints received for lentils. The lentils pictured in this slide are just two of the consumer photos we've received. The number of foreign grain in lentils varies greatly. Sometimes a bag of lentils contains 1 or 2 errant grains. Other times bags contain so much foreign grain that I have absolutely no idea how the manufacturer isn't aware of the problem. It isn't always easy for someone who isn't a farmer to determine the type of grain found in a bag of lentils. So sometimes to make sure that we're looking at gluten-containing grains, the foreign material is sent to the lab for testing. This is the lab report for gluten testing on errant grain from 1 bag of lentils. Results suggest that the foreign material was comprised of a mixture of gluten-containing grain and non-gluten-containing grain. The brand of lentils in this photo was reported to FDA by Gluten-Free Watchdog, and fortunately, it was recalled. I personally sorted through the bag of lentils pictured in this photo and was shocked by the amount of foreign grain. So what are the recommendations for lentils? It is highly recommended that you pour lentils onto a cookie sheet or another flat surface and pick through them very carefully, removing any foreign material. It is also recommended that you thoroughly rinse dry lentils or canned lentils under running water. If a particular brand of lentils contains more than a few errant grains or consistently contains foreign material, you may want to consider using another brand, obviously. So you might be wondering if this strategy really works to remove gluten. There is some evidence to support what I call the pick through and rinse approach. A bag of lentils containing foreign grain was sent by a blogger in the UK to research scientist Adrian Rogers for testing. A sample of lentils was taken from the bag and ground. It tested at 7 parts per million of gluten. A second sample of lentils was picked through and the foreign material was removed. The picked through lentils were thoroughly washed and then ground. There was no quantifiable gluten in this sample of lentils. The rinse water was also tested and found to contain low levels of gluten. This suggests that the rinsing procedure removed at least some of the gluten present in the sample. What the community desperately needs is purity protocol lentils, similar to what we have for oats. The good news, purity protocol lentils are available from Avena Foods, but the last time I checked, they needed assistance repackaging the lentils for consumers. If you are a manufacturer and you are able to help, please contact Avena. So let's switch gears a bit and talk about another unwelcome surprise we've encountered at Gluten-Free Watchdog. This is the prevalence of what we call facial misbranding. We use this term to describe products that are labeled gluten-free, yet include an ingredient not allowed in foods labeled gluten-free. Facial misbranding tends to involve the same ingredients appearing in labeled gluten-free foods over and over again. When we come across facial misbranding, chances are good that the culprit will be a barley malt ingredient, such as malt extract, malt syrup, or malt vinegar, or a wheat-based soy sauce. So let's run through a few examples of facial misbranding. To the best of my knowledge, these products remain in the marketplace and have not been recalled. This first photo is of an instant beverage that is labeled gluten-free, yet the ingredients includes extracts of roasted barley and rye. We've been reporting this product to FDA for years. This product is also available on Canadian mail order websites. This photo is of a protein powder labeled gluten-free, yet the ingredient germinated barley seed powder is included in the ingredients list. This product has also been reported to FDA on multiple occasions. This product is also available on Canadian mail order websites. This photo is of a marinade that is labeled gluten-free, yet wheat is included as a sub-ingredient of the soy sauce. I don't know if this particular product is available in Canada. This photo is of a supplement that is labeled gluten-free, yet the first ingredient is malt syrup. In the US, the ingredient malt syrup is by definition barley malt syrup unless another source of malt is named. This product is available on Canadian mail order websites as well. And finally, this photo is of a sweetener labeled gluten-free, yet the ingredient malt extract is included in the ingredients list. In the US, the ingredient malt extract is by definition barley malt extract, unless another source of malt is named. This manufacturer does have a Canadian website, but the last time I checked, this particular product was not available. As I mentioned, all of these products have been reported to FDA, but all of them remain in the marketplace. The good news is that in August, the FDA published a rule for gluten-free labeling of fermented and hydrolyzed foods and ingredients. It is hoped that the publication of this rule will lead to fewer facially misbranded products. As part of the rule release, FDA clarified their position on malt ingredients. We've been asking them to do this for years, but they advised us that they would wait until the rule was published. But true to their word, and thank goodness, in a rule Q&A, FDA writes, quote, "Food and ingredient manufacturers should be aware that malt extract and other similar malt-derived ingredients are ingredients derived from gluten-containing grains that have not been processed to remove gluten and therefore cannot be used in foods that bear a gluten-free labeling claim," unquote. So while this statement could not be clearer, unfortunately, at Gluten-Free Watchdog, we recently dealt with a manufacturer of a labeled gluten-free food containing barley malt extract, and to date, the product has not been recalled. FDA also clarified their position on wheat-based soy sauce. This is another ingredient we've been asking FDA to clarify for years. In the same Q&A, FDA writes, quote, "In general, when soy sauce is made from soybeans and wheat or any other gluten-containing grain, it may not bear a gluten-free claim." So what is the consumer's role in combating facial misbranding? It's recommended that you continue to read ingredients lists even when a food is labeled gluten-free. You should not have to do this. The whole point of the gluten-free labeling rule was to allow consumers to simply look for a gluten-free claim. However, if you do come across a product you believe to be facially misbranded, you may want to alert the manufacturer, excuse me, the certifying organization if there is one, and the overseeing agencies such as FDA or CFIA. If you run into any difficulties, please don't hesitate to reach out to Gluten-Free Watchdog. Before we move on from facial misbranding, I'd like to talk briefly about a labeling issue that consumers perceive to be misbranding, but actually isn't. An allergen advisory statement for wheat, also known as a may contain statement or precautionary allergen labeling on a food labeled gluten-free, is the most frequent complaint we receive at Gluten-Free Watchdog. When a label includes both a gluten-free claim and a precautionary allergen advisory statement for wheat, the food is not facially misbranded. Allergen advisory statements such as processed in the same facility as wheat, may contain wheat, or processed on the same lines as wheat pertain to manufacturing practices and are meant to inform the allergen community. These statements are voluntary and they do not fall under any federal regulation, at least in the US. Some manufacturers use them, many do not. These statements are allowed on foods making gluten-free claims. Regardless of the presence or absence of an allergen advisory statement, foods bearing a gluten-free claim must be in compliance with gluten-free labeling rules. So this photo on the slide is an example of an allergen advisory statement for wheat. The product is certified gluten-free. The statement produced in a facility that processes wheat is also included on the label. This is the type of labeling frequently reported to Gluten-Free Watchdog, and consumers are generally very surprised to learn that products bearing both statements are allowed. So while allergen advisory statements for wheat might be allowed on foods making gluten-free claims, consumers remain skeptical about their safety. The question then becomes, do foods with allergen advisory statements for wheat contain higher levels of gluten than foods without such a claim? To help answer that question, we retrospectively reviewed the data for 328 labeled gluten-free products tested through Gluten-Free Watchdog for the presence of an allergen advisory statement for wheat on product packaging. 31 of the 328 products included an allergen advisory statement for wheat on product packaging. Of these 31 products, 29 contain less than 20 parts per million of gluten. So only 2 products were out of compliance with the allowed level of gluten. We also looked at the gluten levels of all 328 products. 14 contained a level of gluten at or above 20 parts per million. Only 2 of these 14 products included an allergen advisory statement for wheat. In other words, 12 products testing at or above 20 parts per million of gluten did not include an allergen advisory statement for wheat. So the bottom line is that consumers should not make gluten-free purchasing decisions based solely on the presence or absence of an allergen advisory statement for wheat. The next issue we will be covering is testing. I was asked to cover testing. This discussion may get into the weeds a bit, so please bear with me. The bottom line is that testing is complicated. It isn't as simple as purchasing a product, sending it to the lab, and waiting for results. The assay used, the extraction method used, the weight amount of sample that's homogenized, the weight amount of extractions tested, all depend in large part on the ingredients in the product. This isn't the best picture, but let's look at a sample product that Gluten-Free Watchdog actually sent to the lab, and I will walk you through a bit of the process used to decide what testing to request. The first question to ask is what assay should be used, the sandwich or the competitive ELISA or both. The sandwich ELISA quantifies intact gluten protein. The competitive ELISA is intended to detect protein that has been broken apart into smaller fragments. So as I look at the ingredients list, nothing jumps out at me to suggest we should test the product with the competitive. It is likely that any gluten present will be intact, so the sandwich ELISA should be requested. The second question to ask is whether the product contains any ingredients that contain high levels of tannins or polyphenols. The answer impacts the extraction process. So looking at this product, chocolate is an ingredient and chocolate contains tannins. As a consequence, the extraction process must include a milk additive per the recommendation of the assay manufacturer. The milk additive helps guard against false positives and false negatives. And if I've lost you on this testing, there's only a couple more slides, so just bear with me, because then we talk about something really important, which is parts per million. So the next question to ask is whether the product contains oats as one of the main ingredients. The answer impacts the weight amount of sample homogenized and the weight amount of extractions tested. Looking at the ingredients list, this product contains oats. This means the lab should be asked to follow the oat testing protocol recommended by the assay manufacturer. This means a larger sample size will be ground and a larger extraction amounts will be tested. This is done because gluten cross-contact is exceedingly spotty in oats, as I've already mentioned, meaning that any gluten present will not be evenly distributed. The larger the sample tested, the greater the likelihood that any gluten present will be detected. Another question to ask is whether the product contains any enzymes or bacteria. Looking at the ingredients list, the answer is no. If the answer had been yes, then the enzymes or bacteria would have to be neutralized prior to testing to prevent a false positive result. So these are just a few of the considerations that go into the testing request we make when we send product to the lab. So what happens when a product actually arrives at the lab? When it's ready for testing, a representative 50-gram sample of product is ground and homogenized in a blender or a coffee grinder. This is done to hopefully evenly distribute any gluten that is present in the sample. Unfortunately, when it comes to evenly distributing gluten, there is the very pesky issue of spotty cross-contact. As I mentioned earlier, gluten isn't evenly distributed within a product. I've tried to represent heterogeneous or spotty cross-contact with these crackers. For this photo, I put some red sugar sprinkles on a paper towel and then placed rice crackers on top of them. When I flipped them over, some crackers or sections of crackers had more sprinkles than others. It might be helpful to think of the red sprinkles as representing breadcrumbs that might be on a surface used to prepare gluten-free food. After the representative sample has been homogenized, at least 2 extractions are tested from this ground sample. This is done because testing more than 1 extraction helps determine whether the sample was sufficiently homogenized. You want the results to be fairly close. However, some samples are more difficult to homogenize than others, and it really doesn't matter how much grinding is done. Imagine trying to evenly distribute a single wheat kernel in 50 grams of lentils. So when testing is completed, results are reported out as parts per million of gluten. If you zoned out during the testing section, please pay attention to this next section. I want to spend a little time discussing parts per million because this concept causes a ton of consumer confusion. So what exactly is meant by parts per million of gluten? There are 2 issues that appear to cause the most confusion. First, parts per million is a proportion. How many parts out of 1 million parts is gluten? But knowing this level isn't the end of the story. To know how many milligrams of gluten you might consume from a particular product, you need to know 2 numbers, the part per million gluten level and the weight amount of the food consumed. The second issue that's important to understand is that parts per million isn't additive. Eating 2 1-ounce slices of bread containing 20 parts per million of gluten doesn't mean 40 parts per million of gluten was eaten, but it does mean that about 1 milligram of gluten was eaten. So Knowing just the part per million level doesn't tell the whole story, so let's try to put parts per million into perspective. If a product, any product, contains a level of gluten of 20 parts per million, then each 28 gram or 1 ounce amount eaten will contain a little over 1/2 milligram of gluten. I recorded a video a couple years ago and I weighed out 28 gram portions of a variety of products. In the screenshots I'm about to show you, each bag contains 28 grams of a product. If each of the products contains a level of gluten of 20 parts per million, the amount in the bag is the amount you would have to eat to ingest 1/2 milligram of gluten. So this first screenshot includes a bag of cereal. The weight amount of cereal in the bag is 28 grams or 1 ounce. If this cereal contains a level of gluten of 20 parts per million, this is the amount of cereal that would have to be eaten to ingest 1/2 milligram of gluten. This amount of cereal or more is pretty easy to eat. This next screenshot includes a bag of dry pasta. Again, the weight amount of pasta in the bag is 28 grams or 1 ounce. If this pasta contains a level of gluten of 20 parts per million, then this is the amount of pasta that would have to be eaten to ingest 1/2 milligram of gluten. As was the case with cereal, this amount of pasta or even more is relatively easy to eat. This next screenshot is a bag of cornmeal. The same math applies. If you eat this amount of cornmeal with a part per million level of 20, you will ingest 1/2 milligram of gluten. This is the important one. Look very closely at this screenshot. This bag contains 28 grams or 1 ounce of spice. This is the amount of spice you would have to eat to take in 1/2 milligram of gluten if the spice had a gluten level of 20 parts per million. Unlike grain foods such as pasta or cereal, we typically do not eat spices in 1 ounce portions. We are far more likely to use just a little bit of a spice. So I am far more concerned when a grain food tests at, say, 40 parts per million gluten than when a spice tests at 40 parts per million gluten. And again, this is because of the typical amount eaten. This is another important screenshot to look at. This is a bag of over-the-counter medication. The amount of medication in this bag weighs 1 ounce. And look at the number of pills in this bag. You would have to ingest all of these pills to take in 1/2 milligram of gluten if the medication contained a level of gluten of 20 parts per million. This is why, generally speaking, I am not as concerned about low levels of gluten in medications as I am about low levels of gluten in grain foods. So to briefly summarize parts per million, while all foods labeled gluten-free should obviously contain a level of gluten below 20 parts per million, it is far more concerning when foods typically eaten in ounces test above 20 parts per million than when foods typically consumed in small amounts test above 20 parts per million gluten. The same logic applies to medications. And just to briefly summarize what we've been discussing during this presentation, remember that most manufacturers of gluten-free foods are doing it right. Only 4% of gluten-free foods are testing at or above 20 parts per million of gluten. This is not perfect and there's room for improvement, but this is still pretty good. Also, due to the risk of cross-contact, choose naturally gluten-free grains and flours that are labeled gluten-free whenever possible. Choose only those oat products that are labeled gluten-free. And in my opinion, it's best to choose oat products following a purity protocol. And also make sure to sort through and rinse your lentils. And last, due to continuing issues with facial misbranding, read ingredients lists of foods labeled gluten-free, unfortunately. Thank you so much. If you have any questions that aren't answered during the Q&A, please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thanks, Tricia. We do have lots of questions, but let's do a couple giveaways first.
Can I share my video stream at this point? Yeah, let me start that.
Okay.
Did it come? Ah, yes,
Oh,
it is.
there we go. Okay.
Hello.
So Kinnick is a family-owned company located in Edmonton, and they have been creating delicious products for the gluten-free community since 1991. Their scrumptious baked goodies are free from gluten, dairy, nuts, peanuts, and now soy. They have donuts, pizza crusts, muffins, bagels, and much more. Kinnick actually offers 44 products for shipping, and there's free shipping for orders over $50. Your prize pack contains cookies, cake mixes, pancake mix, and all-purpose flour. And we're giving away 2 of these prized packs, each with a value of $40. The winners are Gloria Eisenberg of Cordis, Ontario, and Anne Sanigan of Toronto, Ontario. Congrats to our winners. So we'll jump right into our Q&A now. So just a couple clarifications at the beginning. A lot of people put in questions that were much more better put to our next speaker, Shelley Case, because they were about Canadian labeling and products sold in Canada specifically. So the reason I'm not asking Tricia these is because we've pushed them to Shelley's session, because it's very similar, the labeling requirements between Canada and the US, but there are some differences that Shelley will go over. Also, for those who aren't aware what the FDA is, that's Federal Department of Agriculture in the United States. They're the enforcement arm for food labeling in Canada. It's the Canadian Food Inspection Agency.
It's actually the Food and Drug Administration, but that's okay.
Pardon me. It also these acronyms. Yeah, FDA.
I know. It's the U.S. Department of Agriculture that's meat products, and then it's the Food and Drug Administration for most foods. Sorry about that. I should have explained that.
No problem. Thanks for correcting me there. So, and then there was questions about gluten-free, but may contain wheat. As Tricia mentioned, the gluten-free claim should trump all. The facial misbranding was related to items that say gluten-free, but have items in the ingredient list that seem to have gluten in them versus may contain. So there was a lot of questions about that. Yes. And thanks for covering the parts per million limit. So yes, the 20 parts per million is the safe allowable limit for products to be safe for those with celiac disease. So if something says gluten-free on it in Canada or the US, it should be below 20 parts per million of gluten. So Tricia, there was a few questions about like what's the brand of that product? Is there a list of the products? Like I know, and again, everyone, these are products tested in the United States, not in Canada. Just because a product might have gluten in it in the US does not mean the same for Canada. So keep that in mind. But if someone wants to view a list of the brands, is that something they need to subscribe to? I'm guessing, or is it on your website?
Just to clarify, everything that we test has to be available for retail sale in the United States. We do test some Canadian brands, Kinnick being one of them. You can find a list of all the products that have been tested on Gluten-Free Watchdog by looking at the product list. We do charge a nominal fee to view test results. And this is so that the site can actually be run. Testing the whole process obviously isn't free.
So the items that you've reported to the FDA, why do they not recall them? Like, why is there this apparent resistance, do you think?
Well, that's a good question, obviously. Some of them have been recalled. A number of them have been recalled. But when it comes to products that typically contain fermented or hydrolyzed wheat or barley, these historically have not been recalled. And we were advised that hopefully they would start recalling these products once they publish their 2020 rule on foods that contain fermented and hydrolyzed ingredients. I haven't seen any action yet. I'm hoping to see that action soon. If not, we will file another complaint for every single product that continues to be misbranded and still on store shelves.
And when you talked about differences in concern between medications and pasta, cereals, that sort of thing, can you reiterate why? I mean, like someone asked, like, so can we have a little bit of cereal that has gluten then if it's a tiny amount? And obviously that's a no, but can you clarify why that is a no versus less concerns about a medication?
No amount of gluten is good to eat. Obviously, you want to have as low an amount of gluten as possible. The whole point of doing those visuals is that we at Gluten-Free Watchdog, and I also think you have the same thing through, is it Health Canada that tested all your spices a couple of years ago, and also with medications, over-the-counter medications. We had some spices and medications test with quantifiable gluten, but fairly small amounts. And so people were really concerned about this. Like, do I need to be concerned because a medication is testing at 25 parts per million, or a spice is testing at 10 parts per million, or 20 or 30 parts per million? And so I think it helps to point out to people that it's not just the part per million level that you have to take into consideration when you start to get a little bit nervous about these products. Obviously, you want everything to test under 20 parts per million, but where the gluten will start to really add up is if you're having an oat product, say, that is testing at 80 parts per million, and you're eating those oats in 28 gram, 1 ounce portions, than if you're just using a minuscule amount of something. That doesn't mean that it's okay to take in a minuscule amount of gluten, but this was all to try to put these amounts in perspective for people.
I believe
I hope it was helpful.
Yeah, the safe upper limit I think was 10 milligrams last I saw, which is a tiny amount.
It is a tiny amount, so that is basically about it. The range that's given is 10 milligrams to 50 milligrams. In the US and I think Canada, we tend to be more towards the 10 milligram amount. So if you think about each 28 gram portion, 1 ounce portion, just below 20 parts per million, that would be about 17 1 ounce servings of a gluten-free food to come in under that 10 milligrams.
And what do you recommend for someone who's like, so it's 20 parts per million for 28 grams? Can we consume 100 grams? Like, should they be concerned?
I think you try to keep your gluten intake as low as possible. Right.
Mm-hmm. And it's 20 parts per million. A lot of companies are below 10. In Australia and New Zealand, I believe it has to be below 5 parts per million to be labeled gluten-free. Like, do you think we should go in that direction?
Well, keep in mind that based on, we've tested, I can't remember right now, hundreds and hundreds of products, and 87% of them are testing below 5 parts per million already. You can't, as a manufacturer of gluten-free foods, shoot for 15 parts per million. You have to shoot for no gluten, right? Mm-hmm. And so most are coming in under 5. Very few are coming in above 20.
Given the facial misbranding, like, do you recommend that if someone picks up a product and it says gluten-free or is even certified by a certification program, but they still read the ingredient list because there's some facial misbranding going on?
I do, and obviously, again, we're a U.S.-based company. Most of the complaints are products that are sold in the U.S., but we do have received complaints about products sold in Canada. So yes, I recommend give it a quick read and make sure that you're not seeing anything that you shouldn't see. But if you see a may contain wheat statement, that is not a misbranded product.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've definitely seen a number of those in crackers and that in Canada. Gluten-free label may contain wheat, and yes, still safe to consume because the gluten-free label trumps it for us.
Exactly.
Any concerns about the labeling of, I'm not sure if you touched on rice and quinoa. People are asking, should we only buy those products if they're labeled gluten-free?
I don't recommend worrying too much about rice. Quinoa, I think that you should look for products that are labeled gluten-free.
Now, if for people, we have some more medication questions. If people are taking medications several times daily, the cumulative effect going on, like I know for my pharmacist, I say everything needs to be gluten-free, and it's not been a problem. But should people be concerned about the accumulation of if they're taking multiple medications every day?
Of course, and again, the visual was not to suggest that any gluten is that we should be discounting any gluten in any product. It was just to put it into perspective. So obviously, if you're taking a number of medications and those medications may in fact contain gluten, then that obviously contributes to your daily load of gluten. The problem is that we don't have any good data on gluten levels in medication. And we really, really need that data. I don't know about in Canada, but in the US, it is difficult. I can't send medications through the mail without a special license. Subscribers have asked to send their medications into the lab. The lab can test them, but they would be doing something illegal if they sent their medications in. So we really need to work with a pharmacy at a hospital. I mean, it's even, we can test expired drugs. Expired drugs, we can still test them for gluten, but somebody needs to do that study, whether it's Gluten-Free Watchdog or somebody else, or if anyone listening wants to collaborate or has any good ideas about how we can go about doing this. We've started down this road many times, and then we just constantly hit roadblocks.
Mm-hmm. I know we appreciate the advocacy you're doing for us. It's a critical role. I'm getting a number of questions about specific products. Should I only have this if it's gluten-free? Like I mentioned quinoa earlier. Generally, Trisha will let me know if there's any different advice in the U.S. But if it's a grain-based product, like someone's talking about rice cakes or rice flour or corn flour, like that kind of thing, ideally it would be labeled gluten-free because grain-containing products are higher risk generally. But someone's asking about ketchup. Things that don't naturally contain gluten. Read the ingredient list. I know I've seen some barbecue sauces that have barley in them. Definitely read the ingredient list, but should you only buy ketchup that has a gluten-free label? I mean, it's a nice to have, but when there's not grains in a product naturally, you should be all right, eh?
Yeah, remember, again, we've tested hundreds of products and the vast majority are testing gluten-free, and of that percentage that are testing at or above, the bulk of those products are grain-based foods. And then the bulk of the grain-based foods are oats. So, definitely make sure that your oats are labeled gluten-free, preferably Purity Protocol oats, and all of your grain-based foods, with the possible exception of rice, labeled gluten-free.
Oats is one of those things that comes up endlessly. Like someone has been gluten-free for a couple months and then they eat a whole bunch of oats and, it made me gluten sick. The vast majority of celiacs can tolerate oats. You just need to be very careful about how quickly you reintroduce them into your diet because they're very high in fiber.
Yes, but make sure that they are labeled gluten-free.
Mm-hmm.
That's really important because our oats are highly likely to have errant wheat and barley.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're lucky in Canada. There's a couple companies that produce oats that are gluten-free certified or Purity Protocol only oats are very good from Avena. As a company that does gluten-free oats, and there's more and more products coming out there that have oats in them. Like I mentioned, Nairn's earlier today is a company that uses oats in their products, and those are certified gluten-free oats. So that's when something has oats, I'll always look at the ingredient list and ideally look for a gluten-free label. Someone asked, are there any standards with regard to how often a company should be or needs to test their products for gluten if they label it gluten-free? I believe that's I don't think there's standards on that side.
No, and that's basically up to the manufacturer and the certifying organization if they are certified. And I don't want to get into that. Yeah. It's so product specific and what ingredients they contain. I would just say that when it comes to oats, there's no such thing as too much testing. So anyone who is supplying oats or if you're a manufacturer who is using oats in your product, I don't care if your supplier is testing oats, you should test those oats as well, because it is really difficult to find gluten in oats, not because it isn't there, just because it is so spotty. the cross contact.
And for people, people are asking like, what about those home test kits or the NEMA testing? Like, I know the CCA has been very cautious, and it's not something we generally recommend for a celiac to rely on. Like, if you're out at a restaurant and you test, I mean, the positivity, it's not completely accurate for one thing, and it's not sensitive enough for us. Any thoughts on the NEMA testing sensor and other home kits?
Yeah, I have written numerous articles on the NEMA. I am not a proponent of the NEMA. I think it's actually a moot point now because it is not, you cannot buy it. You can't get the capsules. You may be able to still get the device, but you can't buy the capsules. So we're not quite sure what's going on completely with the NEMA sensor. From what I understand, the company was sold. I'd recommend, if you want to learn more about the NEMA sensor, to go to Gluten-Free Watchdog, click on the news tab, and plug NEMA sensor into the search function, and numerous articles will come up. We put the device through its paces, and we cannot recommend it.
Yeah, and folks can also go to celiac.ca. There's the Canadian Celiac Association's Professional Advisory Council also put out a comment on the NEMA sensor, essentially. Yes, similar comments. We do not recommend it. It'd be great someday if there was something like that, but it's also a reminder about how with those kinds of devices, you're only testing the end product. You're not, like, the certification program that the CCA launched goes much deeper into the like looking at the supply chains and the factory processes and all the way up, because it's much more important for food safety than just to not just test the end product. That's why certification is so strong.
Right, and it also with something like the NEMA, you're testing a pea size, literally a green pea size amount of product. Well, if there's anything to take away from the presentation that I just gave, it's that cross contact is really spotty. So that pea size amount may test gluten-free, but that doesn't mean that you don't have cross contact somewhere else on your plate. So
That's definitely true. Don't waste your money. It's like those gluten cutter things that we were talking about earlier. Not worth it. Have you heard of any of on the facial misbranding? This is going into Canada, a little bit into Shelley's talk maybe, but have you heard of facial misbranding or any of your like any of the examples that you talked about would apply in the Canadian context?
Well, some of those products that I talked about, yes, are available on Canadian websites. I'm not going to be able to remember which ones that they were, but there was a supplement. If you have access to my slides, and I think you're providing access to the slides, 4 of the products, there were 6 products, 4 of them are available on Canadian mail order websites. So yes, unfortunately.
And on oats, as a follow-up to your previous answer, is there a maximum recommended amount of oats that celiacs should eat per day or could eat per day?
You know, I don't know what the recommendation is in Canada. I think it's slightly different than the US. So Shelley, if you're listening, you may want to touch on on that amount, because I think you've actually gone into adults and children, and we have not done that in the US.
Okay, I think we can wrap it up there. We got through the questions. Thanks so much for joining us today and for entertaining all of our various questions.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tricia.
Okay.
Right, many of you joining us today gave a generous donation in support of the CCA, and we're very grateful. At this time, the CCA is launching its last fundraising campaign of the year, and we hope you'll consider a financial gift to help continue the support, research, evidence-based work, and programs that allow our celiac community to master their disease and to thrive. You can visit celiac.ca and click the Donate Today button to share your support, and donations will get you a tax receipt. So let's go back to the memes now. Here's a couple gluten-free food themed memes for you. We just talked about this, so it's marked gluten-free, but has a disclaimer. They may contain wheat. So like we said, and Tricia said, these products are safe for those with celiac disease. Those with a wheat allergy, there might be a different consideration, but celiac disease below 20 parts per million, they can be labeled gluten-free and safe for us. So remember, the gluten-free label is what you're looking for. But this is definitely confusing. Low carb gluten-free salad. Personally, I'd probably take a normal regular lettuce salad over this, but it just goes to show it's not always clear what someone talks about when they're eating low carb. And Cheerios. So this is a couple of you asked questions about Cheerios, and this is one I've held off for Shelley as well, because it's not 100% the same between Canada and the US, but a lot of similarities. So we definitely will talk about Cheerios, and I'm sure it'll be easier than that for Shelley to explain. Now, talking about food, the pandemic's been hard on everyone, perhaps most especially small businesses that make the world go round. Many of us have tried to support local restaurants as much as possible while keeping safe. So we'd like to understand your dining out habits. How have you been eating out or not during the pandemic? So we'll run our third poll now. Sushi there is probably my #1 choice for dining out too. I'm getting hungry. Just wait for the poll to pop up. Okay. So you can choose more than one option if it applies to you. You've eaten in restaurants and ordered for pickup or delivery. You've only done pickup or delivery. You don't feel comfortable yet dining out or ordering in. And no, you don't normally dine out anyway. Are the 4 choices here. All right, got over half who have voted. Thanks everyone for your participation. Well, it's interesting to see what's on the minds for our community. Okay, we got about 80% of people who voted. So surprisingly, 40% have eaten inside restaurants during the pandemic and ordered for pickup or delivery, and 34%, not far behind, have only done pickup or delivery. I'm in that category. I have not eaten in restaurants. Of course, it varies by province and territory. The Atlantic bubble is a little bit different than the situation in Ontario and Manitoba, for example. And then others who do not feel comfortable dining out or ordering in yet, or don't dine out anyway. Thanks for your participation, everyone. That's interesting to see the variety. Now let's give away some more prizes before we jump into our break. Garu Food produces freshly milled whole plant protein, perfect for shakes, smoothies, and baking. The preparation of their product with soak, sprout, steam, dry, roast, and mill neutralizes the digestive discomfort caused by beans and improves protein bioavailability and absorption. They proudly use pulses, the dry seeds of legumes, the lowest carbon footprint food. We're giving away 10 prize packs, each with a value of $20. So 10 of them here. So the winners are Simin Goreshi of Thornhill, Ontario, Melissa Beer of Corunna, Ontario, Wissal Saya of Edmonton, Alberta, Riza Lam Chu Tun of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Carl Fournier of Vancouver, British Columbia, Josie Michichi of Dollard-des-Ormeaux, Quebec, Sylvia Hui of Calgary, Alberta, Jacqueline Mignot of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Ellen Bayens of Victoria, British Columbia, and S. Colleen Watson of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Congratulations to all our winners. And so we'll take our break now, which will go to 10 after the hour, 40 after Newfoundland. And just a reminder that a lot of your questions were not answered by Tricia, and that's because they are Canadian. They were more Canadian focused, so I haven't forgotten them, and we'll be putting a lot of your questions to our next presenter. So we'll see you in about 11 minutes. This break is sponsored by Dea Foods. You're welcome to stick around and watch.
Alexa, play classical music. Right.
Dea, enjoy the unexpected.
Daddy about to eat. Yes, he is. Mmm. Mmm. You want nacho? Yes.
Hey, Missy, can I get a baby nachos?
No.
Don't listen to her.
Dea, enjoy the unexpected.
Okay, team. Did we get that bug fixed we talked about in last week's meeting? Steph?
Got it covered.
Ooh, did you bring enough nachos for everyone?
Oh, yeah, of course. Coming in hot.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ben.
All right.
Hey Ben, you forgetting anyone? Hook me up.
I didn't hear.
The nachos.
I think your mic is probably busted.
Dea, enjoy the unexpected.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Our next speaker really needs no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Shelley Case is a registered dietitian and a leading international expert on the gluten-free diet. Shelley's been a member of the Canadian Celiac Association's Professional Advisory Council for many years, and she also serves on the Medical Advisory Board of the Celiac Disease Foundation. Shelley delivers numerous presentations at medical, nutrition, celiac, and food industry conferences throughout North America, and she's the author of the best-selling book, Gluten-Free, the Definitive Resource Guide. Shelley lives in Calgary. Shelley, if you're there, please take it away.
Hi, Mark. I'd like to do the sharing of these slides, if you could help me walk me through, because I don't see where I can share my slides.
Melissa might be able to help better than me with that. Unless you see at the bottom, share screen, feel free to jump in, Melissa.
No, yeah, Shelley, it's just a little bit of a delay. Should be able to share now.
I don't see any.
Yep.
There we go. It just came up. Okay.
There's a bit of a lag time.
Yeah. Okay. I want to go to. It's not allowing me to do screen number 2. Let me try and open it. Sorry. Oh, technology drives you crazy, doesn't it? From the beginning. There we go. Do you see it?
It's going to take just a little bit of time. There's usually a bit of a lag.
Not so far.
Nope.
I'm trying to change it to screen 2, which is there, but it didn't ask me. Let me escape out of here again. Let's go to screen 2. I have 2 screens. That's the problem. Okay, I'll go back again.
Of course, it always works in the practice run, Mark. We did practice yesterday.
And everything worked wonderful. Well, let's go to screen 1 then. That's not really what I wanted to, because it's not going to work as good, but let's just try that. Slideshow from the beginning. No, it keeps showing up on screen 2. I can't get it to, let me just see if I can close this down, escape. If I close you guys down, let's see if I can't move you.
You don't have her deck, do you, Melissa?
I do. I can bring it up in a pinch if we have some issues.
Go back again. Slideshow from the beginning. No, it keeps wanting to send it over to screen 2.
Shelley, do you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to do that, unfortunately.
Thanks, Melissa. You can just let her know when to advance.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's see here. Can you see it up on your screen, Mark?
Not yet. I'll let you know if I do.
Okay. So
I'm going to switch you over to a different screen and try opening up my PowerPoint on a different. I'm going to switch the screens, and maybe this will work. Let's see what happens.
Can you see? Can you see my screen?
Now, which one, Melissa? I have 2 up there. My first page. Are you showing my? Can you see? Can you shut yours off?
I'm showing the first of your screen on.
Okay, I'm just going to move mine. I'm going to advance, and so don't do anything to yours. Let me see what happens if I advance. Do you see the gluten-free diet now as a second slide, or are we still just seeing yours?
No, you're still on mine.
Yeah, then it's not picking it up. I don't know why.
Okay. Well, let's just tell me next slide when you're ready. Mark, can you?
Yeah,
can you
I did make
screen?
some.
Yes. Yeah, we see yours, Melissa.
Okay, I'm going to go on mute and let Shelley. Just tell me next slide when you're ready.
Okay. Well, I've got a little technical problem on my end here, but I think we're ready to roll. Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on a topic that's near and dear to my heart, which is food labeling and the gluten-free diet. But before I get started, I need to do my disclosures that I have consulted with numerous food companies, agriculture groups, and other organizations in Canada and the States over the past 30 years. The most recent and long-standing one has been Avena Foods with the gluten-free oats and Kinnikinnick Foods. Also, I'm the author and publisher of the book Gluten-Free, the Definitive Resource Guide. Next. I've been a dietitian for a long time, over 37 years, and I've specialized in celiac and the gluten-free diet for almost 30 years. I also have celiac disease, so I understand the many challenges of following a gluten-free diet. And food labeling is a huge and complex topic, and we could spend a whole day on this, Mark, but we don't have time. So I'm going to try and focus on the highlights today, so let's get started. Next. These are the topics I'm going to cover: allergen and gluten-free labeling, as well as precautionary labeling, which is also known as allergen advisory or may contain statements or warnings, and then the level of risk for various foods and food products. And Melissa, could you just move the pointer off to the right and just use your, are you able to use your keypad, or do you have to use it down there? Yeah, okay.
I'm just going to move it on the fly here, Shelley. I'm doing my best, so.
Okay. I'm also going to talk about the level of risk for various foods and food products, and some of this will be an overlap of what Tricia talked about, but I think it's going to be helpful to review and also elaborate from the Canadian perspective and regulations. And then we'll do label reading guidelines and decision making. Next. Just like our two mice here, we all know that's absolutely essential to read the label and check the list of ingredients. Next. So let's get into the joyful topic of Canadian food and drug regulations. I'll try to make this exciting and interesting for you, and hopefully make it so that everybody has a really good understanding of what's going on. Well, after 14 years of advocacy work by the Canadian Celiac Association, allergy associations, and others, including our very own Marian Zarkatis, dietitian and long-standing member of the Canadian Celiac Association Professional Advisory Board, she was instrumental in starting this journey towards improved labeling regulations called 1220, which was finally passed in 2011. And all priority allergens, the gluten sources, and any added sulfites must be declared on the label of prepackaged foods. Next. So what are those priority allergens? Well, you can see wheat or triticale, which is a crossbreed between wheat and rye, and a variety of nuts, milk, eggs, soybeans, crustaceans, shellfish, and fish, sulfites if they're over 10 parts, sesame seeds, mustard, and any protein or modified protein or protein fraction from those foods. And then we have the definition of gluten, and that is barley, rye, wheat, triticale, oats, or any gluten protein, modified gluten protein, or gluten protein fraction from any of those cereals. Now, you'll notice oats is in there, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more, but just keep that in mind. This is what must be declared. So, next slide. So the manufacturers have two options for declaring these allergen and gluten sources and sulfites. They can either do it in the list of ingredients, but it must be by their common name. So in the case of casein, people might not know that's milk, so they would have to put that in brackets. Same thing with malt. It would be needed to be declared barley, etc., or graham flour wheat. Or if they do not choose to list it in the ingredient list, they can put it in a contained statement that must immediately follow the ingredient list. So here you could put it in as contains wheat if there was wheat in that product. So they have two choices. But if they also choose to do a contained statement, in addition to declaring them in the list of ingredients, they must list all of the allergens and gluten sources and sulfites in the contained statement. Next. Now, we've been very fortunate because of Marian and others for the Celiac Association have worked hard. We've had a gluten-free regulation, believe it or not, since 1995. And this further revised when they did this new food allergen schedule of amendments 1220. And so now the gluten-free regulation B.24.018 says that it is prohibited to label, package, sell, or advertise a food in a manner likely to create an impression that it is a gluten-free food if the food contains any gluten protein or modified gluten protein, including gluten protein fractions, referred to in the definition of gluten. In the next slide, please. So reminding you again, gluten means barley, oats, rye, triticale, or wheat. So that's their definition. So if someone just used regular oats, for example, in a product, they would have to declare it out in the list of ingredients. Next. So Health Canada, when Schedule 12 amendments were made, Health Canada was also working on their and updating their position on gluten-free claims. And this document was published in June of 2012, and you can get it from the Canadian Health Canada's website. I believe we also have it on CCA's website, and that'll give you way more information about the gluten-free regulation. Next slide. And in this gluten-free document, it highlighted that there is no regulation for a specific gluten threshold level, but Health Canada considers levels of gluten proteins less than 20 parts per million generally do not represent a health risk for consumers with celiac disease. This 20 parts per million threshold level is the same as the FDA in the US that Tricia talked about. Consumers have expressed that they want products with a gluten-free claim to be made in dedicated facilities. However, there is no regulatory requirement for this type of facilities where gluten-free products have to be made, as long as it meets the less than 20 parts. Next. So Tricia was helping us, next slide, Tricia was helping us understand 20 parts per million. She talked about that, and as a reminder, 20 parts per million is the same as 20 milligrams of gluten in a kilo of food or 2 milligrams of gluten in 100 grams of food. So she talked about that if the food had a part per million level of 20 parts per million, and you had 28 grams of a food, such as a cereal or a bread or pasta, that did have that 20 parts per million, it would be equivalent to 0.57 milligrams of gluten in that 28 grams. So that's just some math for you today. Next slide. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency, also known as the CFIA, not the CIA, but the CFIA, enforces Health Canada's gluten-free regulations and claims. And there's some information here about various claims you can see, and you can go to the CFIA website to see and just Google gluten-free claims. Next. Now, I want to briefly discuss about oats. We can never talk enough about oats, and Tricia discussed that as well, but I want to come from the Canadian perspective. The challenges that we've had here in Canada getting a regulatory solution for allowing specialty produced purity protocol oats to be labeled gluten-free has been quite interesting from 2003 to 2015. I've been involved in this oat file in my role as a professional advisory council member, along with others from the PAC and our CCA board, and we've worked with key stakeholders in Health Canada, the CFIA, and oat producers for a very long time. Next slide. Can you just confirm that, Melissa or Mark, that my voice and the sound is coming through okay with my microphone?
Yes, it's great. No problems at all.
Okay, good. Good. Tricia had mentioned that we owe a great deal of gratitude to Tracy Perry and the late Beth Armour dietitian. They formed Cream Hill Estates in Montreal, and they were the first company to be producing these specially made gluten-free oats. And they brought that back to market in around 2006. But unfortunately, our existing food and drug regulations did not allow a gluten-free claim on the package for these oats, but they were permitted to declare free of wheat, barley, rye, triticale, spelt, and kamut. So that's the conundrum we had, because we had this gluten-free regulation and we had this food allergen regulation that said wheat was considered a definition of gluten. Next. So in 2007, Health Canada had a position document that reviewed all the studies on the safety of oats for people with celiac disease, and they concurred that uncontaminated oats were safe for the vast majority of people with celiac disease. This was published in 2007. Next. After that, the Health Canada scientists also started looking at gluten contamination in our Canadian commercial oat supply, and Tricia was one of the first persons to start doing some of that in the U.S. And here in 2011 in this study, you can see that 93% of the samples of oats, regardless of the type of oat, were over 20 parts per million and ranged anywhere from 21 to over 3,700 parts per million. So clearly, regular standard oats, as Tricia mentioned, are highly contaminated with gluten, and we saw that in this study by Health Canada. Next. So just again to remind you, 20 parts per million is the regulatory threshold, which means no more than 2 milligrams of gluten in 100 grams, or about 3 ounces of of oats. And when these were well over 700, some of them, the means, that would be like 70 milligrams in a 3 ounce. So highly contaminated. Next. So since 2003, the CCA had been actively working with Health Canada and Agriculture Foods to come up with a regulatory solution to allow these pure, uncontaminated oats to be labeled gluten-free, as the scientific literature demonstrated that the vast majority of people with celiac disease could safely consume specially produced gluten-free oats. So finally, in May 2015, it was a day of celebration, the Minister of Health issued a special marketing authorization permitting specially produced gluten-free oats to make a gluten-free claim. Next. And I was thrilled to be represent CCA and provide a speech in terms of reference about oats and gluten-free and celiac with the Member of Parliament when we made this joint announcement in May 2015 at a health food store in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Next. So at that time, Health Canada also updated their, produced a document on the safety of oats and gluten-free claims, and that is from 2015. Next. Now, in this marketing authorization where they made an exemption from the existing food and drug regulations, they allowed that if the food contains no oats other than specially produced gluten-free oats, they could make a claim. They did not specify the method or controls that were to be used to make and produce these gluten-free oats, but the finished product could not be over 20 parts per million of gluten from wheat, rye, barley, or any hybridized wheat strains. And this is a key here, a little bit different in the States. They must clearly identify them as gluten-free oats, where if you just saw regular oats on a label, then you would know that these are not the specialty oats. So next, I have a package here from Only Oats, our Canadian company here, and you can see they've indicated that they're gluten-free oat flour, and if you look up on the right side of the back of the package, under the nutritional facts, it says gluten-free oats. So you know that these are not regular oats, and you can see on the bottom right that they are certified gluten-free. Next slide. Here's an example of an oat product from Robin Hood's, a popular brand here in Canada, that tells you that these are not specially produced oats because the ingredients say rolled oats. They've used a contain statement that says contains oat ingredients, and they've also said may contain barley, mustard, rye, soybean, triticale, wheat ingredients. But the fact that it says contains oat ingredients and it does not say contains gluten-free oats or gluten-free rolled oats means that these oats are not safe for someone with celiac disease. Next. So that's a little bit about the gluten-free labeling regulations and oats. I just want to switch now to claims, allergen claims, and what we have here in Canada, and this is from the CFIA, where they talk about different regulations and rules and guidelines for making allergen-free claims. Next slide. So an allergen-free claim is a negative statement or claim pertaining to the absence of a food allergen source. So you would name the food allergen, so wheat-free or peanut-free. And they must ensure there's absolutely no amount of the named food allergen source in the product, whether through intentional or inadvertent means through cross-contamination. So no amount. Next. Now, this is totally different from food allergen precautionary statements, which are sometimes known as food allergen advisory warnings, may contains, etc. And Health Canada and the CFIA do have some guidelines for the use of these, but this goes back to 2012, so there clearly needs to be some more updated regulations, and that's what the CCA is working. We are working very hard to try and get improvements made to these precautionary labeling regulations. Next slide. So what are food allergen precautionary statements? There's many different types. I'm sure you can recite out all kinds of variations, but they may be something like may contain wheat or milk, or they may talk about the facility. They may say made in a facility that uses wheat, or it could be something produced on shared equipment or equipment that also processes wheat, nuts, and soy. And the purpose of a food allergen precautionary statement is to alert the consumer of a possible inadvertent presence of an allergen in a food, and we could say gluten as well. But the key here is that this is on a voluntary basis. There are no specific regulations other than they must be truthful and not misleading. The problem is that manufacturers, and Tricia alluded to this early in her talk as well, because they're not standardized, manufacturers can decide based on their own criteria whether or not to make a precautionary statement on the product label. So unlike the mandatory regulations where you must declare all allergen, gluten, and sulfite sources when they're added as an ingredient or a component of ingredient, precautionary labeling is not regulated other than theoretically it's supposed to be truthful and not misleading. Next. These statements are also not supposed to be a substitute for good manufacturing. So even though there are no specific regulations about when to use these statements, manufacturers are required to develop and implement a traceability system and preventative controls to anticipate and address potential food safety risks, including the possibility of unintentionally introducing any allergens or gluten sources. When manufacturers identify actual occurrences of cross-contamination with these priority allergens or gluten sources, they are supposed to take action to ensure their foods do not represent a health risk to consumers. So they may choose to implement further control measures to completely eliminate the cause of this cross-contact and thus avoid the risk that undeclared allergens or gluten sources might end up in their products. Or when cross-contamination cannot be eliminated despite all reasonable control measures, they can use these precautionary statements to warn consumers of the potential unintentional presence of allergen or gluten sources in their products. Prepackaged foods that represent a health risk to consumers due to undeclared presence of a food allergen or gluten source due to this cross-contamination are subject to enforcement actions by the CFIA, which they may have to relabel or even food recall. So people need to understand how difficult this is, and I'm not making excuses for manufacturers at all, but when you see what goes on in food manufacturing, it's very challenging. Cross-contamination can occur in a food manufacturing facility during the receiving and storage of their ingredients, or when products are made on shared equipment. So the may contain statement is often used on a food label when a product is manufactured in a facility with these shared practices, because it's not always possible for the manufacturer to thoroughly and effectively clean the equipment between batches that contain ingredients that are a source of these priority allergens and gluten, and batches that do not contain those ingredients. So cross-contamination is unpredictable and often sporadic in nature, and there can be large or small quantities of undeclared allergen or gluten sources inadvertently present in the foods when cross-contamination occurs. And they might, and as Tricia mentioned too, they may not be evenly distributed across a batch or even within a product, thus making it difficult to detect their presence with analytical methods. And it's not possible to know which specific products within a lot will be cross-contaminated. Thus, consumers should not try to gauge the level of risk of food products labeled with a precautionary statement. So that's all fine and dandy, but it is still concerning because we see that there is an awful lot of overuse, we believe, in some of these statements, and there's no consistency to that. So next slide. There is a regulation that has been passed, and a little bit of an update in 2016 that comes into force next December, that if these precautionary statements are used, they must immediately follow the list ingredients or a contain statement if they use one. But once again, there's no regulation for the specific wording of these precautionary statements, even though Health Canada and CFIA recommend that they should only use one statement, may contain, and we'll just say wheat. But we all know when you look at food packages, there's all kinds of variations on these precautionary statements. Next. Now, this is where it gets a little bit interesting and confusing. If you're making an allergen-free claim in conjunction with precautionary labeling, such as you want to make a wheat-free claim, you are not allowed to put may contain wheat if you're making a wheat-free claim. However, they do have an exception if you say a wheat-free claim, but you can use something like produced in a facility that also produces wheat. So you can see this can create some confusion, but the manufacturer must ensure that the allergen-free claim is accurate. So in other words, it should be wheat-free. They're just alerting a consumer that it was done in a plant where there's wheat. Next. But for the celiac, this is interesting. When you use a gluten-free claim, you are permitted to use a may contain wheat statement. It's the same in the States. In the US, you can have a gluten-free claim and it may contain wheat. And this statement is really used to alert a wheat allergy consumer to possible presence of low levels of wheat in a gluten-free food. But it must ensure that this product does not contain any intentionally added gluten sources, and it must be less than 20 parts per million as a result of cross-contact. And they say manufacturers are encouraged to use this may contain less than 20 parts per million of wheat, but I rarely see that. Next. So I'm just going to breeze through these, Melissa, so you can just, I'll tell you quickly, so be prepared. This is just an example of a product that has a gluten-free claim. You can see on the top left, and it says gluten-free in the orange in the middle. And then you look over to the list of ingredients, and you don't see any gluten-containing ingredients, but it does say it contains milk. But then there's a warning. This product is prepared and packaged using machines that may come in contact with wheat, gluten, tree nuts, sesame, eggs, peanuts, soy, and mustard. So there's an example. This is not misbranded. It is allowed because it is to meet the less than 20 parts per million. Next. There's another example here where Midel has made the claim it's peanut-free, gluten-free, and you don't see any gluten-containing ingredients. In the contain statement, they only just say coconut and soy, but then below in the gold, you see the produced in a facility that also processes peanuts, wheat, dairy, and eggs. But they've gone one step further. They've indicated that their products are routinely tested using the ELISA method to ensure there's less than 20 parts per million gluten. Next. Here's one. They make a gluten-free, sans gluten-free, and it has no gluten in the ingredients, but it does say it contains anchovy and soy, but they are alerting to you that it is manufactured in a facility that processes wheat, egg, peanuts, etc. Next. So now that you have an overview of allergen and gluten labeling here in Canada, I just wanted to briefly touch on this National Canadian Celiac Association labeling survey that we did last May, because we wanted to gauge the confidence and understanding of people. Do they really understand what these may contain and other precautionary statements are, gluten-free, whether there's any gluten-containing ingredients listed. And we had 4 different groups. We had over 2,300 people respond, and it was those that were diagnosed with celiac disease, or they weren't officially diagnosed, but they were following a gluten-free diet, or someone that was a parent caregiver of someone with celiac on a gluten-free diet, and then we had some dietitians. We had a boatload of comments. I went through all 845 of them, and that was just quite amazing. Next. And I'm not going to go into this because we've covered this in a previous webinar, and we are publishing this data. But we did ask people, we thought this one question about, could you consume, or could a person with celiac consume a product with a precautionary statement on the label? And you'll find it's interesting how people, depending on the type of statement, if it was may contain wheat, most of them said no, 77%. If it was made on shared equipment, also not very confident at 81%. But interesting, if it was made in a facility that processes wheat, only 50% said no. So people were making decisions based on the type of precautionary statement. Next. We also asked them, if you saw may contain wheat and a gluten-free claim on a product, you can see that 65% said no, and 21% of the people said it depended on the product. And this is just to remind you below, which I just discussed before, that you can have both a gluten-free claim and a may contain wheat. Next. Our survey also found that these precautionary statements were terribly confusing and frustrating and controversial for so many people. And some people were even confused about the contains, which is mandatory statements, versus these may contain or precautionary statements. Many do not consider the may contain the same as made in a shared facility with wheat or made on shared equipment. They were treating each statement, as I said, with various risk levels. And people were spending a lot of time calling companies, asking about ingredients, manufacturing processes, testing, labeling statements, etc. So lots of challenges. And here's just a few examples, and Melissa, we're going to go through these super quick. The next slide here's great value from Walmart, and you can see that they have a may contains on the bottom there. There's milk, wheat, soy, sesame, and fish. Here's just plain bay leaves, and they're saying it may contain sesame on the right, sesame, soy, wheat, and mustard. Over to the right, Melissa, to the bay leaves there. Again, another precautionary statement. Next slide. Another great value of the roasted unsalted sunflower seeds, they've got peanuts, tree nuts, sesame milk, soy, wheat, and mustard. So an awful lot of may contains. Next. Here's some popcorn, and they're just saying that it may contain tree nuts, peanuts, sesame, wheat, milk, and soy. And the last one, which is very interesting, is sea salt. Wouldn't you know it? There is a may contain milk, soy, wheat, gluten, mustard, and sulfite. So a lot of may contains. Next. This last one, though, is making a gluten-free claim. It's certified. And here they're just telling you that on the right, under the 0 gram fats, that individuals with food allergies, it's made in a facility that processes the wheat. But they also say, in addition to gluten testing, strict allergen control measures are implemented at all levels of production. So they're giving you a little bit more. So in just wrapping up a little bit on this precautionary, and then we're going to go into levels of risk of foods, just want to say again in our survey that our people were spending so much time looking at all these claims and warnings, and they felt that companies were overusing these may contains as a liability protection and not because of a real level of risk, and that there was just such a proliferation of warning statements. And so it was really reducing the number of products that they could choose for their gluten-free diet, and they want better regulations for their use. Next slide. So my dietitian colleague and good friend Tricia Thompson and I spent a lot of time trying to help consumers sort through all these labeling issues in our countries. Tricia's company, as you know, is Gluten-Free Watchdog, and she's absolutely amazing and a dedicated research dietitian who is truly committed for our community to help us out. And she has also, and she talked about it briefly, but I just want to bring it back up again about these precautionary allergen statements. Next. She has lots of good information on her website. So that she looked at the precautionary statements in regards to wheat gluten with a group of dietitians, and they published their research in 2016. And you can see here, of the ones that did not include, of the 101 products that did not include an allergen advisory statement for wheat, there was 87, 13 contained quantifiable gluten. But those that did include the allergen advisory statement, the 14, only one did. So you actually saw the opposite of what you would expect. Next. And that the same group also looked, published in the European Journal in 2018, another study where when you saw a gluten-free claim and an allergen advisory statement, and Tricia reminded us that 2 of the products that contained an allergy advisory statement were over 20 parts per million, but those that didn't have an allergy advisory statement, 12 of those, or 86% of the total samples, had quantifiable gluten. So it's very confusing trying to discern whether products with the various precautionary statements are safe or not. Next. So when she combined the data from both studies, 9% of the products, 4 out of the 45 that had an allergen advisory statement for wheat contained quantifiable gluten, but those with no statements, she had found 14%, or 52 out of the 384. So it's very difficult, thinking that if you have one with no allergen advisory statement, it must be safer than the one with the allergen advisory statement. So this was clearly not the case. So as she said and reminded us about not making gluten-free purchasing decisions solely on the presence or absence of an allergen advisory statement. Next. So gluten-free consumers as well as dietitians are always sorting through these confusing labels, and it often feels like gluten roulette. This is why the Canadian Celiac Association continues to advocate on behalf of our gluten-free consumers with Health Canada, CFIA, and manufacturers for improved labeling. So as a member of the CCA PAC, we work diligently along with other celiac specialist dietitians and CCA members to develop a food labeling guidance document for individuals with celiac disease following a gluten-free diet. This was published in February 2020, and one of the many challenging issues that we dealt with were these may contain statements. Next. And we really struggled about what to do with if there was no gluten-free claim, no gluten ingredients in the list, but they had a may contain wheat. We were trying to decide which one we would choose. So if you go to the next slide, we finally ended up, in our final document, states that you should avoid products with a may contain wheat claim, even if there's no gluten-containing ingredients on the label and no GF claim. But we realize there are still so many concerns about the overuse of and inconsistent criteria for the use of these precautionary statements, which is why we're going to continue to dialogue with Health Canada about these labeling issues. So we've said no because Health Canada's documents have said no. But as Tricia and others have pointed out, it's not as cut and dried. But these are the general guidelines that we have come on based on the labeling claims. Next. So if you're concerned about the gluten-free status of various products, here's a few tips from dietitian Amy Keller, who collaborated with Tricia on that precautionary labeling research. Try to find somebody, if you can talk to, at the company that is familiar with their allergen control plan. This is what we do as dietitians. We ask, do they have dedicated areas or rooms or equipment and employees who produce gluten-free foods? We ask about the procedures in the plant for receiving and storing items. Do they keep their gluten-free materials in a separate area? How are they cleaning their equipment? How are the gluten-free items produced? Are they done on a separate day or in separate, being done first? And thank the person that you're talking to. But sometimes it's really hard to get answers, but we can keep digging, and that's what we do on your behalf when we're trying to find out information. So next slide. So now I'm just going to breeze through this section quickly because Tricia has talked about some of this stuff, but and it doesn't take as much explanation because it's a lot less complex. Next. So we know there's been lots of research done on the safety of oats, and they're frequently contaminated with gluten-containing grains, especially barley. Next slide. And I showed this slide to you earlier, but just to remind you that 93% of those samples of the regular oats out in the marketplace were highly contaminated with gluten. Next. Melissa and I are here in an oat field in Regina, Saskatchewan. We had the opportunity to be on a farm tour last year, checking out several gluten-free and pulse farms, and we had a delegation of interested stakeholders. So we were there, and the photo on the bottom right are the bins of my photo that I took of the dedicated oat bins that are traced back to the individual growers, that include the exact plots of land, the variety of oats that were grown, and other specific information about the oats contained in each bin. So this traceability is quite amazing. And we saw firsthand all that is involved in growing, harvesting, transporting, and marketing gluten-free oats. If you want to learn more, go to the CCA's YouTube channel and you can see the oat tour, which you can learn a lot more. Next. So as Tricia talked about priority protocol, I just want to remind people that there are two ways that you can get gluten-free oats. One is this purity protocol where they start with very pure seed. It involves a number of steps. Although it's not an industry-wide standard, most producers of purity protocol follow those, where they use the pure oat seed for planting. There can be no wheat, rye, or barley grown on the land in the previous 2 to 4 years. They do field inspections, and they use dedicated or thoroughly cleaned equipment for their planting, harvesting, storage, transportation, milling, and processing and packaging. And they do analysis by the grower for gluten in the oat seed from the harvested crop before and after cleaning, and frequent testing of the oats before, during, and after the processing in the mill. So you can see that this is a very rigorous protocol. And here's a little bit of something, an interesting tidbit. It only takes 2 to 3 barley or wheat kernels in a kilogram of oats, which is about 20 to 25,000 kernels, that would cause a sample to be over 20 parts per million. So there is not a lot of room for error. Next. And here's just 2 examples of companies that are highlighting their products contain purity protocol oats. So on the top left, under Enjoy Life, you can see that they use purity protocol gluten-free oats. And of course, on the one we saw before, only oats are saying purity protocol. Next. So the other method of getting gluten-free oats is by using sophisticated mechanical and optical sorting technologies, where they can separate grains according to their size, shape, density, and color to process regular commodity oats for the gluten-free market. But the type and quality of this sorting equipment, as well as how it's operated, can affect how much of the wheat, rye, and barley is actually removed. And in spite of the advances in sorting technology, complete elimination of all the whole and broken kernels of wheat, rye, and barley from oats is impossible. This is especially true for these barley kernels, because barley kernels are very similar in size, shape, and color to an oat kernel. And another thing where we need to have some research done is that our concern is that the separated oats may have traces of gluten contaminating grain dust. So we do need to do a lot more testing on these type of oats to see about the gluten contamination. Next. So I'm just going to breeze through these and just say, make sure you go to Tricia's website, glutenfreewatchdog.org. She has some great stuff about talking about what I've just been mentioned, which I didn't have a ton of time to go through. Next slide. She also has some information on purity protocol oat suppliers, as she's indicated that she prefers, and I agree, that we should be looking at purity protocol oats. And then the next one is the CCA's website has more information about an oat survey that we did, as well as our position statement from the Professional Advisory Council. Next. So in just wrapping up here, we're getting to the end, gluten contamination is not just found in oats. Tricia shared some of that, and the Health Canada team that did the oats contamination study several years later looked at over 640 samples of gluten-free flours and starches. These did not include oats because they'd previously done those. And they had products from many countries, and they had samples that ranged from anywhere from 5 to almost 8,000 parts per million. And what we found was that almost 10% of what they found was almost 10% of the samples were over 20 parts per million. Next. So let's look a little closer at these. Excuse me. When you look at the gluten contamination of the naturally gluten-free flours and starches, 1 out of the 40 samples of potato starch did test in at 59, and 1 out of the 48 tapioca starch samples came in at 54 parts per million. 3 out of the 89 white rice flour samples ranged over 20 parts per million, and there were 3 out of the 54 gluten-free flour mix samples that were over 20 parts per million, and test ranges from 7 to 321 parts. Next. Excuse me. You can see the various naturally gluten-free flours were contaminated with gluten, as well as ground flaxseed. So Tricia brought this up again and said that so many of the grains are frequently contaminated, cross-contaminated with gluten. And the reason why the flax was super high was because they had multiple lots from one manufacturer. So clearly that manufacturer was not doing a good job in their processing. So, but see that none of the nut flours were contaminated, which was good news. Next. They also looked at gluten contamination based on the types of claims of these products. So the good news is that as Tricia had pointed out, very few products with a gluten-free claim were over the 20 parts per million. And here we only had 3 out of the 268, or 1%. If it didn't have a gluten-free statement on it, but it was inherently gluten-free, you can see that up to 10% of those samples were contaminated with gluten over 20 parts. And if they did have a gluten precautionary warning statement, almost 38% of those samples were contaminated. So a little bit different results than Tricia, but I think that it points out that there's a great variability depending on the manufacturer and the crop and the farmers and the samples. So it is difficult to make decisions based on precautionary statements, but in this one it did show a higher contamination level. Next slide. So pulses, which are dried beans, peas, and lentils, as Tricia mentioned, they are very high risk for cross-contact with gluten-free or gluten-containing grains. And the reason being that is if you're up here on the prairies in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, that the prairie farmers will be growing crops of lentils and flax as well as gluten-containing crops. And so there can be shared equipment for planting, harvesting, storaging, and transporting. So it's really important to buy lentils with a gluten-free claim. Next. But nevertheless, you should still pick through and wash your pulses, as Tricia said, because you can see in the very center there is one little teeny barley kernel there, which is on the size of my hand to give you an idea. So we certainly want you to pick through. I put them on a cookie sheet and do a visual inspection, and then I rinse them. Next slide. And we know that this is especially important because Tricia had found in some of her testing, here's an example of a product that says gluten-free certified lentils, and yet she found over 77 and 84 parts per million in these testings, and you can see the gluten-containing grains that she found that she got out of this package. So that is all the more reason why you want to pick through them. Next slide. And as she mentioned, this is why we need purity protocol lentils on the market. Avena Foods, the major producer, has them, but we just need food companies to step up to the plate and purchase these and package them so that we will have them for consumers. Next. Flax is another one that's high risk, as the Health Canada showed, and that's because it's commonly grown with lentils, flax, and gluten-containing grains in the farmers' cereal rotation, or their gluten-free and their gluten-containing rotations on the land. Next. So look for companies that do make a gluten-free claim. We have Canmar, and as you can see on the bottom there, it's certified by GFCP. And on the right, we have another company that is making a gluten-free claim. Next. Hemp seeds. There is a risk for cross-contact because farmers can do gluten-containing grains as well as hemp. So we recommend that you purchase from producers and companies that offer gluten-free hemp products. Next. Now, I didn't get time to add my Canmar slide because it is on my slides but not on Melissa's. We do have Manitoba Hemp Harvest on the bottom left that make a gluten-free claim and are testing. And, of course, Canmar also is offering gluten-free hemp seeds. Next. The last one that we're talking about is rice and wild rice. The good news is that these are not typically grown on land where gluten-containing grains had previously planted. So the risk of contamination in rice and wild rice is much lower than these other gluten-free grains. Now remember, it is possible that rice may be transported and packaged in facilities where gluten-containing grains are processed, but this could occur with many other different food products. And we do have brands of rice and wild rice that do include a gluten-free claim, but they're often more expensive, and it's not always easy to find across the country. So given the low risk of contamination, we do not feel it's necessary to purchase rice and wild rice with a gluten-free claim. But you do need to read the labels for some of these rice mixes and wild rice mixes and pilafs because they may have a seasoning blend or sauce that has a gluten ingredient. And some pilafs have added grains, such as barley. Next slide. So as we conclude, I want to summarize that you should be choosing, as Tricia mentioned, gluten-free grains, flours, starches, mixes, baked products, cereals, pulses, and pastas that have a gluten-free claim and are certified. And you're wanting to purchase from companies that have really good manufacturing processes with rigid quality control and that they're doing testing protocols of their ingredients and final products using appropriate methods. Next. So avoid those regular oats and purchase only gluten-free oats, preferably purity protocol. Purchase gluten-free pulses, especially lentils, but you should still be doing a visual inspection to remove any foreign grains and rinsing them thoroughly. And looking for flax and hemp seeds with a gluten-free claim. Next. And you definitely want to avoid buying from bulk bins or stores that buy in bulk and repackage into little smaller containers because the area that they do this could, and the equipment they use could easily be cross-contaminated with gluten-containing ingredients. So in summing up, next slide, to remember the difference, I'll go back one, Melissa, that a contain statement is not the same as a precautionary may contain statement. If the product has any allergens, gluten sources, or sulfite added to the product, it must be included in the list of ingredients or contain statement. Whereas precautionary statements are not defined by any regulation, it's voluntary declaration, and they can use a variety of different statements that you will see on the label. Next. So ideally, as I said, precautionary labeling should be truthful and not misleading. It should not be a substitute for good manufacturing practices, and they're only supposed to be used when, despite all reasonable measures, that the inadvertent presence of allergens in food is unavoidable. And a use of these statements, whether there's no real risk of an allergen being present in the food, is contrary to the department's goal. In other words, they shouldn't be overusing them, but there's no specific regulations. So we clearly need more research to develop a scientific risk-based assessment in the development of standardized precautionary labels and regulations. And the CCA is continuing to advocate for a clearer labeling with Health Canada and food manufacturers. So next slide. So check out the CCA's website and go to the Living Gluten-Free and click on the food labeling. And at the bottom you can see the CCA labeling document next slide, which is a 5-page document, and you can get all of many of the things I was talking about today. And next slide, we even have a handy chart for risk levels and whether you should avoid it, and some comments. Next slide. And also, if you need some really good detailed information about the gluten-free diet, I have a very extensive chapter on gluten-free and food allergen labeling in Canada and the US, as well as chapters on what Tricia was talking about, gluten threshold levels, parts per million in testing, as well as you can see many other topics. So you can get more information on my website, shellycase.com. Next. I realized that the last slide, I realized that this was a very challenging topic to cover in such a short time. I hope that this session has provided you with more insight into the complexities and challenges of gluten and allergen labeling, as well as some helpful recommendations for purchasing safe products. So thanks so much, and I'll turn it back now to Mark for our question and answer.
Thanks, Shelley. We're pretty tight on time, but several people asked if you could restate the statement on barley kernels and how much oats will contaminate it.
It could be as little as 2 to 3 wheat or barley kernels in a kilogram of oats. And if you were to look about, depending on the sizes of the oat kernels, you could have anywhere from about 20 to 25,000 oat kernels. So just visualize that. That's a lot of oat kernels in a kilo. And then you're looking for basically where's Waldo. And depending on the grinding and how the testing was done, it could feasibly trip over 20 parts per million. So that's why it's so critical that we have, the purity protocol is controlling the growing so that, like I say, there's no gluten-containing grains on the land 2 to 3 years before, so you don't get volunteer, gluten grains coming up in that. And they're using dedicated equipment, and they're doing frequent testing. So it is risky, and that's why we need to support manufacturers that are going those extra miles to ensure that we have safe gluten-free oats.
Right. Thanks for that. I think that answers the question that was out there. Let's give away some prizes now. Promise Gluten-Free is advertised as the impossibly good gluten-free bakery, offering delicious bread, cakes, muffins, buns, and rolls. Their breads are high in fiber, lower in fat and sugar than many other gluten-free breads. They were an early member of the gluten-free certification program. And so we have some free product coupons to give away. Each winner will get $50 worth. Congratulations to Connie Andrade of Hamilton, Ontario, Andrea Bottoms of North Bay, Ontario, and Lisa Pavone of Nepean, Ontario. La Galerie au Chocolat is a chocolate maker in Montreal that has been producing premium chocolate and confection since 1985. With gourmet ingredients, they deliver indulgent chocolate with no added oils, preservatives, flavors, or anything artificial. Their chocolates are all natural, made in a peanut-free and kosher facility, and their dark chocolates are suitable for a vegan lifestyle. We're giving away 3 prize packs, each worth $33. And the winners are Janice Hick of Regina, Saskatchewan, Terry Braid of Calgary, Alberta, and Clémence Greve, also of Regina, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to them and all of our winners so far. I'll be in touch with all the prize winners in the coming week. I just wanted to throw in as well, we do have a number of people joining us from outside of Canada, but we're only able to award prizes to those residing in Canada. Thanks for your understanding there. Now we are into our break now. I know there were some more questions for Shelley, but Melissa and I chatted, and we might do, there might be a little feature in an upcoming CCA e-newsletter that we'll try to cover a lot of the issues that were put into questions for Shelley, but for which we didn't have time. So stay tuned for that. So thanks very much, Shelley, for bringing us
Thanks, Mark.
Very important information.
Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Mark? And maybe what we can do, Mark, is that you could submit those to me at some point, and then I can take a look, and we can, like you say, craft some more answers, or maybe we need to do an additional webinar or something so that we could get through, because we really were just scratching the surface. But and also, as I mentioned, we are publishing that. Dr. Dirksen and myself and some others are going to be publishing our labeling survey results from consumers. So I think that it's obviously a hot topic. It's probably one that causes the most challenges for people. And so it's hard to do this, and I'm sure there's boatloads of questions, but I'm happy to take a look at them. And I'm sure if there's some that pertain as well, Tricia and I might be able to help out there and craft some more answers.
Great. Thank you very much. Yes, I think we'll take you up on that.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Thanks again, Shelley. And so
Thank
before
you.
we jump into break, the people want their memes, so we'll go there, please, Melissa. Yeah, so when we go to restaurants, we love it when they say, oh, we don't use the word gluten free, but gluten friendly. There are good reasons for that. There's legal requirements around gluten free on restaurant menus, so they do their best, and we appreciate that restaurants are taking measures to provide safe food for us. But always ask those questions, about the preparation and precautions that are taken. When you see someone else in the gluten-free aisle in the grocery store, there's that solidarity there. You feel a certain joy when you see someone looking at the certification logo and grabbing the product or reading the list of ingredients. Maybe not with COVID, but under normal circumstances, it'd be a chance to make a friend. When someone tells me they're gluten-free for fun, it's like, why? We saw Adriana went through some of the reasons, of losing weight, clearing up your skin, which is one I'm less familiar with. All these random reasons why people they read something online and Bieber's doing it, so I better too. It's just it boggles the mind sometimes. So I mentioned the CCA annual holiday guide. Be sure you're on our mailing list for that. Let's do our fourth poll now. So traveling is mostly frozen right now, of course, because of COVID. But outside of the pandemic, I'm curious as to how you found it to be traveling while gluten-free. So Melissa's going to bring up our next poll. So how do you find traveling with a gluten-free diet? This is generally outside of the pandemic. Remember, not right now, but generally, how is it traveling with the gluten-free diet? All right, got some votes coming in.
Now we're about 52%, 55.
Yeah, so the biggest group here still travel, but do find it stressful to find gluten-free options. That's definitely me as well, so I understand. Travel and hasn't been too difficult provided I do my research. Yes, always do your research. Depending on where you go, there's more or less research to be done. I can certainly mention East Asia as an area where it's difficult to eat gluten-free, even if you have done your research. And others who have reduced travel due to celiac, it's too stressful. Getting sick while on vacation is never fun, or others who don't travel as much anyway. So interesting. Again, with this question, it's a broad mix of perspectives.
I think what we can do, Mark, is we can share some of these poll results in an upcoming CCA communication. Be good to share with other people.
Yeah, I'm sure we love numbers. We love hearing about our fellow celiacs experiences. Before we break, I'm just going to give away some more prizes. Holy Crap's mission is to create products that inspire through innovative branding and improve lives through simple, quality ingredients that ultimately feed the connection between gut and mind. Holy Crap is an organic breakfast cereal for today's consumer that expects their food to work hard for them. Their great tasting and effective cereal helps maintain a healthy gut, which creates a happy mind. We're giving away a variety pack of cereals with a value of $60. And the winner is Sharon Hendry of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Hockey Snacks helps young athletes and their families fuel their performance by making it simple with the support of holistic nutrition. They recently launched an online nutrition program and courses for young athletes. This prize includes a complimentary membership in the program, a value of almost $200. And the winner is Michelle Wall of Mount Pearl, Newfoundland and Labrador. Now we're going to move into our our next break, sponsored by Queen Street Bakery. They have gluten-free breads, buns, and pizza you'll always feel good eating. Every slice gives you almost a quarter of your daily fiber. It has plant-based protein and contains no unnecessary sugar. They're proud to use chia and beans as their main ingredients, and they bake all their breads in their own dedicated gluten, nut, and dairy-free bakery just outside of Toronto. They've graciously donated a prize of gluten-free bread for a year with monthly shipments direct to your home. So the winner for this prize, the second gluten-free bread for a year, is Heather near Hopkins of Toronto, Ontario. It's close to home. Congrats to Heather. And we're going to start off break with a video from Queen Street Bakery again.
Hey, it's LJ.
Hey, LJ.
Hey, I'm here to ask you 27 questions about Queen Street Bakery.
Come on in.
First off, how do you pronounce your full name?
The Italian way or the way Canadians say it?
Let's do Canadian first, then Italian.
Canadians would say Giovanni, but Italians say Giovanni Angelucci.
What's your favorite thing about being Canadian?
The people. Great reputation, super caring of one another.
What's your favorite thing about being Italian?
Food.
How did you decide to start an allergen-free bakery?
My mom. She needed a gluten-free bread and couldn't find a good one, so we made one for her.
You talk about making functional foods. What does that mean and why is that important?
Functional foods are all about putting the right ingredients back into the foods that we love. That's what we've done.
What's your favorite Queen Street Bakery product?
Probably the chia. It's low cal, low carb, but I love the cinnamon raisin too.
Toast. Is that a morning thing or afternoon thing?
Oh, morning.
Avocado or peanut butter?
Avo.
What's the first gluten-free product that you ever tasted?
I think it was another gluten-free bread.
And your thoughts?
Yeah.
How many versions of your first product did you go through before you nailed it?
Over 100.
Are all of your customers gluten-free?
Many are. Some are even celiac, but a lot of people just want to eat good food.
Favorite way to use Queen Street Bakery?
In a sandwich.
Do you cook?
I do, but my wife's stuff is better.
What's the next product you plan to launch and why?
Oh, that's our secret.
If you could change one thing about the gluten-free industry, what would it be?
I think the stigma. Most people hear gluten-free and they assume it's terrible, but a lot of gluten-free products now are really good.
What's a secret talent of yours? Can we see?
Multitasking.
What's the toughest thing about running a business in 2020?
Keeping everybody optimistic. 2020 has been a dark year, but there's brighter days ahead.
If you could do a collaboration with one other brand, who would it be?
Let's go with Blaze Pizza. Shout out LeBron.
Who inspires you personally?
My parents.
How about professionally?
Somebody like Elon Musk.
What's your favorite meal?
Pasta.
What's your hardest part about making functional products?
Putting the ingredients together that are good for you, but also making it taste good and a finished good product.
Tell us the time that you believe Queen Street Bakery failed.
You go through a lot of ups and downs early on, but we knew we had a really good product. So we had not the right people early on, but we did later, and that's what got us where we are today.
What's your long-term vision and hope for Queen Street Bakery?
I think we want to make functional foods out of a whole lot of categories. We have people eating bread again. Now we want them to eat a bunch of other foods that they usually love. We're turning guilty pleasures into pleasures again.
How much of success is luck versus hard work?
There you go.
Thank you.
I think you got to work hard to be lucky, and if you work hard, you'll get the right turns in your life.
Awesome. Cheers. Thanks so much.
Enjoy. Thanks for coming.
All right, and I'm happy to welcome back Mark Harvey of Queen Street Bakery. Are you there, Mark?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Great. Can I go ahead, Mark?
Yep. Go ahead. I was getting a bit of echo, but you sound fine. It's me.
Okay. Good stuff. Thanks, everyone. Look, if you listened to me chat a bit earlier, I appreciate the patience. I'll make it short and sweet. I just wanted to add a couple of things to the video that you just saw. My name's Mark. I'm one of the owners, along with Giovanni, who's the founder, who you saw in the video. I just wanted to say that we really appreciate everyone taking the time to listen to us. We know it's been a long day. We love the CCA community. They've been really helpful to us, and we have a lot of great customers who are celiac and part of the CCA community. And for those of you who haven't heard about us, we just wanted to take the chance to tell you a bit about us. As you saw in the video, we're a Toronto-based bakery. We have our own facility, which is obviously completely gluten-free, nut-free, dairy-free, soy, sesame. We try to keep as many allergens out as humanly possible. But probably what's more interesting to all of you is why we do this in the first place. And it was really because of our family members who were gluten-free and who didn't love the options that were out there, specifically for bread, which is how we started. And our goal wasn't just to make a product that was good enough. I'm sure you can all relate to companies making products that are just good enough, because it's not seen as a priority for them. And we really do take this very, very seriously, and we strive to make a product that even a regular bread eater would be envious of. And so we hope that we've gotten pretty close to that. We're always trying to be better, but any one of our products you pull off the shelf is, of course, going to be gluten-free, but it's also going to be healthier than a lot of the options out there. Some of the things we're really proud to have on the back of our packaging are a quarter of your daily fiber needs with every single piece, no unnecessary sugar, a bunch of plant-based protein from chia and beans, which are our main ingredients, as well as a bunch of other things. And so what we're going to do is we're going to post a an email that you can send your details to, because we would love every single person who's attending this this meeting or convention, whatever we want to call it, virtual conference today, to have the chance to try us with no obligation. So we'd love to send every single one of you a free coupon. You can use it at any grocery store that we partnered with. We're in over 1,000 across Canada in every single province, so you should have no trouble finding us. And so if you'd like, I'll post it in the link, post the link in the Zoom chat, and you can go ahead and send us an email, and we'll get that shipped out to all of you. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we're a small team. We'd love to hear from you. So at any point in time, message us on Facebook or Instagram, give us a call. We'd love to chat. So thanks very much for your time, and I hope everyone has a great rest of their Sunday.
Thank you, Mark. I can paste that information again in the chat if you like, unless you already did, but it doesn't hurt to have it there for sure. So the link for the coupon is in there.
Yeah, so Mark, I just, we had a couple of people who said they were either having trouble with the link or were just not comfortable providing their information through a website. Absolutely understand. So just to make things easier, we're just going to give you our email, and we can correspond through there. And if at any point anyone's wants to make sure they know who they're talking to, you just give us a call, and we'll make sure we walk you through it.
Mark will also put it in the email post-conference so that people get it as well there. So we'll cover lots of bases to make sure people get a chance to taste your great bread.
Right, thank you. And yeah, on behalf of the gluten-free community, thanks for using superfoods and adding the fiber and the protein. And that's one complaint sometimes about gluten-free food, that it lacks some of those nutrients that we all need, and you don't realize that it's not always there is in the same quantities with gluten-free food as with gluten-containing food. So, sounds great. Thanks again, Mark. And we're now at 4:15. So for those of you who took the break, welcome back. So our next speaker, Dr. Don Dirksen, is an associate professor of medicine and the acting section head of gastroenterology at the University of Manitoba. He's also the medical director of the nutrition support program at St. Boniface General Hospital and of the Manitoba Home Nutrition Program. He's chair of the CCA's Professional Advisory Council, and he's served the organization for around a decade now. Don's major research areas include celiac disease and nutrition support, and he has received support from the J.A. Campbell Research Fund of the CCA to research factors relating to celiac disease and osteoporosis, as well as to establish an inception cohort to study factors affecting mucosal recovery in celiac disease. Dr. Dirksen, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks very much, Mark. Can you hear me there?
Yes, you sound great.
Excellent. And I will look at sharing the screen here. Can people see my screen?
Not yet. But we'll see if it pops up.
Just give it a second.
Okay. Oh boy.
Here we go.
Yep, we see your desktop.
Can you see the slides?
Now we can see the slides, yeah.
Awesome, perfect. Okay, thanks again, Mark, for organizing such a great symposium, and also Melissa for all the work that you're doing with the CCA and also for this meeting. And it's my pleasure to be here and to take this conference and also to give this talk. So the ground that I wanted to cover over this next 20 or 25 minutes is to talk a little bit about some definitions we use and what is osteoporosis and what is bone mineral density testing. Talk about fractures, because that's really what we're concerned about in relation to osteoporosis. Something that we've been interested in at University of Manitoba are something called FRAX scores. We're going to tell you a bit about some research we've done using that score, and then finish up with some clinical questions that relate to osteoporosis in celiac disease and bone health. So just by starting out, what is osteoporosis? The World Health Organization defines it as a disease characterized by low bone mass, and that results in microarchitectural deterioration of bone, and that leads to bone fragility and increased fracture risk. And you can see from this schematic how the bone, and this is in a, the microarchitecture of bone goes from the lattice you can see on the left to something that has become much more thinned out, if you like, on the right, osteoporosis. And you can, when you see that visual, you can have no difficulty understanding why that might lead to increased fracture risk. And I think the thing that we think about bone is we don't think of it as being necessarily a living tissue, but it's a tissue that's being remodeled, even though bone structure seems to be pretty solid. This is undergoing remodeling all the time, and cells are changing and mineralization is changing. And that's why you can, the end result could be that you can have these changes in the microarchitecture. The other thing that's very interesting about bone is when you look at the bone strength and you look at what happens with age. And these are general curves, if you like. On the y-axis, you can see the total mass of calcium, which is an indicator of bone strength, and age on the x-axis. And you can see the curves for men and women parallel each other, with men having greater mass and with women having this second little decrease, accelerated decrease in bone mass and bone strength, which occurs in the perimenopausal area. And then their curve again takes the shape of that of men, but it is still a gradual downhill curve. And so there definitely is low bone mass decreases with time. And you can see the peak is somewhere in the mid-30s ranges when we reach our peak bone mass. Well, one way of measuring this bone mass is what we call bone densitometry. And here you can see someone undergoing a bone densitometry scan where X-rays are passed through the area of interest, dual beam X-rays, and it results in an ability to determine the density of the bone. And in general, the sites that are used are the femur and the lumbar spine are the most common sites that are used. The distal radius can be used as well, and in some cases can be advantageous. And in the end, the measurement we get is expressed in terms of grams per square centimeter, for what it's worth. And again, I don't think that that's all that important, as I'll talk about, but that is the raw result that you'll get when you get a bone density test scan done, or a DEXA, which stands for dual energy X-ray absorptiometry is the other term that sometimes get used. So bone density, DEXA scan, those would be synonymous things. As I mentioned, every patient basically has their spine measured, and usually the hip, both at the proximal femur and the femoral neck. And as you'll see with some of the later slides, these are the areas where we really are concerned about clinically relevant fractures. Hip fractures is a very important issue as people age. And similarly, compression fractures of the spine can cause a lot of morbidity. And so these are areas where we measure them. In some cases, particularly if there's significant obesity, you can get better information from the forearm and the distal radius, and so that may be measured as well. And there's more and more evidence about the accuracy of that measurement. So when it comes to interpreting bone density scans, sometimes the terminology is a bit confusing. If you take a group of, quotes, normal part of the population, and you measure anything, you'll get this distribution curve, which you can see here, where you get a bell-shaped curve with most of the people following right in the average in the middle. And then if you work your way on either side, these are standard deviations, either above the mean or below the mean. And as you get below here, minus 2.5 standard deviations, you become a very small number of people are on that end of the curve. When it comes to bone density, there's two ways of defining or comparing and reporting results. One is by a T-score and one is by a Z-score. The T-score compares your result, or the result that you would get, with someone who is at their peak bone mass, which would be a young adult of the same sex at around age 30 to 35. And if you are, for instance, if your T-score is 0, that means you are basically have a bone density which is very similar to that of someone who's 30 years old. If it's -2, then you're 2 standard deviations below that. If you're +2, you're 2 standard deviations above that. Z-score, it's a similar concept, except the control, you're measured against people that are your age and your sex, basically. And so Z-scores tend to be a little bit higher. But for purposes of osteoporosis, and again, this is particularly in people older than 50, we tend to use T-scores to define osteoporosis. And so if any T-score that is -1 or higher would be considered normal. We used to define osteopenia. That term is kind of been replaced with low bone density. If you have a T-score between -1 and -2.5, and if you have a T-score that's less than -2.5, that would be considered osteoporosis. If you've had a fracture and a T-score less than -2.5, that would be considered severe osteoporosis. So again, you're just going back to the slide, you're in this part of the curve here in the left corner here. Where do people with celiac disease fit in? Well, there are a lot of studies out there from different countries, which, the ethnicity is one of the risk factors for, or one of the variables with respect to low density. But in general, celiac disease does have a lower bone mineral density, and at diagnosis, osteoporosis is found in anywhere between 12 and 21% of individuals, which is quite high. And this category of low bone density is in the 40 to 60% range. So a lot of people will have abnormalities in their bone density at celiac diagnosis. So why do we test the bone density? Obviously, it's very helpful in diagnosing osteoporosis. The second reason for doing it is if you do find osteoporosis and you're on some type of therapy, it's helpful to monitor and see where things are going. The thing to emphasize with respect to response to therapy is that changes don't occur quickly. And so in general, the minimum time to repeat another one would be at least a couple of years. For instance, measuring it a month later, even 6 months later, you're not going to really find much in the way of changes. The last reason, which we'll talk a bit about, would be to predict fracture risk. And again, a very important reason for doing bone mineral density testing. So let's just switch a bit from osteoporosis to fracture risk. And if you look at lifetime fracture risk, the statistics are a little bit sobering. That in Canada, it's estimated that 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men will have an osteoporotic-related fracture in their lifetime. And if you just look at women, this is a slide that looked at other conditions in women and compared it to heart attacks, strokes, breast cancer, and you look at osteoporotic fractures, including fractures such as hip, vertebra, wrist, pelvic, and other fractures, you can see just how common these fractures actually are and how prevalent they are, affecting many people. So it is something that we sometimes don't think about in the same light as we do some of these other conditions, but certainly from a frequency point of view, this is a common problem. And I think the other thing, not only is it common, but there are implications both with respect to morbidity, meaning how it affects people's life, and also mortality, that there is an increased risk of death once you have a fragility fracture. So if you look at the morbidity part, once people have had a osteoporotic related fracture, and again, because that could be a hip fracture, it could be a wrist fracture, it does result in an inability to carry on at least one independent activity of living 80% of the time. It can lead to mobility issues, like walking independently, and in some cases to a permanent disability. So it has these functional impacts. And then it also has mortality impacts, that it is a risk factor that when people are elderly and have a fracture, their risk of dying 2 years or a year after that is frequently twofold. So both in men and women, that's the increased risk. So that, again, these are all factors just to point out how frequent fractures are and what the impact they can have on quality of life and mortality. The last time that in Canada that people looked at clinical practice guidelines, and these were published a decade ago, this was in 2010. And again, the emphasis at that time was to really point out the importance of fractures, to focus that that's really what we're trying to prevent when we're looking at this whole area of osteoporosis. So I'm going to just switch to something called the FRAC score. And this is a tool that predicts the risk of osteoporotic related fractures based on risk factors. And when we think about risk factors, there are many factors that affect bone strength. And what we'd like to do when we assess individuals is make some kind of prediction. Are you someone that's at the real high end of this, and or do we have to do other things to prevent that, or are you at the low end of the risk and it's something that really isn't that relevant to you? This FRAX score was developed a couple of probably 15 years ago by Australians, and subsequent to that, it has been validated in many different countries, including Canada. And I show, and you can actually go on the website, and you could, if you knew this information, you can calculate your fracture risk. And I do have the Canadian version up here. But this also gives you a chance to see, what are the factors that influence fracture risk? Obviously, age. We've talked about what happens with bone mass as you get older. We've talked about the fact that women are higher risk. And we know that height and weight are also factors that implicate this. If you've had a previous fracture, that really increases your subsequent risk. If you have a family history of a fractured hip, if you're a smoker, if you've been on glucocorticoids such as prednisone, if you have rheumatoid arthritis, if you have a cause of known secondary osteoporosis, which I'm going to talk about in a second, or if you drink what we call excessive alcohol, more than 3 units per day, that would be a risk factor. And finally, if you have low bone strength based on bone mineral density testing, and this you can have a FRAX score with or without this. The FRAX scores are valid even without the bone mineral density. In this particular case, you can see someone who is 65-year woman who weighs 70 kilograms, who's had a previous osteoporotic risk fracture, and you can see that their 10-year probability of having another fracture would be 15%, which is relatively high. And that's the sort of number you would get from this FRAX assessment tool. Just to go into this secondary osteoporosis category that I alluded to in the previous slide, these are some of the conditions that are associated with osteoporosis: type 1 diabetes. There's a rare condition called osteogenesis imperfecta, long-standing hyperthyroidism, premature menopause, or someone that has had chronically low hormone secretion, chronic malnutrition, malabsorption. We think more of this as being short bowel syndrome is the prototype condition, and then chronic liver disease. So if you had one of these, you would tick off the secondary osteoporosis, and that would be an independent risk factor. What we wanted to do was see how FRAX scores affect celiac patients, and this was a study we just published this year, although we did the analysis a couple of years ago. And we benefited from working with Dr. Bill Leslie, who I work with at St. Boniface, who has really an extensive database in everybody that comes for a bone mineral density in Manitoba gets a FRAX score, amongst many other details that we can get from their health. And we kind of blended that with our celiac serology database. So we had the bone mineral density database. We have a database of everybody that gets celiac blood tests done, and we defined celiac disease as someone that was TTG and EMA positive. We didn't have biopsy data in our database. And we also had previously established what's called an administrative definition. That means if someone, and we had this data that if people had had a visit to their family doc, at least 2 visits for a diagnosis of celiac disease, that also made it very likely they had celiac, and that defined celiac in this group. So those are the 2 ways we defined celiac disease. We looked at anybody over age 40. All of these people had FRAX scores, and they all had data on whether they had a fracture or not. And the fractures we were interested in were these major osteoporotic fractures, and that included a hip fracture, a chronic spine fracture, a forearm fracture, or a fracture of the humerus. Those were all considered to be fragility type fractures. So when you looked at these databases and combined them, it turned out that there were 693 patients that met the definition of celiac disease. There were 69,000 who did not, and they were followed for a median of 7 years. When we compared these 2 groups, the people that had celiac were younger, 58 years versus 64 years, and there were more men. In any bone mineral density database, because of again, the risk factors that women have, you're going to have much more women. So that's not surprising to have 90% women in your database. And again, it still means that even with our celiac numbers, the males were the minority, but it made up more than, comparatively more than the control group in this situation. When you looked at the bone mineral density of the people with celiac disease, not surprisingly, and this goes along with data from other countries and other places, the mean femoral neck T-score was in this low bone density range of -1.3. If you looked at Z-scores, it was also below average, -0.3. And when you looked at, again, just looking at the major osteoporosis fracture risk, this was increased in celiac disease and about 1.5-fold. So people with celiac disease had a 1.5-fold increased risk of getting a fracture. And this is data that would be supported from other countries as well, where celiac disease is a risk factor. And what this graph shows you is the fact that fracs did seem to be useful. So here is the observed fracture risk in people who had celiac disease. We got a number of 10, just over 10% of people had a fracture. If we did used a fracs score only, and we didn't include bone mineral density, and we didn't include any secondary risk factor, the frac score really underestimated the fracture risk in celiac disease. If we said, okay, you know what, celiac disease is a secondary risk factor, we're going to put it in that group, then it made it very predictive of what we were to find. So as long as celiac is considered a secondary risk factor, which it should be, then this frac score performed very well. If you use the bone mineral density data and not the secondary factor, it also improved it, not quite as good as using it as a secondary risk factor. And these were our general population. Again, this is a high risk population. That's why they had, because they're being looked at for osteoporosis, and that's why the 10-year fracture probability was similar in people that didn't have celiac disease, because they have other risk factors. But again, this would be our main finding, was that fracs would be very useful in fracs with celiac disease as a secondary risk factor would be useful. So our conclusions based on this was that one thing we know, which is very similar to other groups, celiac disease is independently associated with lower bone mineral density and increased risk of fracture. The fracs score captures this risk through secondary osteoporosis and bone mineral density inputs. And so fracs is a useful tool to measure fracture risk in celiac disease. And it's something that hopefully people will start doing. In the last part of this, I'm just going to talk a bit about some clinical things related to celiac disease and osteoporosis. One of the fundamental questions is, why do people with celiac disease, why are they at increased risk? And people have looked at the theories, and I think this is both malabsorption of calcium, malabsorption of vitamin D, would be the obvious ones, that we know that celiac affects the proximal duodenum and upper jejunum, where calcium is best absorbed. If you're not absorbing calcium well, you get a compensatory increase in PTH, hormone secretion. That increases bone remodeling. That can lead to calcium leaking out of the bone, if you like, to try and compensate. And that can certainly lead to osteoporosis in the long run. Vitamin D deficiency based on malabsorption is another factor that can be contributing, and I'll say a bit more about that later. And finally, if there's any condition that has chronic inflammation, and celiac disease is one of them, from Dan Leffler's talk this morning, we know that there's a lot of inflammatory mediators that are released. These factors can affect other things, such as bone and bone density, and so release of them could impact the development of osteoporosis as well. So that's what we think are the mechanisms. How about some clinical questions? One of them is that, is there an effective gluten-free diet on bone mineral density? And the answer is yes. That on average, if you just go on a gluten-free diet after being diagnosed with celiac disease, likely because you now are absorbing things better, perhaps because there's less systemic inflammation, less cytokines, there is an approximate 5 to 6% increase in bone mineral density just with a gluten-free diet. This doesn't with supplementing with calcium and vitamin D. So I think that's one thing that's very an important thing to remember. And I tell individuals this when they're starting a gluten-free diet, this is a potential benefit. Even if you don't feel that much better, there may be some added benefit with respect to bone strength. The second thing that, again, I think that's a relevant question to look at is what about the risk if you don't really have much in the way of symptoms? We know more and more there are people that present with things like maybe a family history, but they're really feeling quite well, or they have a low iron and everything else is pretty good. should they be worrying about their bones? And the answer is that even in people that have silent celiac disease, they are at increased risk of osteoporosis. And if they're adherent to a gluten-free diet and able to eliminate it, there's also improvement in bone mineral density when they start on a gluten-free diet. If you look at, if people have symptoms of malabsorption, like diarrhea and or weight loss, that is definitely a risk, a greater risk factor. You're likely to have more severe osteoporosis and bone disease if you do have those symptoms. But people with silent celiac disease still have bone density abnormalities as well. Again, earlier, I think in one of the earlier sessions, we talked a bit about mucosal recovery and the need for biopsies to determine whether things have healed. And there's lots of debate about when and if and how frequent. One question that is very interesting: is there an association between mucosal recovery, the intestine normalizing, and fracture risk? And this is a study that was done by Ben Lebwall and using the Swedish cohort and published in 2014, looking at persistent mucosal damage and the risk of fracture in celiac disease. And in this database study, they had 7,000 patients with paired biopsy samples that were done anywhere between 6 months and 5 years after the initial diagnostic biopsy. All these patients were on a gluten-free diet. And when you looked at people that had persistent villus atrophy, they were more likely to have hip fractures. So there did seem to be something there that, excuse me, lack of normalization of the mucosa, you were more likely to have a hip fracture if that was the case. And so this is something that is very interesting and does speak to the issue of the relevance of mucosal recovery. You know, what some people have also thought about is, and you know, we're speaking to many people on today who have celiac and they're wondering if they have osteoporosis. Sometimes you flip it around and say, what about people who have osteoporosis? I wonder how many of those might have celiac. The answer is that there are obviously other risk factors for osteoporosis, as I showed in the FRAX calculation. And it probably isn't cost effective or necessary to screen everybody who has osteoporosis for celiac. Having said that, if you don't have osteoporosis risk factors, or you have unexplained symptoms like the gut symptoms that people know about, the unexplained dietary deficiency, then certainly it is something that should be looked for. So it's almost like a case finding thing to think about. If someone has osteoporosis and there really isn't a good explanation, then celiac should be on the list to look for. You know, osteoporosis is more common in celiac disease. Low bone mineral density is also more common. You know, what should we be doing about that? I've already emphasized the importance of a gluten-free diet, that bone mineral density can improve just with that. The other things, and this really is no different from what we'd recommend the general population would be, to appropriate calcium and vitamin D intake. And then after that, depending on where things are at, there may be other medications that might be involved. And these are Canadian guidelines that are recommended: basic bone health, calcium up to 1,200 milligrams per day, diet if possible, if not, in supplements. Vitamin D, the ranges are out there, but if you're over age 50, anywhere between 800 and 2,000 units per day, and regular weight-bearing exercise. This is really the starting point, if you like, of trying to optimize bone health. Just in terms of supplements, I wanted to just throw in a quick case that I presented before, and I apologize to those who have heard this case, but it does make a point, and so I'll just go through it quite quickly. This was a 39-year-old woman who's referred for weight loss and diarrhea, and we published it a few years ago because of the effects. And if you look at this slide, you can see just how she was one of these people that presented with quite severe malabsorption. We don't see people that often like this. They still happen, but they're definitely not the most common presentation. But she presented with weight loss, about 30 pounds. She weighed 48 kilos when we saw her. She had a lot of diarrhea. She was deficient in many things, including iron, folate, and B12. Her liver enzymes were up. Her serum albumin was low. She had a lot of muscle aches. She had leg aches. And she had stopped having periods. And she was diagnosed with celiac disease. She went on a gluten-free diet. There was actually quite a few challenges getting her to adhere to it, but those were met. And 18 months later, you can see it was quite dramatic that her weight improved dramatically. Everything improved, including her stool pattern, her deficiencies. These were with supplementation, by the way. The LFTs normalized, her albumin normalized, and her symptoms really improved. When it came to her bone density, and this is measured again in grams per square centimeter, you can see in green here, this is the baseline in her spine and her hip. They were just dramatically low. And I think the T-score, well, you'll see in the next slide, it was about -4. It was just really, really fragile, if you like. And you can see what happened 2 years after that, and then 2 years after that, that she improved this dramatically. And this was the T-score, which again was -4.8, I believe, improved to -1, which would be in a very acceptable range with respect to her spine and hip. And this improvement was basically by her going on a gluten-free diet, taking calcium supplements, and taking vitamin D supplements. And she was profoundly vitamin D deficient. And so it was our thinking that she probably had what's called osteomalacia due to vitamin D deficiency, and that's why she had these muscle aches and muscle pains and muscle weakness. And her improvement in bone mineral density had a lot to do with treating her vitamin D deficiency. And so it's just a reminder to think about that when we see people who have osteoporosis and bone disease. Again, this is a very dramatic effect and would be the exception, but it does show you how if vitamin D deficiency is quite severe, what could potentially happen. The last question I want to deal with, again, very quickly, and I'm being a bit simplistic about these, but just to give you the snapshot, would be the bone mineral density testing in celiac disease. There aren't a lot of guidelines out there from different societies. The American Society of Gastroenterology guidelines didn't comment on bone density testing. The British Society has. And we've also published something on bone health on the CCA website and also published it in the Canadian Family Physician. And we would agree with this, that if you have celiac disease with evidence of malabsorption, meaning diarrhea, weight loss, or risk factors for osteoporosis, then we would suggest doing a bone mineral density at diagnosis, and when you're diagnosed with celiac disease, to get a baseline of where things are at. If you don't have malabsorption, let's say you have iron deficiency, you don't have any osteoporotic risk factors, then probably performing it at 1 year after gluten-free diet, because that's when you get the max benefit of any improvement. That's probably worth, you could probably wait for about a year and then do it at that point to get your baseline. But we would recommend getting it at a baseline. What happens after that really depends on where things are at with respect to again, what the bone density is and what other risk factors are. So just to finish off, in summary, low bone mineral density and osteoporosis are common in celiac disease, and there's an increased prevalence regardless of clinical presentation. I'd like to introduce you to FRAX scores, that these are valid in celiac disease and hopefully will start being used by clinicians to predict fracture risk and to include celiac disease as a secondary input. But that the gluten-free diet is helpful in improving a bone mineral density over the first year, and that our initial management strategies are still towards obviously gluten-free diet adherence and calcium and vitamin D intake, and that's really the starting point. And with that, I'm going to conclude. Mark, this is if COVID does it, when COVID does end and people come to Winnipeg, they can always enjoy the Canadian Museum for Human Rights. So there are places to come and visit. And hopefully that won't be happening too long from now, but that remains to be seen.
Thanks, Don. Yeah, I've visited the Museum for Human Rights, and I highly recommend it. Every Canadian should go through there at least once, I say. Thanks a lot, Donna. We're running quite a bit over time, so we might have to ask you to. We have a few questions, but we might ask you to do something post-conference to address them in an article or something.
Sure, no problem.
Thanks very much. So some prize giveaways. La Montagne Chocolate is a family-owned business located in Sherbrooke, Quebec, built on more than 40 years of a tradition of excellence. All their products are made entirely made in Canada with exclusive recipes using only fresh ingredients of the highest quality. They have chocolate-covered pistachios, almonds, cranberries, raisins, and more. This prize pack is valued at $100, and the winner is Kelly Mathers of London, Ontario. Manitoba Harvest prides itself on the quality of hemp-based foods, oils, and supplements, a great addition to any meal. They're part of the gluten-free certification program. These are ready to eat right out of the bag. Hemp hearts have a slightly nutty taste, similar to sunflower seeds or pine nuts. This prize pack, courtesy of Manitoba Harvest, is a $90 value, and the winner is Joy Suley of Coquitlam, British Columbia. And Quinta quinoa is 100% Canadian, the only Ontario-grown quinoa processed in Rockwood, Ontario. Quinta is also the only quinoa with 5 nutritional claims: high in iron, fiber, zinc, magnesium, and a source of calcium. You can follow them on Instagram or Facebook for recipe ideas. This prize pack is a $14 value, and the winner is Catherine Georgievich of Mississauga, Ontario. Congrats to our winners. So we're going to be going right into our next speaker, but I can't forget the memes. People would be upset. So let's show these. So these are a little more adult themed. If you have any children watching, maybe turn them away. But the theme is silly places to put the gluten-free label on. So, you know, lap dance is now gluten-free. I believe you're not supposed to touch the service provider anyway, so that shouldn't be a problem, but glad to know. Similarly here, you know, the questions come up about kissing. Is it gluten-free? You know, I know the Celiac Disease Center in Chicago has confirmed that there's no gluten in, let's call them male bodily fluids. And gluten-free marijuana. So cannabis is naturally gluten-free. Edibles, beverages. There is a cannabis shop near me that I went in solely for the purpose of doing research for the celiac community. There was no other purpose for me going into that store, but I noticed a lot of their edibles, all of them that I saw, were gluten-free. So this is a public service announcement. But yeah, gluten-free is often slapped on things like water and that we, you know, there should not be gluten in there. Now, speaking of shopping for essentials, like, you know, let's do our final poll now. Especially early in the pandemic, there was a lot of concerns from people unable to find gluten-free products on the store shelves. So like seriously, in some cases, products were being bought out, so people turned to buying gluten-free alternatives because that's what was available. We're curious as to your experience. How has it been shopping for gluten-free food at stores during the pandemic? At stores or online, however you do your grocery shopping. So we got the votes coming in. Okay, interesting. A sizable number, about 40-45% haven't noticed much difference overall, so that's a good sign. And then another 45%, it's sometimes been difficult. So I'm pleased to see that it's a small number, still serious, but a very small number that has had major trouble finding gluten-free items at the grocery store. Hopefully, mostly that was earlier in the pandemic, but I know the CCA got a lot of contacts from people concerned about the availability of products. Thanks for participating. Those are higher numbers than I expected. We'll give away a couple more prizes now. Got to do that. Joseph's Nutless Clusters. Their snacks are non-GMO, peanut-free, gluten-free. They're delicious, healthy, bite-sized snacks. Are great for on the go and good to eat any time of the day. They have chocolate, raspberry, and more. This product pack is worth $50 value, and the winner is Joanne Murray of Calgary, Alberta. Dainty Foods offers a variety of rices and ideas for simple meal solutions. They'll show you how to cook any rice easily, jazz it up with flavor, have everyone in your family asking for more. Feel good about what you eat and what you feed your loved ones. We're giving away a prize pack valued at $100, and the winner is Jennifer Mann, also of Calgary, Alberta. Congratulations. Now, I'm going to jump into our next speaker now. This presentation is brought to you by Dr. Cher, a staple in the gluten-free community across the world. People who know me know that I love my traveling, and I'd say Dr. Cher has been the brand I've seen most frequently across the world. It's like a safe haven when I am in a gluten-unfriendly country, and I see them on the grocery shelves. Very happy to see that. So Megan Donnelly is a registered dietitian nutritionist. She joined Dr. Cher, a USA team, in the team in September of 2018. Megan has previous experience in both clinical dietetics and the food industry. She's also worked in quality assurance at Pepperidge Farm. Megan received her BA in biology from the College of the Holy Cross and her Master of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics from New York University. Her specialties include chronic kidney disease, celiac disease, and gluten-related disorders, and irritable bowel syndrome as well. Megan, thanks for joining us.
Great, Mark. Thank you so much for having me. I'm just going to try to share my screen.
Okay.
All right. Can you guys see it? Perfect. Okay,
Yep.
great.
Thank you.
So thank you again to the CCA for having me. I'm so happy to be here this evening with you. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about gluten-free manufacturing from an industry perspective. So really like the nitty-gritty on how we do everything we do and how we make our food safe for this community. So this is, Mark already gave you my bio, but I am a registered dietitian and I live in New York City currently. All right, so I'm going to briefly start off by discussing quality of life and celiac disease because I think it's important for framing the discussion on why we have to be so careful about the way we produce our food. And I think all gluten-free manufacturers take this very seriously, particularly for these reasons. So at Dr. Shar, our mission is to improve the lives of people with special nutritional needs. And we really the values of our company, which are responsibility, progress, and proximity, really drive the mission. So we put the quality of our consumers' lives and our company's future at the center of attention. And in everything we do, we're really striving for the highest quality and long-term sustainable options for the celiac community. So I think, most people here probably realize that at this point, the gluten-free diet is the only treatment for celiac disease. But what many people don't understand outside of this community, and sometimes when they're newly diagnosed, is that the treatment really is more than a simple avoid gluten. Even small exposures can cause intestinal damage, and most of the time exposure happens because of the unintentional consumption from places like restaurants, cafeterias, and other places. The challenge then becomes that this starts to affect many other areas of your life. We know that food is nourishment and we need to eat to live and fuel our bodies, but food also has a cultural, social, and emotional component, and these often get overlooked when someone has a restrictive diet. As a dietitian, I think I can speak for most dietitians out there. We want to give people the tools to make their diet work with their lifestyle and enjoy food. So in addition to this being central for the company as a dietitian, it's also really important to me. So before, as I mentioned, the gluten-free diet requires constant vigilance, reading food labels, calling restaurants ahead of time, making sure children have what they need at school, all things that need to be considered on a daily basis. In fact, research shows that a person with celiac disease spends an additional 10 to 20 hours per month scrutinizing food labels when shopping. And when it comes to food shopping, gluten-free foods can be more expensive than their gluten-containing counterparts. And there's actually a lot of studies that show this. One out of Canada recently showing that gluten-free foods were more than 100 times more expensive. And this is kind of across the world. So I think this is changing, and this study was a little bit older, but it constantly comes up when speaking to people about one of the main challenges they have when following a gluten-free diet. And Mark, as you mentioned in your intro, gluten-free food can be a little bit more hard to find, but I think importantly, food enjoyment can be generally reduced in people with celiac disease. I see this a lot in people who are newly diagnosed and trying to navigate the challenges of the diet. So there's some stats here from a study done this year showing that 68% of people surveyed had reduced enjoyment of food, 48% avoided restaurants, 25% avoided traveling, and 54% chose not to engage in enjoyable activities such as going out for a meal. And so, this is really the role of the gluten-free food companies to kind of, make eating out and make traveling more accessible to people who need to follow a restrictive diet such as the gluten-free diet. So as Mark mentioned, making our foods more accessible all over the world, it's central to the mission at Shar, and it's really important. And I'm really happy to see that there are more options for the celiac community. There are more gluten-free foods in the supermarkets than ever, and I think more people are learning about the diet. But there's other areas of concern, and I'll talk about them later. But from a manufacturing perspective, this is really why we do what we do. So with that, what does gluten-free really mean? Interestingly, I don't think a lot of people really know the details, and so that's what I'm going to talk about today. From an industry perspective, we're bound by really strict guidelines, and I think it's kind of interesting to learn about them. So the gluten-free or GF label means that the product must contain less than 20 ppm of gluten. So, and Health Canada requires a complete list of ingredients on the label in common language. Only foods that have been specially made to meet the needs of individuals who need to follow a gluten-free diet in order to protect their health, such as celiac disease, are allowed to carry the gluten-free claim. And the label must be truthful and not misleading. So I think it's a really interesting difference in Canada, with respect to gluten-free foods, the food has to be specially made for people who need to follow a gluten-free diet, and you can't just really slap it on everything. In the US, I mean, we can. So sometimes that's a difference from country to country, but well, there's no specific threshold mentioned in the regulations themselves. The best currently available scientific evidence indicates that levels of gluten below 20 parts per million in gluten-free foods is protective for the vast majority of people with celiac disease. This is internationally recognized, and you can feel pretty confident that if it contains a gluten-free label, it should be meeting the 20 parts per million guideline. I think, so I'm going to go into labels next. So there's a lot of labels that you'll see on the market, and I know this is just some of them. There are tons, and I think that might make it a little bit more confusing. So I kind of wanted to get into, why there are different labels. These labels are voluntary, so food manufacturers are not required to indicate if a product is gluten-free, but if they are claiming that a product is gluten-free, it has to be so. So these are certified by independent third-party organizations, and you can, as a manufacturer, choose which program you use to certify your products. So with Char, for example, we use this one on the left. It's, like a little cross-grain logo, we call it. That's really common in Europe, and you don't see it as much in the US, but or Canada, but in Europe, that's the most common one. So that's the one we have because we are a European company. But the general process is that the product must be certified to meet the program's testing minimum. And most programs require foods to test at or below 20 parts per million gluten, though some can be more strict. And I have seen some required to test, below 5 parts per million or below, which is basically no gluten detected. But, for the most part, they're really trying to meet that 20 parts per million standard. In addition to testing for gluten, certification programs also review product packaging and manufacturing facilities. Some require annual recertification and to make sure that the manufacturers are still adhering to strict guidelines. And then there's plant inspections to confirm this. If everything checks out, the program will allow the manufacturer to display the program seal of gluten-free for approved gluten-free product on their packaging. I will say I don't really see any evidence of one being better than the other. They all have to comply with the government regulations, but if you are curious about what a certain logo is, I'd encourage you to take a look on the certification body's website, because that's probably where you're going to find out a little bit more about each individual process. So interestingly, I think a lot of people don't really know about this, but what does 20 parts per million mean and how is it determined? So this is, as I mentioned before, the internationally recognized safety threshold for gluten-free products, and it equates to 20 milligrams per kilogram of sample food. So in other words, research shows that 10 milligrams of gluten per day is safe for the vast majority of individuals with celiac disease. So, you're never going to be able to completely avoid every trace of gluten. Trace amounts are, they're very minute. I mean, you think 20 parts per million, it's really, really a small amount, but, data based on food consumption patterns, age, gender, they have determined that if gluten was present at 20 parts per million or less, exposure to gluten would remain below the 10 milligram per day threshold. And that is a standard that's recognized by experts all over the world. And I like to kind of show the little 1/8 teaspoon on the side, because that's what according to experts, 10 milligrams is roughly the equivalent of 1/8 teaspoon of flour or 18 slices of bread, with each slice containing 20 parts per million of gluten. So it really is a tiny amount. Health Canada has conducted exposure estimations to gluten from grain-containing foods and foods with grain-derived ingredients like flour, and they take into consideration the various rates of food consumption by different sex and age groups. And so these estimates have also confirmed this information that exposure to gluten would remain below 10 milligrams per day for all age groups studied if food consumed were below the 20 parts per million threshold. So and a lot of times individuals with celiac disease consume even less grain-based products, so this is probably even lower in most people. I think a question that always comes up is why not 0 ppm? And really the answer is that analytical methods that are scientifically validated to detect gluten at lower than 20 parts per million are not really available. So, keep in mind, if you see something that says, contains 5 parts per million, 0 parts per million, that's probably not very accurate. I don't think you'll see that very often, but I sometimes see online that, on social media and whatever, that, this food had 8 parts per million and it made me sick. And, really there's no test for that. So the 20 parts per million threshold, I think experts agree around the world that is really safe for the vast majority of people with celiac disease. When you talk about testing, and this is the test that we use at SHAR, this is the ELISA R5 method is the most common, I think, and it's an immunochemical method to detect the gluten protein in a sample of food. So ELISA stands for enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, but it's based on antibodies raised against specific amino acid sequences, and the reaction is quantified by a color reaction. So these are specific, they're easy to use, and we use them on a routine analysis in all of our manufacturing facilities, and they give rapid results. I will say, I don't know a ton about other testing methods because this is the one that we use, but there are some, home testing kits, and, I'm not sure that these have the same scientific body behind them as far as their accuracy goes. So maybe in the future, we will be able to check the amount of gluten in a sample at home. But for right now, this is the most validated method of testing for gluten. And this is what manufacturers are primarily using when they're producing food. As far as may contain statements, I think these are really confusing. So I like to talk about them when I'm speaking to someone who's especially newly diagnosed. So keeping in mind some foods, beverages, bottled water, fruits, vegetables, eggs, they're naturally gluten-free. And the gluten-free claim isn't required to be on a food package. So it might not appear even if the food is gluten-free because it's naturally gluten-free to begin with. That being said, when it comes to a processed food, their facilities often produce foods. They produce many foods, and some of them might be gluten-containing foods. And so that's where you see these may contains or processed on shared equipment with, or processed in a shared facility with. And if they're claiming gluten-free, if they have a gluten-free claim, they do need to take extra precautions and certify that they are doing the right thing in terms of making sure their food is safe. But sometimes you'll see these may contain statements on the back. And I think before I get into some of the recommendations, I just want to say that these statements are really, because they're voluntary, they really shouldn't be used to drive purchasing decisions. So there was a 2010 study that looked at gluten cross contact in naturally gluten-free grains that had an allergen advisory statement. So in this study there were 22 samples of products, the naturally gluten-free grains that were labeled gluten-free were tested with the ELISA R5 method. 13 out of 22 of them were below the level of detection, so below 5 parts per million. 32% of the samples had evidence of contamination. And interestingly, the presence or absence of the allergen advisory statement was not helpful. So some of the ones that were tested below 5 parts per million had an allergy advisory statement for wheat. And then, some 4 out of 7 of the samples that were tested to be above 20 parts per million did not have an allergen advisory statement for wheat. So this has been shown in a few other studies, and I'm not going to go too much into them, but I think it's important to bring up as a possible thing to be on the lookout for that, statements like these, they raise a red flag, and I don't think they're really accurate in terms of predicting whether or not a product is contaminated. So, based on that, I think my recommendation is to read ingredients labels every time you shop, front and back. Purchase certified gluten-free products when possible, particularly if they are grain products and particularly if you have a question. And if I always tell people, if you see a may contain statement on the product for wheat, then I would recommend looking for a gluten-free alternative instead of purchasing that product. But if you do have questions, you can call the manufacturer. I think most manufacturers want to give you the most accurate information, particularly at a company that's producing food for people with special dietary needs. So, some of the questions that I think are really good to ask manufacturers when you call is, how do you clean your equipment? Do you batch test for gluten? And by batch test for gluten, I mean, are you testing multiple batches, or is it just a once-time-a-year situation? How are your raw materials sourced and produced? And I'll talk a little bit more about why that's important in a minute. And how do you avoid cross-contamination in the factory? So, I think calling a manufacturer, in my opinion, if you have a question, is a good idea. But if you have the opportunity to purchase a gluten-free alternative, a certified gluten-free alternative, that's my recommendation, is to look for a certified product if you have concerns because of a may contain statement. I also want to bring up something that you may or may not be aware of, but what is gluten-free wheat starch? This is something that you'll see commonly in the US and Europe. And so, if you're traveling, I think it's important to be aware that it exists. So we'll start by looking at the wheat kernel. So your wheat kernel is made up of multiple parts. There's the bran, there's the endosperm, and there's the germ. And you'll see it in this picture here. Gluten is a protein, and so a lot of the protein content of a wheat kernel is actually the gluten. It also contains a significant amount of starch in a wheat kernel. So wheat starch is just a starch made by processing the endosperm out of wheat. All of the protein, in this case, including the gluten, has been removed. And a lot of times the reason that this is in products is because it's used as a thickener in baked goods, and it improves flavor and texture. If a gluten-free product is, if it's certified gluten-free and you see the gluten-free label on it, this gluten-free wheat starch is certified to be below 20 parts per million. I encourage, you really should be looking for this disclaimer on the back as well. So it'll say gluten-free. You might be confused if you see gluten-free wheat starch in the ingredient statement, but you should look for this disclaimer on the packaging, which says the certified gluten-free wheat has been processed to allow this food to meet the government organization requirements for gluten-free food. So I'm just bringing it up because you'll see it sometimes in Europe and the US. And if it's claiming to be certified gluten-free, that means the manufacturer has tested the product and the ingredient, ideally both of them, to be below the 20 part per million threshold. So I know we always get a lot of questions about what that means. So I'm just putting it out there so you have the information. Just quickly, there are some other considerations in manufacturing, but also more in restaurant for avoiding gluten exposure. So there's home and there's outside of the home concerns. So as you guys probably are well aware, cross contact is when a gluten-free food or ingredients come into contact with gluten, thus contaminating the food with gluten. And I put contaminating in quotes because it's not really a scientifically accurate term. There's no transfer of microbes, but it's useful for helping you visualize what's happening, I think. So, on here, I just included some potential high-risk areas for gluten cross contact. And I know there are many more than these, and I know many of you are probably very familiar with the high-risk areas, but the point here is that this is a big challenge and there's many opportunities for improvement, particularly if you're working with, someone for your child's school cafeteria. There's a lot of high-risk points, and it's important that you just know where to look for some of the high-risk areas for dining outside of the home. There are some concerns with alternative grains, and I think this is kind of why you might want to consider purchasing a food from a dedicated gluten-free company as opposed to a company that does make multiple products. So when grains and other crops, inherently gluten-free are grown, harvested, and stored and transported in the same regions or, transportation equipment as wheat, barley, and rye, it can result in cross contact. So Crop rotation and shared agricultural fields, harvesting equipment, transportation vehicles, and storage silos, these are all examples of cross-contamination risks. So cross-contact can occur during all stages of processing, when production equipment is shared, and when good manufacturing practices are not followed. And I'm going to show you what good manufacturing practices look like. But errors due to substitution with gluten-containing ingredients, this can really make people crazy. And I think so. The recommendation, I think, when you're looking at a grain-based product, be on the lookout for this being a potential source of cross contact. So I would recommend to all of my patients, look for certified gluten-free oats, lentils, and other grains when possible, just because of this risk of contamination, whether it be in the fields or in processing or transportation or wherever. And also just a few best practices for avoiding widespread. But responsible gluten-free food manufacturing requires quality control protocols at multiple steps throughout the production process. And if you get the feeling that, when you call that they're not really taking this seriously, then, my recommendation is to look for a certified product, because the certified products go through independent third-party testing. And, they have to prove that they are using good manufacturing practices. And if you have any more questions, we do have a lot of resources at SHAR. So this is the website information, but you can certainly take a look. We have recipes, booklets, handouts, all kinds of things. And we just want to make this a more seamless experience for everyone. So with that, I'll take questions, Mark, if there are any.
Sure. Thanks very much, Megan. We do have a few questions. Could you outline, this is not your company specific, this is general for the industry, just like why exactly does gluten-free food cost so much more?
Yeah, so, it's a lot of things. I think it's really about the level of testing and the level of, extra precaution, extra resources, and then go into making sure that the product is safe. So for us, all of the extra steps where we have to test and check all the checkpoints where we have to do that, I think that's really just resources.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot goes into procuring pure supplies and making sure
and
it's
also,
safe along. Mm-hmm.
Also the certifications themselves,
Mm-hmm.
It's worth it though to make sure that they are properly certified. So
Absolutely, yeah. And tell people there's a very good reason why it's like there's not huge profit margins here. There are a lot of costs to making sure that product is safe for you.
Yes.
On Dr. Shar products more specifically, there was a request like, are there any products you'd recommend that are more nutritious, or are you thinking of enriching your products more?
Yeah, so some of our breads are enriched, the ones that are made in the US. So that's the majority of our breads. It's not all of them, but our majority of our sliced breads and rolls. And yeah, so I think the breads are really probably your best bet. I mean, we make a lot of delicious snacks, but they are treats. But yeah, so the breads are all really high in fiber, which is actually a nutrient that a lot of times people with celiac disease are not getting enough of, because they're missing out on a lot of grains. And so all the breads are good, at least good sources of fiber or high fiber. And the majority of the ones that are made in the US are fortified. So we try to lower the sugar and the salt as well. And that's something that we're always working on, because we understand that as the health guidelines change, we need to be moving with them. And, as a dietitian, I'm always on them about lowering sugar and salt. So ongoing process all the time for our QA.
Yep, definitely a fine balance there.
Yeah.
On the matter of the gluten-free wheat starch, I know I personally have seen it in Europe. Someone was asking, how exactly is the protein removed to make wheat starch gluten-free? Like how can it be done reliably?
Yeah, so I'm not a food scientist, but it's my understanding that they somehow mill it out in the facility. And we get this question a lot, and I don't really, I'm not a food scientist, I don't totally understand, but I believe that they have to test it multiple times afterwards to make sure it's below the 20 parts per million.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I remember reading a statement about it like being below 10 parts per million. There was some studies done on it, but
Yeah.
okay. In terms of product availability, we always get this, like, I can't find X product here. There was requests if the gluten-free all-purpose flour will be coming to Canada, or the croissant, and any new products coming out that would be in Canada.
So there are some new products being released in Canada, and I can't say which ones at the moment, but if you follow our social media, we will be letting you know about that in the next few weeks. The flours and the croissants, these are really the most asked for items, and so we're looking at the feasibility of doing it. It's just, a little bit more complicated because the croissants are frozen and the flour is, it's just a little bit harder to ship over here. So I always tell people when we get requests like that, so I'll send it over to the team in Europe.
I know sometimes we tell people, like, for products that are more specific in the Canadian market, you can ask the manager of your grocery store to stock it. But for a product that is not found in Canada currently, there probably isn't much use asking a local grocery store, but people could contact your company to ask about it.
Absolutely. And, let us know on, you can go on our Instagram, you can let us know through our customer service line. If it's a product you saw in the US and you'd like to see it in Canada, definitely let us know that. Because we're always going to expand the line. We have over 200 products in Europe, so we have a lot to bring over eventually.
Yeah, someone commented about how they had Share Products bread specifically in France, and found the taste was a bit different than the ones in Canada. They preferred the ones in France, and the list of ingredients was different. So, like, why are the recipes different in North America?
Well, it's it's funny. They're kind of based on where they're made. Every time you make bread in a different manufacturing facility, you're going to get a slightly different taste no matter what you do. But a lot of the recipes are optimized, I guess, to be for the US and Canada market, their taste preferences. So if you prefer the one in France, it's probably because it's usually a less sweet, more salty bread, and I totally get that. I like that too. But yeah, it just kind of depends on the market. And if you have a comment about the flavor profile, let us know, because we like to hear from our consumers.
Mm-hmm. No, I have no complaints about anything. I've tried to keep it up. Someone asked if you could repeat when you were talking about the 1/8 teaspoon for X slices numbers of bread and X number of gluten quantity. It was a little quick, and someone was hoping you could repeat that.
Oh yeah. Let me just pull up my notes so I make sure I get it right. But yeah, so what I was saying was that the 10 milligrams per day, which is the kind of the threshold of what a safe level of gluten consumption would be per day, according to the experts, that 10 milligrams is about 1/8 teaspoon of flour, or 18 slices of bread, with each slice containing 20 parts per million. Mm-hmm. And that's a statement that I found in a few studies, and then I also saw it on the CCA website too.
All right, thanks. And this will be our last question, a little lighthearted one. Is there a real Dr. Shar?
Oh, yes. So the company was named after him. He was a chemist from the 1920s, I want to say. And he realized that a lot of his patients were having digestive issues. He's a chemist gastroenterologist from Italy. And so he was making special dietary food, and then our founder, Mr. Lerner, was really inspired by his mission and bought the company. And so the company is an ode to the original Dr. Shar.
Okay, that's good to know. So those things are curiosities. Thanks so much for joining us today, Megan. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, everyone. So here are your pre-break memes again on we're going quickly on the food theme still. This is an oldie that's been going around, very sarcastic. If you want a meal free of everything, there's your plate of ice cubes. Thankfully, it's a lot better than it used to be. More happily, when you find something new, it's gluten-free. The expression, you have those. So for Dr. Shar talking about them, there's Chocolix bars that they have that they're like Twix. There's Honey Grams for those of you who are missing graham crackers. Want them for s'mores. These are products that I've seen in Canada. Gluten-free Ladyfingers too. So I know they're always coming out with new things. So like Megan said, keep an eye on the social media.
Love the Twix, Mark. We love the Twix.
Mm-hmm.
Not Twix, whatever they.
Yeah, Chocolix there, yeah. And I think there was one more. Yes, so that's why I wanted to ask her about the cost item. Yes, not so happy Monopoly card, but remember there are very, very valid reasons for why gluten-free food costs more, and the main answer is it's to keep you safe, because getting pure gluten-free flours that are not cross-contaminated is much more expensive, and all the precautions that are taken along the process have costs as well. Megan mentioned the certification programs, so the companies that have made the extra steps to get certified gluten-free, please do support them. They've invested to make sure that their products are safe for you. So we're going to begin our final break. I know we're running about 10 minutes behind, so we're going to push the time a little bit. If you want to, the break will end at 5:40 Eastern, so that's 12 minutes from now. And this break is sponsored by Dr. Shar as well. Thanks.
Insight into our heritage as pioneers of the gluten-free market and a peek into our state-of-the-art dedicated gluten-free bakery located in Swedesboro, New Jersey. It all started with Dr. Shar, a medical doctor practicing in Italy, who developed a range of food products for children with gastrointestinal complaints. Our founder and president, Ulrich Lederner, took the helm and worked with doctors and celiac societies to develop a comprehensive gluten-free product line that was initially only available at pharmacies in Italy. The Dr. Shar R&D Center was established in Italy. The team is dedicated to the study of new and alternative ingredients and the development of new recipes to improve the nutritional and sensory profile of our products. With 35 years of experience, we are Europe's #1 in gluten-free. Dr. Shar expanded quickly. You can find our gluten-free products in over 80 countries around the world. We have 6 production sites internationally. Across the Atlantic, Dr. Shar USA was established. Today, we're the fastest growing gluten-free brand in the US, from our gluten-free bakery in Swedesboro, New Jersey. We work very closely with farmers growing gluten-free grains just for us. Ancient grains such as quinoa, buckwheat, millet, and amaranth make wholesome and tasty breads that are ready to be devoured straight out of the package. It's not just what goes into our breads, it's about what doesn't too. We choose not to add dairy, eggs, preservatives, and GMOs, and it goes without saying, no gluten. We test all raw materials, including packaging, for gluten before anything enters our facilities. Then all our products are tested throughout the entire production process to ensure there is no chance of cross-contamination. We use a special packaging process too. This, along with our unique recipe, is why our breads are soft and moist for 4 months when unopened, without adding any preservatives. We do all these things to help our gluten-free consumers savor more of life's best things. Jam-speckled smiles over breakfast toast, crisp yet milk-drenched cookies, an unexpected text message from an old friend, and a bedtime story followed by some well-deserved me time, because it's the free things in life we consider to be the best. Dr. Shar's mission is to improve the lives of people with special nutritional needs.
What's been the hardest part of this disease for you? Has it gotten better or easier over time?
There's so many things that are going on in your body, mentally, physically, and you feel like you're all by yourself, like you're crazy. This isn't happening to anybody else. And then you hear other stories and you're like, oh my God, this happens to other people too.
It's nice when you know you're not the only one going through it.
Yeah, those things are very, very important to feel supported.
How has this affected your social life?
I was timid. It was almost a fear. I mean, like, I noticed I pulled back a lot. And that's not a fun place to be.
I definitely think it can be scary getting friends to understand that you're not trying to be picky. I just went to a party and I had a girlfriend go out of her way to get safe food options for me. And that's where the supportive friendship and supportive partner comes in.
because of my disease. What are the biggest changes that you've had to make?
One simple dinner can take 5 to 6 hours, if not days.
Even though that it sounds like a lot of work,
Hi everyone, just had some technical issues with the video, so cut off just a little bit short, and we're going to get going in just a minute or so. We'll get our MC back online and our next speaker teed up, so your patience is appreciated. We've done pretty good for most of the day to avoid some technical difficulties. We're just coming up to our last speaker, Dr. Maria Inez Pinto Sanchez.
All right, hi everybody. Still have a couple minutes left yet, but I'm going to do some prize giveaways. Cloud9 Specialty Bakery. It's a leading Canadian-based producer and marketer of gluten-free products, focusing on allergen-free, vegan, and clean ingredient specialty foods. They offer bread, brownie, cake cookie, granola, and other mixes and are expanding across Canada, the US, and internationally. Your prize pack is valued at $100, and the winner is Donna Minieli of Regina, Saskatchewan. Glutenberg brews tasty and bold gluten-free beers in order to deliver a unique and unforgettable drinking experience. From atypical ingredients to unparalleled brewing methods, creativity is at the heart of all their achievements. Glutenberg offers IPA, pale ale, stout, and much more. Your beer and swag prize pack is valued at $112. And the winner is me. Or that's what I had planned, but I found out I wasn't eligible. So instead, congratulations to Samantha Sircote of Edmonton, Alberta. And finally, Solo GI Nutrition's mission is to help reverse the interlinked epidemics of obesity and diabetes and the human energy deficit. They're doing that not only by making delicious and nutritious snacks, but also by giving you the resources to make living a low glycemic index lifestyle easy so you can live your best life. We're giving away 3 prize packs, each worth $90. Congratulations to Kim Bailey of St. John, New Brunswick, Maggie Lawson of Prescott, Ontario, and Patricia Greenman of Regina, Saskatchewan. And now I'm going to jump into introducing our final speaker of the day. Dr. Maria Ines Pinto Sanchez obtained her medical doctor's certification in the University of Córdoba, Argentina in 2002, and completed her gastroenterology training in 2008 at the Gastroenterology Hospital in Buenos Aires, Argentina. She obtained a Master in Science degree in 2014 and is currently assistant professor at the Gastroenterology Division at McMaster University. She's also conducting the Celiac Clinic at McMaster. Dr. Pinto Sanchez's clinical and research interests include the diagnosis and treatment of different gastrointestinal conditions with a focus on celiac disease and gluten-related disorders. Dr. Maria Ines Pinto Sanchez, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Well, good evening. And this is the last talk of the day, so I assume that you must be very tired. Thank you so much for staying until this last part of the day. So I'm going to, let me just, can you see my screen?
Yep, you might, if you maximize it, there we go.
Excellent. So I maximize. So I'm going to present today one of the topics that have been of interest and working for the last years, which is the development of the Celiac Clinic at McMaster. First, before I start, I want to share with you my conflict of interest, which I don't think that is related to specifically this talk, but I've been asked, to advisor and receive it from different companies. So I want to tell you about the story. I'm sure for now that you've been noticed that I'm not, from my accent, that I'm from Argentina. And this is where I've been training. And what I'm showing you in this picture is the amazing group of physicians, dietitians, which is the celiac team and the celiac clinic in Argentina in the hospital, gastroenterology hospital. And this is where I've been trained. And I've been working with celiac disease since 2004, dedicated to the celiac clinic back then. And the celiac clinic there, I was formed, I was trained with a big group of 10 GIs dedicated to celiac disease exclusively, 2 fellows, 4 dietitians, pathologists, lab technicians, psychologists, all working exclusively for celiac disease, which was amazing. So then I came here in 2010 to Hamilton, and then I said, okay, where is the celiac clinic? Well, there is no celiac clinic. Where is the celiac clinic in Ontario? There is no celiac for adults, right? So this is why during my training, I worked with an amazing team, and Shemek Berchik, a gastroenterology colleague of mine, we started the celiac clinic back then and decided to open this celiac dedicated exclusively for celiac disease. And we were building up this clinic since then. And this clinic was supported by the Division of Gastroenterology and also by the Farncom Institute, which is the research institute, and the director is Dr. Collins. And he has been strongly supported from the celiac clinic since its beginning. So when I talked to my colleagues about this project and the celiac clinics from the beginning, they were asking me, but what do you offer in the celiac clinic? What do you do differently? So this is the objective of this talk, is just to bring you what we are doing in our celiac clinic. And in our celiac clinic, we provide different services and we have different goals that are well established. And the first and the most important for us is to provide care to our patients based on scientific research evidence. To facilitate the transition process from pediatrics to adult celiac clinics, to translate knowledge, what we learn from research in celiac disease to our community and to other co-workers or healthcare workers, and also to establish international collaborations with other experts in celiac disease and other communities. And we contribute with scientific associations that are focused with the same goals of providing or improving the well-being of our celiac patients. For example, the Society for the Studies of Celiac Disease, the Canadian Nutrition Society, the Canadian Association of Gastroenterology, and also to partner with celiac associations, patient associations like CCA mainly, to help our celiac community. So let me describe what we are doing, what I'm meaning by providing care based on research scientific evidence. We follow, to care our patient, we follow guidelines that I publish. And I'm showing here a table of all the guidelines, the most recent guidelines that have been published in the last 10 years. And as you will see, there are so many. Most of them are North America, some of them are European. So we are ensuring in our clinic that we follow those guidelines and we participate in the development of these guidelines. So we are ensuring that we follow our patients, we provide a proper follow-up through providing access to dietitians, which we think that they are crucial for the management of celiac disease. We also provide education to our patients, family members, and also to the societies that I mentioned. And we also work collaboratively with our healthcare professional to provide a continuous longer-term follow-up for these patients. But we acknowledge that there are different barriers here, because we know that in a community out of our clinic, there are costs associated with dietitian access, difficulty access to dietitians trained in celiac disease. We know that there are extra costs associated to screening process, for example, family members or getting access to the test to diagnose celiac disease. And we know that some of our colleagues are not continuously following up their celiac disease patients. So we are working in these goals as well. As I mentioned, there are many different clinical guidelines, and in the clinic we have a very standardized protocol of how to follow our patients. But of course, at the same time, despite the standardized protocol, we follow an N of 1. So each patient is individual, and we try to adjust according to our patient needs. So this standardized protocol involves regular visits from the patient is diagnosed with celiac disease until they have their disease control, and we continue monitoring on that. And in this monitoring, there are different aspects that we are going to investigate, and we're going to ensure that they're adequate supervised. For example, nutrition, for example, bones, as Dr. Dirkersen talked about today, the importance of maintaining bone health. And we also work with dietitians very closely and provide a dietary assessment support. And we offer this GIP test that Dr. Dan Leffler talked about them today. Just to let you know that we started working with these GIP testings, which are the tests that you can test, that you can detect gluten in stool or urine at home. And we have been working, thanks to the Canadian Celiac Association, the Hamilton chapter. They contributed for the celiac clinic to get some of these tests, and we were able to test in our patients from the clinic. And as you will see here, and this is not surprising because other groups show the same, that people that were thinking that they were following the diet very, very strictly, 25% of them, the ones that are you will see in red, they had a positive testing in the stool, which is surprising, and again, encourage us that we need to continue monitoring and ensuring that people are adhering the diet very strictly. And just to clarify, these tests are not meant to be an assessment instead of dietitian. They are meant to complement the dietitian assessment. These tests are assessing or objective, confirming gluten exposure in the short term, and the dietitian is crucial to identify and provide education and assessment in the long term and create habits in people. So it's complementing the dietitian assessment. And however, we need more evidence on how getting these tests involving the follow-up will change the celiac disease outcome and will improve people with celiac disease well-being. And this is what we're working as well. So we acknowledge as well that there is, right now, there is no availability of these tests in Canada. So anyone that accesses these tests online, they need to pay shipment, which generates additional burden in terms of cost. And we are working on that as well. So the main objective of or the main mottos of our celiac clinic is to provide clinical advocacy based on research evidence. And we are very active in different research activities, and we have a collaborative team. And what is unique from this clinic is what we provide is what is called translational research. And this is the opportunity of not working only in clinical research, but also to collaborate with groups that are dedicated in celiac disease. For example, Dr. Verdu, that has her whole lab dedicated to celiac disease and is doing basic research. For those who don't know, basic research is a type of research that is done without patients, but sometimes with patient samples, but to test, to evaluate different mechanisms involved in celiac disease. And sometimes they test in mice, sometimes they do like a very complicated laboratory test. And we are working close with them to understand better celiac disease and the mechanisms. And this research, clinical and basic, the translational research, is under the umbrella of the Farncom Institute that I explained, which supervises all the research at McMaster. So just to comment a little bit, give an example of what we do in clinical research. We have different types of studies, some investigator-initiated studies, so it's ourselves that they bring these ideas and we try to develop these studies ourselves. And we also, some of them are involved systematic reviews and meta-analysis as well, that these type of studies is not just reviewing whatever is available. It's a very rigorous methodology to evaluate all the studies that have been published. So it takes a lot of time and knowledge and preparation to do those reviews. And we do that as well in our clinic. And also we partner with industry in the continued development of these new therapies for celiac disease, because our patients are very interested in that, and we align with the goal of taking care of our patients. So I'm very proud that 2 years ago, we designed what is called the Celiac Registry. So we started in creating this registry 2 years ago, as I mentioned, and this was with a dietitian that was working with me at that moment, Veronica, and now she's in tickets. But the idea of this registry was to be able to advocate based on research evidence, but not just research evidence in Canada, it's just our local data. What happened with our celiac patients, with our community? And the idea was to understand better our celiac patients, but also to continue improving our program based on our patients and our population. And we also wanted to identify areas where research will be needed. So just to give an example of one of how the Celiac Registry works and what we are doing with the data that we collect. And this is a study that comes from the registry that we analyzed 230 patients that were enrolled in the registry. And we were analyzing the micronutrients that were measured at each individual time point when the patient started enrolling the program, and then consequently dependent, as I showed in the table before. And then what we were able to identify, we enrolled people with celiac disease on a gluten-free diet and people without celiac disease on a gluten-free diet. For example, a population that is called non-celiac gluten sensitivity, that to compare the effect of gluten-free diet in both populations. And the first thing that we identify is that 60% of our celiac patients and non-celiac patients in the follow-up had any nutritional deficiency, which is a lot. And that was independent. If someone is doing the diet very good and the celiac is controlled, they are at good risk, at high risk of getting nutrient deficiencies as well. So it seems that is beyond the activity of the disease, is more related to the diet itself. And the most common deficiencies that we identified in our population were zinc, vitamin D, iron, selenium, and copper. So these definitely change our practice. Now we know that we need to follow up, more carefully monitor, supplement, and we are investigating. That triggered other studies to investigate what will be the best supplementation for our patients. So this is a continued work in progress with a team to improve nutrition in our patients. This was the goal of doing this analysis. And certainly this study triggers other studies, right? So as we noticed that not just celiac disease, but other people that will follow in a gluten-free diet, they do have nutrient deficiencies. Now we need to know who will really benefit from a gluten-free diet without putting everyone in a diet. So we did another study investigating, trying to identify these biomarkers that can predict the response to gluten-free diet in someone that is non-celiac. And then we identified that one antibody that was previously used for celiac disease in the past and now is not used for celiac, that is called antigliadins, those could be a good marker to identify people who are not celiac that could benefit from a gluten-free diet rather than putting everyone in a diet. So this is the type of research that we are doing in our clinic with our patients and for our patients. And I was commenting also in these systematic reviews, which are very, it requires a lot of effort, dedication, learning process, and work to not just reviewing the literature, but critically analyzing these all this data that has been collected in order to make recommendations based on that. And these reviews, these very rigorous reviews, are done with topics that are of interest for our population. For example, one of the highest controversial topics has been whether the celiac disease has been associated with inflammatory bowel diseases that are so common in Canada. And there have been many studies, and that has been highly controversial for so many years until now. There have been studies in favor, studies and cons. So we analyzed we performed this review, we conducted that for over a year, and we detected that, yes, celiac disease is associated to inflammatory bowel disease, so having celiac disease put at risk of getting inflammatory bowels and vice versa. So this is very important. And also, thanks to the review, we identify areas when there is a lack of information. So for example, we identified that we need more Canadian studies to assess celiac disease in the IBD population. So not in celiac, not IBD in celiac, but celiac in IBD population. So in addition to this, I mentioned that we are doing translation and we collaborate with Dr. Verdu. And this is one of the examples of how we collaborate and provide our patients, they kindly provide possibilities of the Verdu lab to do their very complicated analysis to investigate mechanisms in celiac disease. For example, this slide is showing how they investigate a model to detect activity of gluten and testing in mice. So our second goal was to facilitate transition process from pediatric celiac clinic, because after a pediatric patient graduates between question mark and turns 18, then we realized that very low chances that they will be following the community. So we tried to facilitate this process, and we created this link with McMaster Pediatric Celiac Clinic, and now Jenna Dohanyuk is the director of the Celiac Clinic, and it was in the past Dr. Herb Real, and we continue collaborating with them, and also with a pediatric celiac clinic from Sick Kids Hospital, basically mainly Catherine Walsh and Dr. Pete Marcon. We have established very, very good collaborations, and this has been done throughout the years. And another topic that we were interested in to bring to our community is to facilitate the process for screening for celiac disease in the first-degree family members of our patients attending to the clinic. So as you know, this can be done through the TDG antibodies in the community, and also for our patients, we facilitate the referral to our clinic to get tested here at McMaster. So then we also, in our clinic, we translate the knowledge in celiac disease to our community and our healthcare workers. And for this, I'm working with Dr. Pedro Miranda. He has a PhD, postdoctoral fellow. He has been working in different projects in celiac disease, and now he has been very focusing in trying to, within all the project that he has, it's trying to translate the knowledge to our celiac community by creating some educational workshops for our celiac patients, for our healthcare workers, and he has been working in activating our website now to, as we consider this could be a very good communication with our community for bringing and delivery, translating knowledge in celiac disease and research. So, and how we participate and contribute with scientific association of societies. So since it was created 4 years ago, the Society for the Studies of Celiac Disease, we have been very, very involved as a member, founder member, but also in the board, director boards. And we have been developing position statement as the one that you will see there for diagnosis of celiac disease for our colleagues, quick guidelines for direct diagnosis, follow-up. And we have also collaborated with doing systematic reviews to give positions statement that they will serve for basis to give recommendation for our patients. And we were also providing support for dietitians in the society, as well creating material for patients as well. And similar, we have been partnered with the Canadian Celiac Association, very closely working. The last 2 years, I joined my colleagues, and wonderful colleagues from the Professional Advisory Council, and we have been working together in development of resources as well. And we have also trying to get answers from our community and to engage with our community to provide recommendations and also direct the funding for research as well. In addition to this, we have been very actively to try to improve access to celiac tests in Ontario. And this is, we have been working in the last 3 years. As you know, the TDG antibodies is the test that to detect celiac disease, that is first line recommendations. And there has been a good review by Ontario Ministry of Health as well, and suggesting that TDG first line for diagnosis of celiac disease. And the problem is that all provinces but Ontario cover the cost for celiac testing, so which is very concerning. In our hospital, all hospital, the test is covered by hospital budget. And this is why in our clinic, we can test or offer the test, the celiac testing at no cost for the patient. However, the reality is that for the majority of our Ontarian population, they need to pay for the test and it's not covered, and which is very problematic because some people cannot afford the test that can cost even more than $100. And this has been creating inadequate access for celiac testing in Ontario, which has been very concerning for communities and for the doctors as well. So we have been working together, as you will see there, you can see a very familiar face, Melissa, and the PAC, Canadian Celiac Association, to go to our members to ask for changes in policies that will allow coverage of these celiac testing at PTG at least. And this is how we've been working together with the Celiac Clinic and Canadian Celiac Association as well. So another way of partnering that with the Canadian Celiac Association as well and other societies is by answering questions that are directly relevant and brought by our people. For example, now during the pandemic, one of the questions that I will get from any of my patients is, are we at increased risk of contracting COVID than anyone else? They were thinking that they will be at higher risk, right? But we didn't know. And this is why we initiated a collaborative study that has initiated in Canada and then quickly expanded to 10 countries in the world. And we ended up enrolling 18,000 participants, celiac and non-celiac, from population. And from them, almost 4,000 people were Canadian celiac. And we were able to confirm that there was not a increased risk of celiac disease, no evident increased risk of contracting COVID in celiac disease. And this couldn't have been done without the amazing support of the Canadian Celiac Association and Melissa and everyone in the CCA to reach our community and to our patients. So thank you so much to everyone that participated and contributed to this study. It was a relevant message and highly clinically important. So where are we now? So when we initiated our celiac clinic in 2016, we were seeing the first 2 years around 100 patients per year with celiac disease exclusively in the clinic. Of course, that my colleagues were seeing other celiac patients, but exclusively in this model, we were seeing this number of patients. And this has been significantly growing with the last years and is expected that will continue growing from now. And this has been thanks to our amazing team that we have been working on in the last years. We have a great doctors. They are what, if you're going to see someone in the celiac clinic, most of the time it will be me, but I'm supported by Dr. David Armstrong, that is an expert in nutrition and gastroenterology, and Dr. Birchick, who has initiated this, the celiac clinic as well, and we work very closely together, and as well by a group of dietitians, basically Susan Hansen, that has been working from the beginning, and then Joy Hutchinson is the last dedicated dietitian to the Celiac Clinic. More recently, Bonnie One is a dietitian that joined the team to work in research. And we have a very good research support from Dr. Verdu Lab to work in these translational studies, as well as Dr. Noe Djokovic. She has been working also in trying to provide research to see how we can help in the well-being and mental health from our patients. And as you will see there, Pedro Miranda also, he's a postdoctoral dedicated also to bring this, make lives on and see how we can contribute and translate research knowledge to our community. And there is a big group of research team students, undergrad, MD students having worked in projects, PhD and postdoctoral. And we work together again with the postdoctoral, with Dr. Berchik as well, Gaston with as well in different studies. So our clinic, as it is in all these years, it has been right now the only certified clinic for quality for the society, but we really need other clinics certified for quality, and we are looking forward to work and collaborate with other clinics as well. So we're hoping that this can be expanded and reproduced in Canada. So our McMaster model is working in progress, based mainly on patient care, based on scientific evidence, involves a multidisciplinary team, involves education and knowledge translation, and this is a very important goal in our clinic, and partnering with scientific and community societies as well to engage with our societies. So it may not be a perfect model, but the good is, as you will see, as you saw in the graphics and from the experience, it has been continue improving, and this is what it matters, right? So, and this has been possible thanks to the contribution from our patients and support from colleagues, research institutes, societies. So we are all together here committed to work with and for our celiac community. So I would like to thank you for staying until now, to hearing and for engaging as well. And as Daniel Leffer said, we need from you to work with you. So engage in our research, engage with our community. And thank you for your attention. I'm open for questions.
All right, thank you very much. We do have questions. I'll just first give away some prizes. So for our sponsor is Tutti Gourmet, a table full of flavors, tradition, and passion, a table where gluten sensitivity is erased and where the joy of eating gathers. Food is about sharing, and Tutti Gourmet is about sharing the pleasure of food with everyone. Their recipes are crafted with love and dedication, and their ingredients are carefully selected to put happiness at the center of your table. We're giving away 3 prize packs, each worth $50. The winners are Carolyn Henderson of Burlington, Ontario, Laura Brian of Halifax, Nova Scotia, and Gail Gorman of Calgary, Alberta. Now let's get to some questions. Dr. Pinto Sanchez, I'd say the most common question, I've had probably 10 people ask variations of this. So yours is the only such clinic in Canada. Can people come from other provinces?
So as far as I know, with this model is the only clinic from Ontario. And it may be, there are other models of clinic in Canada, for example, in Manitoba, there are other clinics as well. But the one of these models, as far as I know, is the only one. And we have people coming from other provinces. Yes, we do have. And now with this virtual access, it has facilitated the care during the pandemic. We will need to see how that will, because before the pandemic, it was not possible to do virtual access to people out of the province. People need to be in the province in order to get access to the virtual program. But certainly, I think after the pandemic, things will change. But what we're really looking into that is that each province, they have their own clinics that can be reproduced, and we can work together and collaborate. So people don't need to travel all the way to Hamilton, Ontario, right? So definitely we can help, and we're open to help, and we're asking to our colleagues also to get committed with this, so that we can continue growing in Canada and facilitate access from each province.
Someone commented it'd be great for holistic care, like versus seeing multiple specialists. You see one expert at the Celiac clinic. How does someone enroll? Like, do they need a referral or?
Yeah, so definitely need a referral from either a family doctor or any of my colleagues. As you will see, there is a referral form that I showed there. And I think Melissa has also access to that form. And so what if the family doctor considers that is adequate or proper, they refer to our celiac clinic and send in that referral form.
Okay, and could you, someone asked if you could repeat the name of the test that's suggested to detect non-celiac gluten sensitivity for those who have normal results following the anti-TTG tests?
Anti-gliadin antibodies. AGA, anti-gliadins.
I'm not sure how many how many of your patients are children, but are there any news on the current developments in clinics and hospital for early screening of celiac, like for newborn children, or is there any, like, what do you think about screening in the general population?
So I'm not pediatric, and again, I'm not seeing and directing or testing and making recommendations in pediatric populations, but we were part of the process of transition. That will be more for my colleague pediatric, but what I know that they are doing is they are not testing for celiac in a newborn, first because they don't develop antibodies that soon. I understand that they take like at least 2 years to develop these antibodies. They are quite sensitive. So they are, of course, if there is a high suspicion of celiac disease, it needs to be referred to gastroenterologist, specialist, or pediatric gastroenterologist. And then they do the test. And if it's negative and there is high suspicion, they will consider doing biopsies depending on each case. So, and mass screening in population, what we are working together, we don't recommend to do it. Yes, there are no recommendations to do mass screening in everyone, right? So this is controversial at the moment. But for first-degree family member, if a child has a parent that is celiac disease or a sibling that is celiac disease, we usually what we suggest is to monitor symptoms, and they develop symptoms, is to start screening them at the age of 2 years. But this is done by my colleagues, pediatric colleagues, not by me.
And this may be more for the dietitians, but for any people that come in that are on the gluten-free diet and still suffering debilitating symptoms, like has there been recommendations on like low FODMAP or more fermented foods? Any specifics?
Absolutely. So we work very close with dietitian, and when a patient is continue presenting symptoms, which is very common. So I will tell you that 30%, 40% of celiac patients in the follow-up, they develop symptoms in the follow-up, even though they try to do their diet the best they can. And there is, after that starts, we are working with dietitians together because the most common reason is to getting cross-contamination, right? So this is the most common reason. So we work very hard in trying to identify cross-contamination. Sometimes we advocate a natural diet if we have concerns that there could be some contamination that we are not detecting. And then if that's not the case, so then if the symptoms could be related to fermentable carbohydrates, which is different to gluten and different to the proteins, so in some of our patients that they may have bloat and distension, we have recommended to decrease or reduce the fermentable carbohydrates, which is the low FODMAP diet. But let me tell you that the low FODMAP is very restrictive. So to do like a low FODMAP, low gluten-free, it's quite restrictive. So we work one by one and depending on patients' need and guide them through that process of getting their symptoms better controlled.
Yeah, definitely I encourage everyone to look before you leap on low FODMAP. It's a very difficult diet to follow. On this diagnosis of celiac disease, what's your comment on the increased accuracy of the blood test? Is it now, like how much has it improved since it was introduced?
So the test that is, there has been different tests in the last years. And since the TTG was developed, the sensitivity, depending on the kit that you're testing, the best sensitivity that you can have is 95% and 95% of specificity. Some of the studies suggest that even up to 100%. But there is still like a room for 10% of false negatives or positive of DTTG, depending on cases. And so it detects a great majority of cases, but they could miss. And sometimes the TTG, as you know, the one that we use is called TTG IgA. So people who don't develop these proteins IgA, they could have a false negative TTG, which means that even though they have celiac, they cannot be detected by TTG. So usually we do different approaches for this. And there have been other tests that are called VGP. Those are the newest antibodies that are less specific than TTG, but could help in these cases. So again, to answer your question, the sensitivity of these tests will detect 95% of these patients with a good accuracy. And on this margin, small margin of people that will not be detected, we have other options for detecting celiac disease. One of them is these antibodies.
Mm-hmm. And jumping to the GIP test, does it give any indication on how much gluten one might be ingesting? Like people can't be down to completely zero usually, the 10 milligram limit we've talked about. And are these kits available for home use at this time?
So the GIP is available for home use, and I understand the test that is used at home, it detects 50 part per million tests, right? Mm-hmm. So probably a 20 part per million will not be detected, but 50 part per million will be detected. But still, 50 part per million, as I heard the previous talk, is quite low quantity of gluten, but still they can produce damage to celiac. So it's significant. And these tests are very, very sensitive and specific. So if the test is positive, it's positive. And if the test is negative, is almost most of the time is negative. That could still means 5% of the cases. But again, it's very sensitive and specific. So those tests can be done in stool and urine, and you can do it at home. The only cons for this is that you will need to get yourself online. There is one the US company that sells these kits. I don't know if I can say it here. Can I? Yeah. Yeah. So it's called Gluten Detective. That is online. You can get access there. That's the only company that sells the home kits in the world. And that comes from the US. And those are reliable tests and very helpful in clinical practice.
Okay. This one's a little complicated. I'm combining like 5 questions into one about IBS, IBD. There's evidence on the link between those and celiac? Can the TTG be elevated in those as well? And the biopsy could mimic similar damage in IBD, and maybe a bit on the cell issues? I know it's a little complicated.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. So differentiating celiac disease from IBD, especially Crohn's disease, could be sometimes quite challenging. The difference is that in most of the in people with celiac disease, most of the time, if you do a colonoscopy, that will not affect the colon and you will not see ulcers. So if you do a colonoscopy and then you have ulcers there, or in the last part of the small bowel, that is more likely inflammatory bowel disease. So the colonoscopy has been very helpful to differentiate those conditions, because it's true that sometimes in people with inflammatory bowel diseases, because of alteration in the permeability and the gut mucosa, so then sometimes the TTG can be slightly elevated. It will not be as high as someone that has celiac disease, but when it's borderline, sometimes it could be that this is done due to inflammatory bowel disease. So that's why it's very important that to differentiate this, and we have methods. For example, colonoscopy can differentiate celiac disease and this inflammatory bowel disease. There is another test that is called fecal calprotectin. That is a stool test that detects inflammatory markers that usually in celiac disease they are not increased, and inflammatory bowel disease, yes. So we have ways of differentiating both. But it's true that someone that inflammatory bowel disease, they can have like mild elevation of TTG. And sometimes if you do an upper scope and the Crohn's affect the first part of the small bowel, sometimes it can mimic celiac disease. So that could be quite challenging. But we do other tests to try to differentiate as much as we can.
This will be our last question, something that's on everyone's mind, of course. So COVID-19, you talked about how celiacs are not at any increased risk. But question about, do you think that the celiac population might be considered more at risk in terms of dividing up the populations when the vaccine is available? Do you think that we might get quicker access? And on the matter of, even if we're not at a higher risk of getting it, are we at a higher risk of developing more severe symptoms if we do catch it?
Right. So coming back to the question, when we did that analysis of the COVID, it's important to clarify that was the first part, the first wave, right? So now we are experiencing second wave, and around the world, there have been a second wave and third wave for some of the countries. And so what we conclude as well, and what we were claiming is for other studies that they can reproduce that study in different ways, because it doesn't, even though doesn't seem to be an increased risk, we don't know if things may change in future. There are so many unknowns area in the COVID, right? So this is something that to keep an eye on it, that others may be doing other studies trying to see whether there is any change with time. That's one of the things. And then the other thing is even though this study the survey part was very good to assess the risk and compare the two populations, this was not meant to assess outcomes, because we were not asking questions about people who got it, all these consequences that they can get. So, but there is, and we didn't do, because there is currently a registry, like a COVID registry, that the doctors need to enter the information, and it's very accurate because the doctor entered all the information on how the celiac was diagnosed, what type of celiac disease, based on biopsies, based on so the more accurate information, and then they provide information in terms of outcomes. So when that celiac registry ends, and we have, I think it's, I don't know exactly when that will close, because that's managed by British University of Columbia in New York. When that ends, we will have those answers. Even though they are not increased risk, whether the COVID led to more severe outcomes in celiac population compared to non-celiac population. So we will have those type of answers. And what was the outcomes in our celiac population? And these are collecting information from people around the world. So I think we really need that. And this is what we are looking for, more accurate information on outcomes of COVID in celiac disease.
Okay, yes, we'll all be watching for that, I'm sure. All right, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks, Dr. Pinto Sanchez. I also neglected to mention is a member of the CCA's Professional Advisory Council. So thank you for your volunteer support of the Canadian Celiac Association, and thanks for speaking to us today.
It's my absolute pleasure, and thank you everyone for staying until now.
All right, so we'll move to our final post-speaker memes of the day, the last memes. Melissa will bring them up. Okay, so I can't leave you without a pun for sure. Gluten for punishment. You know, if you are cheating on your diet, we never ever recommend cheating, because you're punishing yourself. Don't be a glutton for punishment. And you know, picking on the United States, of course, it's this gluten-free. You know, freeing gluten might be put ahead of free of gluten if you're talking to a libertarian. So enjoy that one. People died so it could be free. And finally, a twist on everyone's favorite way to end a relationship. It's not you, it's me. It's not me, it's you. Also a Seinfeld reference if there's any other Seinfeld fans out there. And let's give away some final prizes now. Upick.com is a one-stop online store where you'll find an extensive variety of products such as nuts, dried fruits, organic products, superfoods, snacks, cooking products for your everyday needs as well. Their goal is to combine years of experience and direct sourcing of high-quality products to provide you with ingredients and snacks that cater to your tastes. You can visit upick.com to sign up for a newsletter with discounts and recipes as well. A $50 digital coupon is going to Andre Chenier of Montreal, Quebec. Wow Factor Desserts, family-owned and operated company based out of the same Alberta location where it began back in 1982. Formerly known as the European Cheesecake Factory, Wow has grown to employ over 80 people. Homemade and handmade are still very much to the core of who they are. There are 12 amazingly delicious gluten-free desserts to choose from Wow Factor Desserts. 3 winners will get to choose a gluten-free dessert, valued at $50 each. And the winners are Maureen Bolin of Calgary, Alberta, Cynthia Irving of Alberton, Prince Edward Island, and Bev West of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Congrats to all of our winners, and I will be in touch with all of you in the coming days to make those arrangements. So with that, we've reached the closing part of our event. Sorry, it's a little bit behind, but I'm sure you'll agree it was time well spent. I hope you have all found it as fascinating as I did, and thanks for bearing with us amid the tech challenges that inevitably come with an event like this. I want to certainly thank my co-partner in crime here, Melissa Secord, the CCA's executive director, for the countless hours of work she gave to put this event together and ensure it was a success, and handling all the technological aspects that I would be less successful successful on. So in terms of how we did, we're going to be sending out a survey to all of you. It may pop up at the end of the Zoom, or we'll send it by email. There'll be a couple ways to complete it. We'd really appreciate you taking the time, like it'll just be a couple minutes to complete the survey. We want to understand what you liked, didn't like, to help us do better next time. If there's any areas for improvement. And I'd like to again express the CCA's sincere thanks to our partners who made this conference possible. Thanks so much to Provention Bio and Takeda, our lead partners. I'd also like to thank Dr. Scher, our education partner, and as well Queen Street Bakery and Daya Foods, our break sponsors. And thanks as well to Husna Mahmood, who handled a lot of the, pretty much handled all of the Q&A facilitation, getting things over to me. We had, over the course of the day, well over 400 questions that came in. So she was being invaluable in triaging those, so thank you. Also helped me secure some of the donations of the prizes. Thanks also to Julie Green, helped with emails and other communication, lots of graphic work, and Leah Sad and Adam Weinman, who took care of social media. Please always engage with the CCA on social media. We're happy to have the conversation. As I mentioned at the beginning, we broadcasted this conference on YouTube. It's currently being broadcasted on YouTube, and you'll be able to watch it there in case you missed any presenters. We've had that question quite a bit, so the link will be up there. Check out the CCA's YouTube channel. We are checking with the speakers as to whether slides can be shared. Not all of them can be, but we'll be in touch in the coming days, weeks with those PowerPoint presentations. So if for those who registered, watch your email for updates on that. And if you did enjoy this day of education, whether it was online or if you're watching this on rebroadcast, please consider making a financial gift to the Canadian Celiac Association to help us develop more world-class education to help empower people with celiac disease. So on behalf of the board, staff, stay safe, stay in touch. I'm not sure if you wanted to close it off, Melissa?
Just thank you very much, Mark. 6 hours of being online and ready and facilitating. Your voice didn't give out, your power didn't give out. So, and your endless hours of assistance. Thanks very much on behalf of the Canadian Celiac Association and the community.
Thanks, everyone. Team Celiac. Have a
All
good
right.
night.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.